equipment in 16 different labs, a multi-purpose pilot plant spread over an area of 20,000 square feet. That Praj Matrix holds 15 patents with several more in the pipeline. Pioneering research and innovation in industrial biotechnology, Praj Matrix has garnered international repute and frequently hosts technocrats and prominent dignitaries from around the world.
Going forward, we envisage Praj Matrix evolving into a center of excellence in bioeconomy, supporting various initiatives across the globe. This center will play a vital role in designing and defining the industrial biotech landscape internationally. I wish the Praj Matrix team of scientists very good luck in their future endeavors.
Praj Matrix, committed to its vision of providing environment-friendly and sustainable solutions that can make the world a better place.
India is in the midst of a transformational journey. A journey towards self-reliance. It is driving an all-encompassing transformation in its economic and industrial landscapes to emerge strong, independent and self-sufficient. Inspired by this journey of self-reliance, we at Triveni Engineering have also prepared a roadmap to drive self-sufficiency across the sectors and business segments of our presence. We have positioned ourselves as partners in the nation's efforts to become a self-sustaining economic power on the global map. In our sugar business, as one of India's largest sugar manufacturers, with 7 state-of-the-art FSSC 22000 certified sugar units, we have been working towards agri self-reliance by strengthening our farmer relations to boost production, yield and their income, thus uplifting and empowering the country's rural population. We also worked aggressively on our cane development initiatives to maximize sugarcane yield, crush and recovery. In our alcohol business, we have been expanding our capacity to support the government's Ethanol Blending Programme to create a more sustainable future by lowering emissions and reducing import dependence. This approach has delivered sterling results for the company and contributed towards the progress of the sector at a broader level. In our engineering businesses, we are among the leading players in power transmission and water and wastewater treatment solutions in the country. We have been steering India's self-reliance journey through our power transmission solutions, which are driven by innovation, value engineering and reliability. In financial year 2021-22, scaled many milestones to leverage the growth opportunity in this segment in terms of product offerings as well as new markets. Through defense products and solutions, we are powering India's indigenous efforts. We are a trusted indigenous supplier of critical equipment for Indian Navy for the last 3 decades. The growing water scarcity is catalyzing new opportunities in the areas of recycle, reuse and zero liquid discharge. Through our innovative water and wastewater treatment solutions, we have been boosting India's water self-sufficiency by catering to the specialized needs of industrial, municipal and specialized projects across sectors, including desalination and utility management for water and sewerage network. With a strong environment, social and governance focus across life cycle, we have developed a robust foundation to nurture our relationships and steer our strategic approach to partner India's journey towards self-reliance. Today we are an entity designed to deliver self-sustenance with sustained growth on the strength of 18 world-class facilities. Our 5-year journey towards self-reliance has culminated in our performance.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, a very warm welcome to all of you to this CII
As we uphold
11th
our
Bioenergy Summit 2023. May I request you, ladies and gentlemen, to please be seated. We're very close to the inaugural session, which is going to be graced by the Honourable Minister for Road Transport and Highways, Government of India, Shri Nitin Gadkari ji, who's going to be joining us in about 5 minutes. May I request you to please take seats, ladies and gentlemen. Here's also a polite reminder for you to keep your mobile phones on silent. Thank you very much for your cooperation. May I request you, ladies and gentlemen, to please join us in the room and be seated. Thank you very much. Once again, on behalf of the Confederation of Indian Industry, I extend a very warm welcome to the eminent speakers and the esteemed guests gracing this occasion, the 11th edition of the Bioenergy Summit. May I request you, ladies and gentlemen, to please be seated. We're going to be starting with the inaugural proceedings very shortly. The chief guest for the inaugural session, Shri Nitin Gadkari, the Honourable Minister for Road Transport and Highways, Government of India, is on his way and is going to be joining us shortly. May I invite you to the ballroom so that you can be seated, ladies and gentlemen. This is an announcement for all those of you who are outside. I request you to please take seats now. Thank you very much.
A journey towards self-reliance. It is driving an all-encompassing transformation in its economic and industrial landscapes to emerge strong, independent, and self-sufficient. Inspired by this journey of self-reliance, we at Triveni Engineering have also prepared a roadmap to drive self-sufficiency across the sectors and business segments of our presence. We have positioned ourselves as partners in the nation's efforts to become a self-sustaining economic power on the global map. In our sugar business, as one of India's largest sugar manufacturers, with 7 state-of-the-art FSSC 22000 certified sugar units, we have been working towards agri self-reliance by strengthening our farmer relations to boost production, yield and their income, thus uplifting and empowering the country's rural population. We also worked aggressively on our cane development initiatives to maximize sugarcane yield, crush and recovery. In our alcohol business, we have been expanding our capacity to support the government's Ethanol Blending Programme to create a more sustainable future by lowering emissions and reducing import dependence. This approach has delivered sterling results for the company and contributed towards the progress of the sector at a broader level. In our engineering businesses, we are among the leading players in power transmission and water and wastewater treatment solutions in the country. We have been steering India's self-reliance journey through our power transmission solutions, which are driven by innovation, value engineering and reliability. In financial year 2021-22, scaled many milestones to leverage the growth opportunity in this segment in terms of product offerings as well as new markets. Through defense products and solutions, we are powering India's indigenous efforts. We are a trusted indigenous supplier of critical equipment for Indian Navy for the last 3 decades. The growing water scarcity is catalyzing new opportunities in the areas of recycle, reuse and zero liquid discharge. Through our innovative water and wastewater treatment solutions, we have been boosting India's water self-sufficiency by catering to the specialized needs of industrial, municipal and specialized projects across sectors, including desalination and utility management for water and sewerage network. With a strong environment, social and governance focus across life cycle. We have developed a robust foundation to nurture our relationships and steer our strategic approach to partner India's journey towards self-reliance. Today, we are an entity designed to deliver self-sustenance with sustained growth on the strength of 18 world-class facilities. Our 5-year journey towards self-reliance has culminated in our performance. As we uphold our vision to strive to maintain sustainable business growth through continuous innovation, market development and customer retention, while creating long-term value for all our stakeholders, we are also positioning ourselves as partners in the nation's efforts to become a self-sustaining economic power on the global map. This we consider as our responsibility and privilege.
उगती हुई हरियाली में, सोने सी हर बाली में, हर सुबह चाय की प्याली में और घर घर की खुशहाली में, प्रदूषण मुक्त हो आसमान, दुनिया भर में अपने निशान, आत्मनिर्भर हिंदुस्तान, गेल इंडिया जिसकी पहचान।
Ladies and gentlemen, once again good morning and a very warm welcome to all of you to this 11th edition of the CI Bioenergy Summit. I have been apprised that the chief guest for the inaugural session today, the Honourable Minister for Road Transport and Highways, Government of India, Shri Nitin Gadkari ji, is now on his way. In fact, he's about to reach the venue very shortly. So I'm going to request you to please remain seated, and a polite reminder to all of you to please keep your mobile phones on silent. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for your patience. I request you to please be with us, remain seated, and those of you who are outside, please come and take your seats in the ballroom. Thank you very much. We're going to be starting very shortly. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome once again.
Innovative aqua, responsible green, reliable blue, energetic orange. Our inspiration to change for a better tomorrow. Praj, innovate, integrate, deliver. Praj is a globally leading
Ladies and
process solutions
gentlemen, once again a warm welcome to all of you to the CI Bioenergy Summit. Our Honourable Chief Guest for the inaugural session of this 11th edition of the Bioenergy Summit by CI, ladies and gentlemen, is now here, the Honourable Shri Nitin Gadkari ji. We are honoured, privileged and delighted to have the esteemed Honourable Minister for Road Transport and Highways, Government of India, Shri Nitin Gadkari ji in our midst. Ladies and gentlemen, Namaskar, sir. आपका बहुत-बहुत स्वागत है. As we express our gratitude, ladies and gentlemen, by welcoming him, let's have another joyous round of applause for him. Ladies and gentlemen, the Honourable Minister for Road Transport and Highways, Government of India, Shri Nitin Gadkari ji. He has been a real inspiration in the country about bioenergy and the use of ethanol, and we thank him for inspiring the bioenergy industry, for inspiring the nation towards taking this path. Ladies and gentlemen, we also have gracing the dais, Mr. Tarun Sani, Co-Chairman CI Committee on Bioenergy and Vice Chairman and Managing Director, Triveni Engineering and Industries. A very warm welcome to you, sir. And gracing the dais we have, let's have a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. We also have gracing the dais, Mr. Shishir Joshipura, Co-Chairman CI Committee on Bioenergy and CEO and Managing Director, Praj Industries. Let's have a big round of applause. Ladies and gentlemen, we are indeed grateful to be graced by Shri Nitin Gadkari ji, the Honourable Minister for Road Transport and Highways, Government of India. He is widely commended for his multifaceted contributions to our nation. As a competent statesman and astute administrator, he has demonstrated extraordinary prowess in social reform while simultaneously being regarded as an advocate of the masses with vision and actionable ideas. Once again, a very warm welcome to you, sir. So on behalf of the Confederation of Indian Industry, ladies and gentlemen, I take this opportunity to welcome the eminent speakers, our eminent guests, dignitaries, to this 11th edition of the CI Bioenergy Summit 2023, which is being organized with the overarching theme of Energy Transition, Solution for a Sustainable Tomorrow. The CI Bioenergy Summit is an unrivaled platform for professionals from varied sectors to come together and discuss the opportunities offered in terms of business growth as well as global issues that concern the bioenergy industries. Ladies and gentlemen, deliberations will focus on how India can leverage new prospects through joining forces with a global business coalition. I would also like to apprise you, ladies and gentlemen, that after this inaugural, the Honourable Minister will also be heading forward for inaugurating the Auto Expo today, and for the first time ever, Auto Expo 2023 will also feature an exclusive ethanol pavilion, which is a fantastic opportunity for all of us to witness and experience cutting-edge technological advancements related to ethanol-powered vehicles. We thank the Honourable Minister for taking the time out and joining us for this inaugural session of the Bioenergy Summit, ladies and gentlemen. And with that, I'm now going to request at this juncture, Shri Tarun Sani, the Co-Chairman CI Committee on Bioenergy and Vice Chairman and Managing Director, Triveni Engineering and Industries, to please render the welcome remarks on this occasion. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together and welcome Mr. Tarun Sani.
A very good morning to all of you, and I would like to welcome you to this 11th edition of CII's Bioenergy Summit. And indeed a very, very special and warm welcome to Honourable Minister Shri Nitin Gadkari ji, Minister for Road Transport and Highways, Government of India. Sir, it is a great pleasure to have you amongst us. Gadkari ji has been a visionary with respect to bioenergy for our nation for a long period. I feel honored to have had a conversation with him for over a decade on certain occasions on the subject of bioenergy, which is something that is close to all of us. It is now topical, it is current, and it is exciting. The type of entrepreneurial opportunity that it poses for our nation today is really quite unique. The type of impact that it has on our farm community is also one of the bedrocks of our nation's biofuel policy. Biofuel, as we're going to discuss through the course of this entire day, will not only encompass ethanol, but a vast array of technologies that are prevalent today and that will be prevalent as we move forward through the course of this decade. What is interesting are the major leaps that we have taken as a nation in accomplishing significant milestones. The most significant one, in my opinion, is crossing 10% ethanol blending last year, sir. It is with your support, sir, that we are achieving these milestones, and we're looking at more complex technologies. I will remind the Honourable Minister of a conversation we had about 5 years ago when Minister Gadkari had come back from Switzerland seeing a 2G ethanol plant, sir. We were at the advent of 2G ethanol across our nation. where I think the possibilities going forward, and we're eagerly anticipating more direction for industry from the government in terms of where do we go when we look at cellulosic ethanol, where do we go when we look at other bioproducts, be it chemicals, be it plastics, etc. That are the opportunities, that are some of the opportunities that lie before us and will attract not only domestic investment, but large quantums of international investment for our nation. With that, I would like to welcome Shri Nitin Gadkari ji and request him for his opening remarks. Sir.
Respectable Tarun ji, Shishir ji, distinguished dignitaries, colleagues from industries, and all my dear friends, ladies and gentlemen. India is the fastest growing economy, and today the dream of our Prime Minister to make India as Atmanirbhar Bharat. At the same time, the dream is to make Indian economy of $5 trillion. And for that reason, we need to reduce our imports and increase our export. Presently, in the economic situation, in our GDP growth, 52 to 54% is coming from service sector, 22 to 24% from manufacturing sector, and 12% is only from agriculture and allied sector. The dependence on agriculture, the population is more than 65 to 70%. And that is the reason that the India is progressive and Bharat is socially, economically, educationally backward. The rural agriculture and tribal India, I call it as Bharat. And where we need to have more investment, more progress, more growth rate, more employment potential, and to increase per capita income, that is the most important need of our economy. Now the situation in agriculture is also very, very crucial. Before considering the biofuel, we need to understand what is the scenario of agriculture in the country. We have sugar surplus, corn surplus, rice surplus, wheat surplus. Even the MSP is higher and commercial price is less. You take the example of sugar. Our total requirement for sugar consumption in the country is 280 lakh ton. And our production is now going up to 360 lakh ton. And previous year stock now this year is less, but generally it comes 40 to 60 lakh ton. So 120 lakh ton stock is surplus. It is to be a blessing in disguise because of the situation in Brazil. We got a lot of opportunity in export of sugar. That is the reason that the sugar people are still, there are some happy about it. Otherwise, it will be a big chaos. So presently, corn also there is the commercial price is less than MSP. Even for rice, we have to use the railway platform for storage of rice. So in this situation, the surplus food grain is a big problem for the country. And for the MSP, central government, as far as it's our commitment, and we have to give at least make the expenditure of more than 1 lakh crore for giving MSP to the farmer. This is the situation in the agriculture area. Regarding the import of the fossil fuel, this is the import of 16 lakh crore. You understand that in our economy we are spending 16 lakh crore for import of fossil fuel. Whole world, whatever the fossil fuel are using, out of which 30% we are using in India. And we don't have the capacity. That is the reason that is a big economic challenge. Everywhere to make economy strong, we need to reduce our import. And that is exactly the need of the hour. The second important thing is pollution. In the transport sector, the 35 to 40% of the air pollution is because of the fossil fuel. We are already facing the crucial problem in the city like Delhi. It is really a very, very dangerous issue, and we are really facing crucial problem of this air pollution in the country. And that is the reason that we need the policy that is import substitute, cost effective, pollution free and indigenous. I always telling to the people 4 important things. One is proven technology. It is very important. Second is economic viability. Third is availability of raw material. And fourth is marketability. If the 4 things are there, then no problem. We can make success story. Today, in the ethanol case, the proven technology is there. We can make ethanol not only from sugarcane juice, now we can make ethanol from molasses, BAB molasses, C molasses, and from sugarcane juice. Now the Praj has successfully invented the technology by which it can be possible that storage of sugarcane syrup, bio-syrup. So that is also possible now. So in place of molasses, you can convert sugar into bio-syrup, and that bio-syrup we can use for a year. That can be possible. So now we are making ethanol from food grain, that is from rice, even from corn. And the second generation ethanol is also successfully, the projects are implemented, making ethanol from bamboo and biomass. The Indian Oil has successfully have a project in Sonipat. They are making 1 lakh liter of ethanol from parali, that is rice straw, and 150 ton of biobitumen per day. So this is the import substitute. I am in charge for infrastructure ministry, road ministry. The country needs 80 lakh ton of bitumen, out of which 50 lakh ton of bitumen we have available from our refineries. And 25 to 30 lakh ton of bitumen we need to import. Now it is exactly to be a clear thing. After 15 days I am going to visit on the road where the Central Research Road Organization is making the road by using bio-bitumen. And the CSR and Central Research Road Organization giving me the report that the bio-bitumen has got 8 features more as compared with the petroleum bitumen. And we can make the bio-bitumen from parali, rice straw. Burning of parali is a big problem. And now if we can convert that parali into biobitumen or bioethanol, it can be a great source. We can reduce our import, we can reduce our pollution, and we can create employment potential in the rural agriculture area. The tractor molded small unit is there. So these are the technology by which we can reduce our import, create more employment potential and growth in the rural agriculture and tribal India. And at the same time, we will reduce the pollution. In the ethanol economy today, total we are making 450 crore liters of ethanol. Somewhere in the government, we are trying to make some good policies, but sometimes it comes to create big problem for us. So now, the interest subvention and other things, everyone wants that. Actually, don't need. If you delay the project by 1 year, it is a big loss because the demand is there. Now the problem is that we have 450 crore liter of ethanol and we are just going up to the margin of adding 10% ethanol into the petrol. When we will add 20%, we need 1000 crore liter ethanol. So still there is a huge potential. Somewhere the problem is transport of ethanol, because some area ethanol is available and some area in the state where ethanol is not available. Karnataka, Maharashtra, Uttar Pradesh, Tamil Nadu, we have got ethanol is available. But taking ethanol to West Bengal and Northeast is a big problem. But now in Northeast, the Assam Petrol is making methanol, 100 ton of methanol per day. So I suggest the Chief Minister of Assam that you start truck and buses on using methanol. Because methanol rate is 22 rupees per liter, as compared with diesel it is cheaper. So now we have to protect ecology and environment, at the same time we have to protect our economy. And both ways we need to have an integrated approach for that. So presently the ethanol, if we 20% added, our requirement is 1000 crore liter. But now the Bajaj, Hero and TVS, they have their motorcycles are ready, and even they can give the auto rickshaw where we can run on 100% bioethanol. In Pune we have 3 pumps, but now the problem is that we need to have scooters and auto rickshaw available on flex engine, and we need to coordinate them. We can use all this transport, particularly auto rickshaw and scooter in Uttar Pradesh on bioethanol. Now I have a meeting within 15 days with the petroleum minister about the formation of, to making the policy for starting of ethanol pump in the country. So the potential of ethanol is huge. Now the generator said where the people like you should pursue this matter. I pursued this matter with Kirloskar and he given me the generator on 100% bioethanol. The IT ministry, telecommunication ministry is using 2000 crore liter of diesel for generator set in the the IT towers. In place of diesel, if they can convert their generator set on bioethanol, then the diesel rate is 110 rupees and ethanol is 62 rupees. And it can be possible, it is to be economically viable, and now you can pursue this matter to telecommunication ministry. They are ready for that. At the same time, I got appointed to discuss this issue with Prime Minister of Bangladesh and even the Sri Lankan minister. Both are keenly interested about import of ethanol from India for adding ethanol into petrol in Bangladesh and Sri Lanka. The petroleum minister was telling that because of using ethanol, they save 40,000 crore. So it is not a charity. The economic viability is there. For the government side, there is a saving. At the same time, because of green fuel, the pollution problem is also going to resolve. So today, now it's unfortunate that Vikram Kirloskar is not with us now. It's very unfortunate. He promised me at that time that they will start flex engine. And because of flex engine, the Toyota model they want to launch on 100% bioethanol and electric. Their Camry was the model. Already it is already in the market, where it is on petrol and creating 40% electricity. So the model was from Toyota was that we will use 100% ethanol with generating 40% electricity. The cost of the, if comparison with this model, it comes to 25 rupees per liter for petrol. So it was really a economic viability, and because of pollution free, it is to be a very attractive thing. Now the Suzuki, Mercedes, Hyundai, BMW, all the companies have already promised me that they will start flex engine into the country. Already in Brazil and Canada, we have got the flex engine. The same companies have their products in Brazil. So it's not a big problem. So by flex engine, in place of petrol, we can use ethanol. Now the problem is 1 liter of petrol equal to 1 liter 300 ml of ethanol. That is also a good experience in my life. I get some information from Russia that there is a proven technology and they can make the average of petrol and ethanol, they can make same. So I called the scientist into India, I have a discussion, long discussion. After that I convinced by them, I called a petroleum minister and Indian Oil chairman Mr. Vaidya and Ram Kumar from the research laboratory of Indian Oil. And they take the trial, they have given the technology by which the mileage of ethanol and petrol will be the same. So after that experiment, they give me the report. But now today again they tell me that we should take again trial from ARAI. The trial is going on. We are waiting for the report. So it can be possible that the mileage of ethanol and petrol will be the same. Then you can find out what will be the economic viability. And by making ethanol pumps in the country, it is to be very much beneficial for the consumer. At the same time, we are going to reduce our import and reduce the pollution in the country. Now there are many things where the work is going on by making bioaviation fuel from ethanol. Also, we can make bioplastic from ethanol, degradable bioplastic. In the Brazil, it is already available. So, there are a lot of research and the people are doing excellent jobs, making how there is a value addition for ethanol. So, I feel that ethanol is really an important economy, we should think about it. The other important field which is available to us, that is making of bio-CNG and bio-LNG. The 5 ton of rice straw is giving 1 ton of CNG. Already in Punjab, Haryana, some Maharashtra, already project, he is doing excellent job. Already lot of people are doing this project. The economic viability is there. And by this technology, what bio-CNG we are getting, only problem of transport of CNG is a problem, and we need to convert into LNG. But if we can make the plant on the road and there will be a CNG pump, and we can convert our tractor, our cars, our trucks on CNG, we can use that CNG there, the economic viability is there. The maximum cost for making this CNG from bio is not more than 32, 33 rupees. And the selling rate is very high. Today I got opportunity, the Bioenergy owner was with me. The Bioenergy truck is on LNG. And as compared with diesel, the cost of LNG is come only 40%. So we can convert our transport, and now they have a tanker having capacity of 1600 kilometer in the truck. So by making CNG or LNG from biomass, it can be also a good economic viable project. Particularly, it is a blessing in disguise. Conversion of waste into wealth. I am always telling to the people 2 important philosophies. One is knowledge, conversion of knowledge into wealth. That is the innovation, entrepreneurship, science, technology, research, skill and successful practices. We name it as knowledge. And conversion of knowledge into wealth is the future. And the second important thing is very, very important as far as the socio-economic problems are concerned, that is conversion of waste into wealth. No one is waste and no person is waste. It is depending upon the appropriate leadership, vision of the leadership and appropriate technology that you can convert waste into wealth. Now just I was imagining if the Gazipur take it total all that waste which is available, we can convert into green hydrogen. We can run all the buses, trucks and car of Delhi on hydrogen. It can be possible. Now the hydrogen is the fuel for the future. It is really very important. Today we are importer of energy, but within 10 years the situation will change and we will be the exporter of the energy. And that is going to be happen. Now, making hydrogen from coal is black hydrogen. Hydrogen from petroleum is a brown hydrogen, and hydrogen from biomass, hydrogen from waste, organic waste, and hydrogen from water is green hydrogen. So, there are a lot of experiments going on. I am not the expert of the subject. But for making hydrogen from the waste water, I suggest the urban ministry and Prime Minister also in our cabinet meeting that we should work on the proposal for Swachh Bharat Abhiyan. All municipal corporation will take this project, that they segregate the waste, solid waste management, they segregate the waste, and from organic waste in biodigester they can make hydrogen. From methane and methane we can get the hydrogen. And from the wastewater, 70% cost in the green hydrogen is power. For segregation, we need rooftop, and rooftop solar we can make it, and that power come to 2 rupees 40 paisa per unit. By using electrolyzer from sewage water, we can make the clean water, and we can make hydrogen from that. And we will use the generator on ethanol, because the diesel cost is higher, and by which compress it to 500 bar, and we can use it in the car, bus and truck. So this can be possible. But the problem is that using electrolyzer and power, the cost is coming at least 300 rupees per kg. But we need the cost less than 100 rupees, $1. It's very difficult. It's a big challenge to the researcher and innovators. Now I got appointed, Mr. Ramakrishnan is here. I got appointed to visit Indian Institute of Science, is correct, no? In Bangalore. So they have invented the technology from biomass, all type of biomass, they can make green hydrogen. They don't need power. Even it's a so good technology, they don't need any fuel. Exactly whatever they are making, they are using that. So in that particular technology, I feel that because their capital cost is very high, they are working on that. It can come up to 100 rupees per kg. And that can be economically viable. Storage of hydrogen also is a big problem. Transport of hydrogen is a big problem. People are working on this, all this field. And I feel that in due course of time, we will get the solutions. So green hydrogen is a fuel for the future. Someone was telling me, you are talking about electric vehicle, then you are talking about methanol, then you are talking about ethanol, then everything you are giving new alternative. But it is then how it going to happen that we don't bother. समुंदर है जिसमें जितना दम है उतनी ताकत लगाओ तो भी इंपोर्ट होने वाला है. 16 लाख करोड़ का इंपोर्ट है. समुंदर इतना बड़ा है, तुम कितना भी करोगे, तुम्हारे में जितनी औकात होगी, हैसियत होगी, जितना कुछ करोगे तो भी ऐसी स्थिति 25 साल आने वाली नहीं है. क्योंकि हमारी इकोनॉमी ग्रोथ बढ़ रही है और इसलिए वी नीड टू वर्क ऑन ऑल अल्टरनेटिव फ्यूल्स. And the most important thing is we need to strengthen our agriculture, rural and tribal sector to create more employment potential, to create growth rate. Even we can use wasteland. And in the wasteland, we are making plantation of bamboo. And we can increase the productivity. 1 acre of bamboo, Bhima bamboo giving 200 ton of bamboo per acre after 2 years. Just to understand how much biomass will be available. By using biotechnology, we will increase the production of biomass and we will use that biomass for generating green hydrogen, green fuel. Now I have just listened that one Napier grass quality from Thailand is coming and they are claiming that they will take 1,000 ton grass per year. By using their technology, it can be possible. It is now they are claiming. So I feel that there are new invention, new research is going on. So first of all, availability of raw material is no problem. Proven technology is no problem. Marketability, no problem. Economic viability, no problem. And about in the situation, because of big import and pollution problem, economic problem, this is a golden opportunity for investment. And I feel that now some of the people are creating some debate that fuel versus food. Some of the people who are creating, how yes you can make the biofuel, but how the demand is so huge, how you are going to resolve that issue. These are all intellectual people, they have a lot of knowledge and they can make a lot of good arguments. But practical point of view, there is a potential, there is economic viability, proven technology, there raw material available. You will get your money back within 5 to 6 years. You immediately can invest in it and there is a good future for this industry. First of all, the most important thing in the country is pollution. And now we are making public transport. I got appointed to launch Volvo bus, 15-meter bus, sleeper coach. So beautifully it was designed. I suggest them they should make business class bus. And now we are making big highways from Delhi to Dehradun, 2 hours. Delhi to Chandigarh, 2.5 hours. Delhi to Jaipur, 2 hours. Delhi to Amritsar, 4 hours. Delhi to Katra, 6 hours. Delhi to Srinagar, 8 hours. Delhi to Meerut is come to now to 45 minutes. Previously it was 3.5 hours. Delhi to Mumbai, 12 hours. Chennai to Bangalore 2 hours and Bangalore to Mysore 1 hour. So we are going to change the total scenario of road infrastructure. And there is economic viability. Even by using CNG, our transport will be more viable than railway. So you see the potential. And if we can make the bio CNG, bio LNG, ethanol, hydrogen, nothing like that. My insist and my request to all of you that we should go in the rural agriculture and tribal India. Because the raw material is available, economic viability is there, and that this is the need of the country to create more employment potential in agriculture. And that is exactly the economic requirement of the country. So today the future of ethanol is very good, ethanol biofuel is very good. Even the electric we are working. We are working on ropeway, cable car, funicular rail. We are making 260 projects in India now. Now my idea is to take sky bus having capacity of 200 people in the sky, like city like Bangalore, Mumbai, Delhi. We need different type of modes for that. So the technology is available and the economic viability is available, the public-private investment, there is no problem. I am making the roads. Every year I am making the roads of 5 lakhs crore. My budget is, it's a good budget to me, but I am not only depending upon the budget. People are coming to me, they are in the queue, they are asking me, collect my money, I am ready to invest with you. I am selecting the people. I am very much I have a choice that I should take money from which company, which institute, which bank. The bank chairmen are giving, I am ready to give you 25,000 crore. Someone tell me 30,000 crore. But now I decided a more. In our INVIT model, we launched the model, and in Bombay Stock Exchange, when we launched for 10 days, and the time was fixed for 10 days, I was in Goa. In the first day, in 7 hours, our issue was 7 times oversubscribed. Because we have decided now giving benefit to the small people, the peon, constable, small salary earned people. And we are offering them 8% return per year. And we are ready to give them interest every month in their bank account, guaranteed, 8.50 on deposit. So the people are giving good response. So don't waste time for all the getting permissions and bank loans and other things. You just immediately start the project, because 1 year delay, this 1 year you will get too much profit. That is to be more than subsidies and already going to this office and wasting time. You start it as early as possible and take the advantage of the situation. Government is now very keen to purchase more ethanol. Government is supporting friendly as far as alternative fuel is concerned. Because of the Ukraine war, the international market rates are increased. And that is the reason that government is also convinced that this is the need of the hour to encourage alternative fuel in India. Everyone is on the positive track. So this is a golden opportunity for all the investors who can think on that line, and we can make strong India, economically strong India, particularly Bharat, the rural agriculture, tribal India. And I am from the agriculture, that is the reason I will request you that this is the time that we can increase our growth rate in agriculture area. We can increase more employment potential. We can adding more GDP growth, and we will make Atmanirbhar Bharat, and we will make India as a super economic power in the world by solving this problem. Because import of 16 lakh crores of fossil fuel is not a big issue, it's not a small issue. It is really a very big and crucial economic issue. At the same time, this is very important as far as pollution is concerned. Import substitute, cost effective, pollution free and indigenous. I feel that this is the future of our country. I am giving my special thanks to CII for organizing this event. The subject is very much touching to my heart. I am always propagating it from last many years, from 2004. Somewhere people was talking that when Mr. Gadkari is coming, yes, he is talking about ethanol. So ethanol is brand related with me. But I don't have any problem with it, because I am well convinced by it that this is the future of our country. I am giving my best wishes to all of you. Once again, thank you very much. Namaskar.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister, for your ardent address. I have to say, we cannot thank you enough for always inspiring us with your vision for transformation and your action-oriented leadership. Thank you so much, sir, once again. Ladies and gentlemen, with that, it is now my privilege to invite to the podium Mr. Shishir Joshipura, Co-Chairman, CII Committee on Bioenergy and CEO and Managing Director, Praj Industries, who's going to render the concluding remarks. May I request you to please help me welcome him with a round of applause. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Shishir Joshipura.
Good morning. Thank you. Honorable Mr. Shri Gadkari ji, once Shri Gadkari speaks, there is nothing left to conclude, isn't it? He is so comprehensive in his address. I'm sure that all of us who are different elements of this whole value chain have all taken away one leaf or another today from his address, whether it was around application development, whether it was around including inclusive economy, whether it's about increasing India's energy security. I mean, he can paint the whole canvas in 10 minutes flat. That's something all of us have to learn as a skill from him. As India stands along with the world at the cusp of energy transition, bioenergy is going to play a very, very important role. And we all are gathered here today on this 11th Bioenergy Summit to discuss how we can accelerate this. Sir, your call for action in different dimensions will definitely spur us on and take us forward and help us deliberate in a very, very constructive way today. As we move forward, we all understand the need for not only a sustainable growth, which all of us are excited about, the Prime Minister's vision of $5 trillion economy, a very important role that bioeconomy is going to play in contributing to that $5 trillion dream, almost a reality as well. But what's more important is, along with that growth, we need a very important pillar of energy, and that too sustainable energy, to move forward and build that as a very, very important platform to ensure that our growth is sustainable. I'm sure in our deliberations today, all my esteemed colleagues from the industry will deliberate this issue, and we will see a very, very rich dialogue taking place, and I'm sure that our conclusions will also be able to help us move forward. We cannot ask, and I was thinking, what is the word that we could use for Sri Gadkari? Is he the ambassador for our industry? Is he the champion? Is he the messiah? And I was thinking about Noah's Ark, and maybe for all of us. Thank you very much, sir, for being here today with us and addressing. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Shri Joshipura, for rendering the welcome, the thank you and concluding remarks as well. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to thank the Honorable Minister once again for taking the time out from his very busy schedule. Like I said, he's going to be now proceeding to inaugurate the Auto Expo. Like I said earlier, for the first time ever, Auto Expo 2023 will feature an exclusive ethanol pavilion. Thank you once again, sir. I think the photographer will need a photo opportunity. And with that, let's have a big round of applause once again for the Honorable Minister. From here, we're going to go on to the next session, ladies and gentlemen, which will be the plenary session on biofuels. So I'm going to request you to please remain seated and not go anywhere. We will not be taking a break at this juncture. But once again, we thank the Honorable Minister. Ladies and gentlemen, can we have a big round of applause once again? Thank you very much, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, as I was saying, we will now continue with the summit with our biofuel session, which is the opening plenary, ladies and gentlemen. And biofuels definitely are impacting the energy landscape across the globe, and therefore their contribution towards climate change mitigation is central to the energy transition theme. And as you see, ladies and gentlemen, we are just resetting the days, which will take just under a minute. We have esteemed panelists, Mr. Tarun Sahani, Mr. Shishir Joshipura, who were also a part of the inaugural session, along with Mr. Mark A. Rossman, who is the Attaché for Agricultural Affairs with the American Embassy in New Delhi, as well as Professor Virendra Kumar Vijay, IREDA Chair Professor, Center for Rural Development and Technology, India Institute of Technology, Delhi, who's going to be joining us. May I request you, ladies and gentlemen, to remain seated. This session is going to be a very relevant one. because this is going to focus on how biofuels will impact the energy landscape across the globe and also their contribution towards climate change mitigation, which is central to the energy transition theme. May I request you to please stay with us, ladies and gentlemen, and not go away anywhere. Our eminent panelists are here. We're going to take under a minute to reset the dais. There is indeed a vast potential of biofuels, and that, ladies and gentlemen, is going to be deliberated upon and explored by our very eminent panelists, and how biofuels can drive economic growth while simultaneously creating new opportunities for entrepreneurs to prosper and empowering farmers financially. So I'm going to request you to please stay with us. The dais, ladies and gentlemen, looks set now, and the eminent panelists are going to be joining us on stage in just a couple of minutes. Let me apprise you that we have joining us as speakers Mr. Mark A. Rossman, Attaché for Agricultural Affairs, American Embassy, and Professor Virendra Kumar Vijay, IREDA Chair Professor, Center for Rural Development and Technology, Indian Institute of Technology, Delhi, joining us on stage very shortly. So may I request you, ladies and gentlemen, to please remain seated and not go away anywhere. We will be taking a break a little later, but let me also apprise you, ladies and gentlemen, that a little later today we also have the ministerial session, which will be graced with the presence of Shri Hardeep Singh Puri, the Honorable Minister for Petroleum and Natural Gas and Housing and Urban Affairs, Government of India. He's going to be a part of the ministerial session later today at around 13:55 hours. Actually, it's going to be at 14:45 hours. So we're going to request you, ladies and gentlemen, to please be with us here. We're going to be starting with our session on biofuels very shortly. Thank you for your patience once again. Thank you for bearing with us. We request you to not go away anywhere because we're not going to be taking a break. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, I have been apprised at 3:55 p.m. actually, we will have the ministerial session, which Shri Hardeep Singh Puri, Honorable Minister for Petroleum and Natural Gas and Housing and Urban Affairs, Government of India, which is going to be a very significant one. I'm going to request you, ladies and gentlemen, to please ensure that your mobile phones are still on silent, and we're going to be starting very shortly. We, of course, do not want you to switch off your mobile phones because we need you to spread the message of this 11th edition of the Bioenergy Summit far and wide across all your social media platforms. So I'm going to request you to please share the message. Meanwhile, we await the presence of the esteemed panelists who are now with us, but they're going to be taking their place very, very shortly. So please bear with us and not go away anywhere. This is an important plenary on biofuels. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you once again for your patience and thank you for bearing with us. But we're going to be starting with the plenary in about 5 minutes from now, since the Honorable Minister is still with the CII co-chairs. So I'm going to the CII Committee on Bioenergy and Vice Chairman and Managing Director, Mr. Tarun Sahni. He's here with us. He's going to be actually moderating this session for us, this first plenary. But before that happens, allow us just about 5 minutes. The Honorable Minister is still gracing the occasion, and just while he's here talking to the CII co-chairs for the Bioenergy Committee, I request you to please remain seated, or if you're going, make sure that you're back in exactly 5 minutes because that's how much time we have to start the next session. But thank you very much once again for bearing with us and for your patience. Thank you.
Innovative aqua, responsible green, reliable blue, energetic orange. Our inspiration to change for a better tomorrow. Praj, innovate, integrate, deliver. Praj is a globally leading process solutions company with a bouquet of offerings in bioenergy, high-purity solutions, critical process equipment and skids, special biochemical projects, and industrial wastewater treatment. Innovation and sustainability has always been the core philosophy of Praj, and for the last 30 years, Praj Matrix, the R&D center, has been integral to this philosophy. It is the growth engine that drives the core businesses of Praj, providing many breakthrough solutions in the field of industrial biotechnology. Be it conventional first-gen ethanol, advanced biorefineries, renewable chemicals, or health and wellness, Praj Matrix has successfully developed a variety of processes and technologies that have been instrumental to the success of Praj. This has propelled it to the stature of an internationally renowned organization in the field of bio-based technologies. Recognizing the importance of innovation, the R&D Center commenced activities within the first few years of the inception of Praj. Over the years, it has transformed from a mere support center for development and innovation to a unique R&D facility in private sector. The biggest leap took place in 2008. Moving to an independent premises spread over 5 acres, Praj Matrix expanded into the field of fundamental research. This has enabled Praj to join an elite club of select organizations worldwide operating in this challenging arena.
It has not been an easy journey. It is our passion and conviction which saw to it that we sustain this developmental work. Thanks to our dedicated, hardworking scientists supporting our efforts.
In spite of all the challenges, it has been an exciting 3 decades, nonetheless with many significant milestones along the way. With biofuels gaining momentum, Matrix relocated to an exclusive state-of-the-art facility at the dawn of the new millennium. Of these numerous achievements, the biggest accomplishment is undoubtedly the successful commissioning of the second-generation ethanol demo plant, which uses multi-source lignocellulosic feedstock to produce ethanol and various renewable chemicals.
We always believed that biofuels will play a major role in development of renewable energy basket all across the globe. For past 3 decades, Praj Matrix has developed variety of technologies and supported these efforts including development of second generation ethanol technology from biomass.
Leveraging this technology, Praj Matrix has also taken major strides in the field of biorefineries. Patented processes developed a number of products, including furfural and xylitol. These find commercial applications in the polymer and food industry, with the furfural process being licensed to one of Europe's biggest chemical companies. Apart from biofuels and biorefineries, Praj Matrix also does flagship research in the field of oleochemicals and health and wellness. This has resulted in many commercially lucrative products. Of particular note are high hyaluronic acid, harvested entirely from non-animal sources, and tocopherol, which is extracted from soya oil distillate. This success has been possible because of the dedicated efforts of 100 technologists who operate in 5 closely integrated centers of excellence. Is state-of-the-art equipment in 16 different labs, a multi-purpose pilot plant spread over an area of 20,000 square feet. That Praj Matrix holds 15 patents with several more in the pipeline. Pioneering research and innovation in industrial biotechnology, Praj Matrix has garnered international repute and frequently hosts technocrats and prominent dignitaries from around the world.
Going forward, we envisage Praj Matrix evolving into a center of excellence in bioeconomy, supporting various initiatives across the globe. This center will play a vital role in designing and defining the industrial biotech landscape internationally. I wish the Praj Matrix team of scientists very good luck in their future endeavors.
Praj Matrix, committed to its vision of providing environment-friendly and sustainable solutions that can make the world a better place.
India is in the midst of a transformational journey. A journey towards self-reliance. It is driving an all-encompassing transformation in its economic and industrial landscapes to emerge strong, independent and self-sufficient. Inspired by this journey of self-reliance, we at Triveni Engineering have also prepared a roadmap to drive self-sufficiency across the sectors and business segments of our presence. We have positioned ourselves as partners in the nation's efforts to become a self-sustaining economic power on the global map. In our sugar business, as one of India's largest sugar manufacturers, with 7 state-of-the-art FSSC 22000 certified sugar units, we have been working towards agri self-reliance by strengthening our farmer relations to boost production, yield and their income, thus uplifting and empowering the country's rural population. We also worked aggressively on our cane development initiatives to maximize sugarcane yield, crush and recovery. In our alcohol business, we have been expanding our capacity to support the government's Ethanol Blending Programme to create a more sustainable future by lowering emissions and reducing import dependence. This approach has delivered sterling results for the company and contributed towards the progress of the sector at a broader level. In our engineering businesses, we are among the leading players in power transmission and water and wastewater treatment solutions in the country. We have been steering India's self-reliance journey through our power transmission solutions, which are driven by innovation, value engineering and reliability. In financial year 2021-22, scaled many milestones to leverage the growth opportunity in this segment in terms of product offerings as well as new markets. Through defense products and solutions, we are powering India's indigenous efforts. We are a trusted indigenous supplier of critical equipment for Indian Navy for the last 3 decades. The growing water scarcity is catalyzing new opportunities in the areas of recycle, reuse and zero liquid discharge. Through our innovative water and wastewater treatment solutions, we have been boosting India's water self-sufficiency by catering to the specialized needs of industrial, municipal and specialized projects across sectors, including desalination and utility management for water and sewerage network. With a strong environment, social and governance focus across life cycle, we have developed a robust foundation to nurture our relationships and steer our strategic approach to partner India's journey towards self-reliance. Today, we are an entity designed to deliver self-sustenance with sustained growth on the strength of 18 world-class facilities. Our 5-year journey towards self-reliance has culminated in our performance. As we uphold our vision to strive to maintain sustainable business growth through continuous innovation, market development and customer retention, while creating long-term value for all our stakeholders, we are also positioning ourselves as partners in the nation's efforts to become a self-sustaining economic power on the global map. This we consider as our responsibility and privilege.
उगती हुई हरियाली में, सोने सी हर बाली में, हर सुबह चाय की प्याली में और घर घर की खुशहाली में, प्रदूषण मुक्त हो आसमान, दुनिया भर में अपने निशान, आत्मनिर्भर हिंदुस्तान, गेल इंडिया जिसकी पहचान।
Innovative aqua, responsible green, reliable blue, energetic orange, our inspiration to change for a better tomorrow. Praj, innovate, integrate, deliver. Praj is a globally leading process solutions company with a bouquet of offerings in bioenergy, high purity solutions, critical process equipment and skids, special biochemical projects, and industrial wastewater treatment. Innovation and sustainability has always been the core philosophy of Praj, and for the last 30 years, Praj Matrix, the R&D center, has been integral to this philosophy. It is the growth engine that drives the core businesses of Praj, providing many breakthrough solutions in the field of industrial biotechnology. Be it conventional first-gen ethanol, advanced biorefineries, renewable chemicals, or health and wellness, Praj Matrix has successfully developed a variety of processes and technologies that have been instrumental to the success of Praj. This has propelled it to the stature of an internationally renowned organization in the field of bio-based technologies. Recognizing the importance of innovation, the R&D Center commenced activities within the first few years of the inception of Praj. Over the years, it has transformed from a mere support center for development and innovation to a unique R&D facility in private sector. The biggest leap took place in 2008. Moving to an independent premises spread over 5 acres, Praj Matrix expanded into the field of fundamental research. This has enabled Praj to join an elite club of select organizations worldwide operating in this challenging arena.
It has not been an easy journey. It is our passion and conviction which saw to it that we sustain this developmental work. Thanks to our dedicated, hardworking scientists supporting our efforts.
In spite of all the challenges, it has been an exciting 3 decades, nonetheless with many significant milestones along the way.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will now very quickly resume the proceedings and start with the first plenary session. May I request you to please take seats, ladies and gentlemen. Please be seated. We're going to be starting with the plenary session, which is a panel discussion of distinguished speakers on how biofuels are impacting the energy landscape across the globe and therefore the contribution of biofuels towards climate change mitigation being central to the energy transition theme. May I request you to please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the session which will explore the vast potential of biofuels and how it can drive economic growth while simultaneously creating new opportunities for entrepreneurs to prosper, as well as empowering farmers financially. May I request you to please be seated, ladies and gentlemen, and I'm going to be requesting our panelists to take their place on the dais. Please take seats. May I invite Mr. Shishir Joshipura, Co-Chairman CI Committee on Bioenergy and CEO and Managing Director, Praj Industries. Okay. May I invite Mr. Mark A. Rossman, Attaché for Agricultural Affairs, American Embassy, New Delhi, India, to kindly grace the dais. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome Mr. Mark A. Rossman on stage. There he is. May I invite Professor Virendra Kumar Vijay, IREDA Chair, Professor, Center for Rural Development and Technology, Indian Institute of Technology, Delhi. Let's welcome him on stage with a big round of applause. Professor Virendra Kumar Vijay. Welcome, sir. And ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be joined by co-chairs, CI Committee on Bioenergy, Mr. Tarun Sani and Mr. Shishir Joshipura in just a bit. With that, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to apprise you that we have Mr. Tarun Sani, Co-Chairman, CI Committee on Bioenergy, and of course Mr. Shishir Joshipura, Co-Chairman, CI Committee on Bioenergy, both back on the dais with us. I'm going to now request Mr. Tarun Sani to please set the opening remarks for this session, the welcome address for this first plenary session. Sir, please, Mr. Sani.
Good morning again, and thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for your patience. This morning's inaugural session was a tremendously exciting one, where the Honorable Minister, Shri Nitin Gadkari ji, really spoke about the entire canvas of bioenergy, something that touches all of us, something that gives us tremendous hope, tremendous opportunity, and addressing such a wide variety of different technologies and opportunities that face us today. For this first plenary session, I'm delighted to introduce my fellow panelists. Firstly, I'd like to introduce Shashi Joshipura, who is my co-chairman on the CII Bioenergy Committee. I'd also like to introduce Mark Rossman, who's the attaché for agricultural affairs from the American Embassy. Welcome. And last but not least, I'd like to welcome Professor Virendra Vijay from the Indian Institute of Technology. Professor Vijay actually has done a tremendous amount of work on CBG, and I was reading some of his research papers, and I think that is an area that we're going to be discussing in greater detail, and I hope that in his remarks he addresses some of the technological challenges that have been overcome, as well as the commercial opportunities that exist today. We have a jam-packed session today where we're really going to be covering the breadth of bioenergy. And ladies and gentlemen, I would like to re-emphasize the importance of this subject today. As we get closer to the national budget on the 1st of February, I think we're eagerly anticipating quite a lot of work. We're anticipating quite a lot of changes from the Government of India, from a policy perspective, potentially even from a fiscal perspective. And CII has taken a great role in terms of really spearheading this initiative and really bringing the industry views to government. And so as we eagerly anticipate this through the course of this day, I would encourage you to ask questions, because we have a star-studded group of speakers for the rest of the day. But without further ado, as we're trying to catch up on time, may I ask Mr. Mark Rossman for his inaugural address.
All right, good morning, everybody, and thank you for the introduction, sir. I would like to thank CII, respected members on the dais, and all those who have had the privilege to work with on behalf of the U.S. Embassy and the United States Department of Agriculture. And a special acknowledgement also goes to Sri Gadkari, a true catalyst in the development of India's energy transition. And I would like to thank the members of CII, Ms. Archana Sinha, for the invitation and the ability to speak with you all today. It is an honor for me to represent the U.S. Embassy here in New Delhi and the USDA, the Department of Agriculture, at this important and timely event. For me, this has truly been a biofuels week for a number of reasons, of course, but as well as we have the India Auto Show 2023 and others. In fact, we at the Embassy have had the pleasure of hosting members of our United States Grain Council, USGC, who are here this week for a range of activities, most of all for the signing of a memorandum of understanding with the Society of Indian Automobile Manufacturers, SIAM. And you might have seen that press release in the news recently. As we see it, this MOU is demonstrative of our longstanding U.S.-India cooperation in agricultural business, capacity building, trade, and investment. And for decades, we, the United States, have been a cooperative partner with India in bilateral trade. In 2001, this value was estimated at 20 billion USD. It has since increased nearly fivefold, and in 2021 topped 119 billion. And bilateral foreign direct investment is approaching 65 billion USD. So they're investments that are supporting hundreds of thousands of jobs, both in the United States and in India, and there's certainly lots of room for growth in that space. And apart from our economies, U.S. and India share a rich and historic relationship in agriculture. And as two of the world's largest agricultural producers for a host of commodities, dairy, sugar, wheat, rice, horticulture, just to name a few, we regularly partner in important discussions concerning policy, innovation, and food security. So in agriculture, it's the champion for U.S. foreign trade. In 2021, U.S. exported $191 billion in agriculture and related products. In India, that value has increased 34% year on year to $2.2 billion in 2022, and which covers a wide range of products. But one of them certainly stands out, and that's ethanol. And ethanol, much like biodiesel, as you well know, it's produced from renewable feedstocks with proven success in reducing greenhouse gas emissions. India has been the third largest market for U.S. ethanol, importing 564 million liters in 2021. In the United States, exports roughly about 100, exports ethanol to about 100 countries throughout the world, both for blending and for fuel industrial use. And here in India, we partner with the U.S. Grains Council to support efforts to promote and enhance the trade of U.S. industrial-grade ethanol and seek opportunities for enhanced cooperation in biofuels. And certainly, as I noted, the USGC will be signing this MOU with Siam. And this MOU, which we'll be doing tomorrow morning in the presence of Shri Hardip Singh Puri, will expand cooperation between USGC and Siam on ethanol use and promotion in India, including areas of logistics, infrastructure, compatibility, and the benefits of ethanol for India's vehicle fleet. So what better time to be discussing biofuels as India has taken the presidency this year for the G20. Back on just Tuesday this week, Minister Puri announced India's ethanol blending goals of attaining E20 by 2025, having reached E10 back in 2022 this year. And additionally, various auto companies are unveiling new technologies and vehicles that can run on higher ethanol blends. Here in the United States, ethanol is certainly a very critical product for us. More than 98% of our petrol sold in the U.S. contained blends, be it E10, E15. In 2021, U.S. fuel ethanol production equaled about 15 billion gallons, or about 400 million barrels. In fact, it was announced last week that in my home state of Iowa, where my parents are farmers still, produced 4.5 billion gallons of ethanol last year, and that's a new record. Whereas the majority of India's ethanol is from sugarcane and molasses, as you certainly know, about 94% of U.S. ethanol is produced from cornstarch. And this has always been resulting in a net positive energy balance that has really helped improve the vehicle performance of U.S. autos, reduce reliance on oil, and reduced costs for consumers. So on the U.S. side, the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency has proposed new standards that were just released last month for how much of our nation's fuel supply should be derived from renewable sources. This calls for an increase in mandatory requirements set forth by our federal Renewable Fuel Standard, or RFS. This was created back in 2005 that dictates how much renewable fuels should be used for our nation's energy supply. And products like corn-based ethanol, biogas, wood pellets, among many others, are used to reduce the use of petroleum-based fuel and reduce greenhouse gas emissions. So under the proposal this year, we're looking at renewable fuels to increase by 9% by the end of 2025, or an increase of nearly 2 billion gallons. We're also looking at a target of 21 billion gallons of renewable fuels for 2023, which includes over 15 billion gallons of ethanol from corn. So with respect to advanced biofuels like 2G, our EPA suggests about a 14% increase in the use of those fuels in the next year, and about a 12% increase the year after that. So, and by 2025, the EPA looks to have 22 billion gallons of different renewable fuel sources powering the nation. And I bring this up because it's very timely about having a wide pot of renewable energy sources. And as we're discussing today, the role of 2G, the role of green hydrogen, all these are supplies, all these are products that are critical to reducing greenhouse gas emissions, and doing so in partnership with countries around the world. As I mentioned, Ministry of Petroleum and Natural Gas announced the 10% blending rate, and the United States lauds and applauds India's achievement in attaining its goal in 2022, as it plans to further reduce its carbon footprint with E20 by 2025. India is well within reach to develop its sugarcane molasses-based distillation infrastructure to reach that. And to increase the infrastructure by 5 billion liters within the next 2 years is certainly a daunting task. Using alternative feedstocks, rice, damaged food grains, towards the ethanol blending mandate is making significant inroads. And infrastructure requirements, nationwide rail networks for biofuels covering all the states or areas that require further development. As India expands production capacity and contemplates biofuel exports, further feedstocks will be needed to augment domestic supply, boost domestic production, and align with the Make in India campaign. So it's been extraordinary, India's progress of reaching E10, and that would make it the world's third largest ethanol market after Brazil and the United States. And there's significant room for growth and investment, be it in the field, at the distillery, or in the trade. We, the U.S. government, believe in the power of the global market to source critical inputs that will help drive overall quality improvement, make the automobile and energy industries more stable over time, and generate market efficiencies and opportunities around the world. And I remain very optimistic about the future of our U.S.-India partnership in agriculture, biofuels, and trade. Thank you very much for the opportunity and look forward to the discussion.
Mr. Rossman, thank you very much for those words. It's impressive, the journey that the United States has followed as far as bioenergy and ethanol manufacture, both 1G and 2G, is concerned. And I clearly do personally believe that there's tremendous scope, not just for partnership from a sourcing perspective, but also in terms of technologies. And I think that will probably be the lowest of the low-hanging fruits. And I look forward to more such engagement between corporates in the United States and in India as far as biofuel is concerned, or bioenergy is concerned. Next, I'm delighted to invite Professor Virendra Vijay, who is the IREDA Professor at the Indian Institute of Technology. Professor Vijay has done a tremendous amount of work with respect to rural India and rural technologies, and as I had mentioned, with respect to CBG. And I'm excited to hear what he has to say. Professor Vijay.
All the participants in this today's 11th Bioenergy Summit of CII, Shri Shishir Joshipura ji, Tarun Sahani ji, Mark Rosman ji, and all the future investors in bioenergy systems in the country. मुझे दो चीज़ बहुत जोर से कहनी है आज. For last 30 years, I am working 35 years on bioenergy system, particularly biogas. और अभी 5 मिनट पहले एक फ़ोन आया था ICCSR के जो चेयरमैन बजाज जी हैं. He wanted a round table discussion in IIT system at IIT Delhi of say 100 prominent people कि what should be the paradigm of development in 21st century. और वो इश्यू इसलिए आया कि जोशीमठ में जो हालत हो रही है, उत्तराखंड में, खाली वो जोशीमठ तक कंसंट्रेट नहीं है, वो पूरे उत्तराखंड में फैल रही है. तो व्हाट शुड बी द पैराडाइम ऑफ डेवलपमेंट इन 21st सेंचुरी विच इंडिया कैन लीड. तो मुझे लगता है कि हमको उस कंटेक्स्ट में, अभी गडकरी जी ने साहब का 18 लाख करोड़ हम फॉसिल के लिए परचेज के लिए दे रहे हैं. हमारे पास इतने रिसोर्सेज हैं, हमारे पास इतनी ताकत है, हमारे पास इतनी विजडम है, हमारे पास इतनी टेक्नोलॉजी है कि हम उस सारी चीज़ों को रिवर्स कर सकते हैं. और क्योंकि वी हैव कमिटेड दैट इंडिया विल बी कार्बन न्यूट्रल कंट्री बाय 2070. सारी दुनिया कह रही थी कब तक हो जाओगे, कब तक हो जाएगी, हमारे प्राइम मिनिस्टर ने अनाउंस कर दिया. और 2030 तक हम लोग रिन्यूएबल एनर्जी पे 50% हमारा एनर्जी का वो करने वाले हैं. तो बायो एनर्जी का उसमें बहुत प्रॉस्पेक्ट्स है, बहुत कुछ हो सकता है. पर एक चीज़ हमेशा आप ध्यान रखिए, दिस इज ए डिसेंट्रलाइज सिस्टम. आप उसको सेंट्रलाइज करना चाहेंगे तो वो ठीक नहीं है. और वो इसलिए ज़्यादा प्रोजेक्ट फेल हो रहे हैं. जो जितने भी CBG वाले प्रोजेक्ट आ रहे हैं, बायोगैस के बड़े प्रोजेक्ट आ रहे हैं, बायो इथानॉल के हों, चाहे बायोडीजल के हों, चाहे और कोई भी हो, हमको लोगों के साथ जुड़ना है, ज़मीन के साथ जुड़ना है और उनके हिसाब से काम करना है. यू शुड कीप मिनिमम बेनिफिट्स इन द बिगिनिंग ऑफ योर प्रोजेक्ट वर्क. जब तक आप खाली प्रॉफिट मार्जिन पे चलेंगे तो ठीक नहीं रहेगा. वो होना ये चाहिए कि चलो स्टार्टिंग में 1-2 साल 5 साल तक आप कम प्रॉफिट पे आप उसको चीज़ों को आगे बढ़ाएं. सस्टेनेबल होनी चाहिए और वो चलना चाहिए. कहीं ऐसा नहीं हो कि जो सप्लाई चेन सिस्टम उससे अफेक्ट करे. तो मैं CBG का आदमी हूँ, CBG पे बात ज़्यादा करूँगा कि पिछले 2010 में हमने, दीपक गुप्ता जी बैठे हैं अभी, जो एमएनआरई के सेक्रेटरी थे, हम लोगों ने मिलकर बीजीएपी प्रोग्राम बनाया, इंडिया में लॉन्च किया कि किस तरह से हम सीबीजी को प्रमोट करें इंडिया में, और वो बहुत ज़्यादा सक्सेसफुल नहीं हो पाया क्योंकि उसमें जो स्टेक होल्डर्स ठीक नहीं थे, वो टेक्नोलॉजी कौन सी होनी चाहिए। देर आर 3 टेक्नोलॉजीज, पीएसए है, वाटर स्क्रबिंग है और मेम्ब्रेन सेपरेशन है। दुनिया भर में कुछ भी हो रहा हो, 2011 में इंडियन डेलीगेशन स्वीडन गया था, मिनिस्ट्री एमएनआरई लेके गई थी, स्वीडन गवर्नमेंट ने बुलाया था, आई वॉज पार्ट ऑफ दैट, और उसमें 5 इंडस्ट्री वाले थे, 5 हम लोग साइंटिस्ट और एमएनआरई के ऑफिशियल्स थे। हम वहाँ देख के आए लीकिंग में 3-4 जगह पे, 7 दिन वहाँ रहे आके, और हमने दिल्ली की चीफ मिनिस्टर शीला दीक्षित जी थी तो उनको रिपोर्ट दी, एलएनटी ने रिपोर्ट बनाई, फिर आईएल ने बनाई, पर वो इतनी ज़्यादा कॉस्ट थी कि वो वायबिलिटी आई नहीं उस पर। 40,000 क्यूबिक मीटर जो एसटीपी है रोहिणी में, उस पर बन रही थी बायोगैस। भाई इसको तो कम से कम बनाइए, इतनी सारी गैस मिल रही है आपको, परंतु क्योंकि वो टेक्नोलॉजी और कॉस्टिंग, हम यूरोप से इंपोर्ट करेंगे, दूसरी जगह से इंपोर्ट करेंगे तो कॉस्टिंग इंडियन कंडीशंस में सूटेबल होगी नहीं। हमने कहा भाई हम 1/10 ऑफ कॉस्ट हम इसको कर सकते हैं, परंतु पीपल डिड नॉट रिलाई ऑन दैट। तो कहने का मतलब ये है कि आप टेक्नोलॉजी लाइए, कौन सी बेस्ट है वो लाइए। पीएसए में क्या हुआ कि स्टार्टिंग में कॉस्ट कम लगती है हमको, हम सब लोग उसी पे जा रहे थे अभी पिछले 2-3 साल में, परंतु निकल के आ रहा है कि धीरे धीरे उसकी एफिशिएंसी कम होती जाती है, प्योरीफिकेशन थोड़ा क्वालिटी कम होती जा रही है और कॉस्ट बढ़ जाती है, फिर रिकरिंग कॉस्ट बढ़ जाएगी। वाटर स्क्रीमिंग सिस्टम में ऐसा है कि वो हमने डेवलप की, पेटेंट किया, कई इंडस्ट्रीज को लाइसेंस भी दिया, पर उसको क्योंकि इनिशियल इन्वेस्टमेंट थोड़ा ज़्यादा था तो लोग बाग उसको एडॉप्ट नहीं किए कि हाँ देखते हैं और पीएसए लगाते थे जगह। हमने प्राज को भी लाइसेंस दिया है, महिंद्रा को भी दिया है और कई सारी इंडस्ट्रीज़ को भी लाइसेंस दिया है। तो मुझे लगता है कि उस पर देखने की दोबारा बात ज़रूरत है कि वाटर स्क्रबिंग सिस्टम को, कल मेरे पास एक एंटरप्रेन्योर आया कि मेरे को LOI मिला हुआ है और मुझे लगाना है। अब मैं चारों तरफ देख लिया, कोई 5 करोड़ कॉस्ट बता रहा है, कोई 8 करोड़, कोई 10 करोड़ 5 टन वाली प्लांट का, कोई 15 करोड़ तक जा रहा है, 20 करोड़ तक जा रहा है। मैं किसके पास जाऊँ? वी हैव टू कॉन्शियसली वर्क टुगेदर, इंडस्ट्री और एकेडेमिया। अभी क्योंकि न्यू एजुकेशन पॉलिसी आ गई 2020, उसमें एकेडेमिया को भी ये रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी मिली है कि भाई आप इंडस्ट्री के साथ मिलके, सोसाइटी के साथ मिलके टेक्नोलॉजी डेवलप करिए, सिस्टम डेवलप करिए, और हम वी हैव टू वर्क टुगेदर। तो उसको हमको देखने की ज़रूरत है, वी शुड ऑल मेक पार्ट ऑफ इट। और एक हमारा जो ग्रीन हाइड्रोजन है, अच्छा सीबीजी के लिए एक मेरा PhD स्कॉलर काम कर रहा है कि किस तरह से साइट सिलेक्शन करें, किस तरह से उसका GIS मैपिंग करें, किस तरह से उस पर जो डिफरेंट पैरामीटर्स अफेक्ट करते हैं कॉस्ट को, उसको इंक्लूड किया जाए, तो उस पर अभी काम चल रहा है। और ग्रीन हाइड्रोजन भी हम बायोगैस से बना सकते हैं, गडकरी जी ने भी कहा, और देयर इज ए लॉट्स ऑफ प्रोस्पेक्ट्स इन दैट कंसंट्रेशन। तो सम अप ये है कि बायोगैस को डिसेंट्रलाइज रहने दीजिए, डिसेंट्रलाइज वे में किस तरह से इकोनॉमिकल हम बेनिफिट उससे यूज कर सकते हैं, वो हम LPG रिप्लेसमेंट में, CBG रिप्लेसमेंट में, इलेक्ट्रिसिटी में, और सबसे इम्पोर्टेंट है कि जब हम बायोगैस की बात करते हैं तो बायो फर्टिलाइजर तक वैल्यू जब तक नहीं मिलेगी उसकी, दिस इज इक्वल रिटर्न। गैस से जितना आपको रिटर्न होता है उतना बायो फर्टिलाइजर से होगा। नीति आयोग ने एक टास्क फोर्स बनाया था, मैं भी उसका मेंबर था, उसकी हमने रिकमेंडेशन दी है कि जितनी भी जो फर्टिलाइजर कंपनियां हैं, चाहे वो NFL हो, चाहे वो क्रिप्को हो, चाहे इफ्को हो, वो सब कम से कम 5 से 10% तक बायो फर्टिलाइजर भी साथ में बेचें, क्योंकि हम लोग कितने लाख करोड़ का इंपोर्ट कर रहे हैं, उसकी सब्सिडी की कॉस्ट ही 1,35,000 करोड़ हो गई इस साल। तो वी हैव टू रिप्लेस आवर केमिकल फर्टिलाइजर्स विथ बायो फर्टिलाइजर। तो योर फूड टेक्नोलॉजी, फूड सिस्टम शुड बी फॉर योर हैप्पीनेस एंड हेल्थ, नॉट फॉर मेकिंग यू इल। तो ये सारी चीज़ें देखते हुए वी हैव टू नाउ सी द न्यू पैराडाइम ऑफ डेवलपमेंट इन विच इन 21st सेंचुरी इंडिया कैन लीड द होल ग्लोब। और उस डायरेक्शन में हमारे प्रधानमंत्री काम कर रहे हैं, गवर्नमेंट काम कर रही है, G20 की हमको प्रेसिडेंसी मिली है, उसके 2 वर्टिकल में मैंने अपनी बात रखी है। एंड वी हैव टू डिवाइज ए सिस्टम ऑफ बायो एनर्जी। हमारे 7 लाख गाँव हैं, आप शहर तो देखिए 100 भी होंगे या 200 होंगे या 500 हैं, कि 800 डिस्ट्रिक्ट्स हैं, पर 7 लाख गांव, 68% पॉपुलेशन, उनको भी तो बेनिफिट मिलना चाहिए बायो एनर्जी का, क्योंकि वो जमीन से जुड़े हैं, वही आपको बायो एनर्जी दे रहे हैं। तो वी हैव टू थिंक इन दैट डायरेक्शन। दैट इज माय रिक्वेस्ट टू ऑल ऑफ यू। थैंक यू।
Thank you, Mark, for bringing a very different perspective of what's happening to the other end, 7 seas away. Professor Vijay so eruditely putting the need for addressing the need of India as a country and what we should do as technology providers. As the world goes through the energy transition, one thing is very clear. We all have to learn to use what's local for local. Right? We are not, in India for example, we are not given, God has not given, nature has not given us crude oil. We don't have it. And yet we spend $200 billion every year trying to import it. Because that's the way our ecosystem is developed. God has given us land, has given us sun, and given us a great community of villages and farmers who are willing to convert that God's gift of land and sun and combine it with this miracle of biology where a seed turns to a crop and food. And then the technology provides the bridge for not only meeting the food demand but also the energy demand. So when the Annadata becomes the Urjadata. Bioenergy is a clear bridge to sustainable growth. And all of us in this room, in one way or other, are the ambassadors for this sustainable transition. A lot will be discussed as we go through the day today. In continuation to what the Honorable Minister said, the words that Tarun mentioned, and the discussions that we had. What's very heartening for us, and I'm now speaking for my company, but there is actually a reverse technology transfer that's happening. We are actually helping United States of America, several companies there, working with USDA and USDOE to actually help them meet the next challenge, which is around sustainable aviation fuel, how to convert alcohols, ethanol in this case, to sustainable aviation fuel, and we are working with several companies. So, as Tarun rightly said, it's the time for a collaborative effort, because the greenhouse gas emission will impact everybody same. It doesn't matter where we emit it. So for the future of our children, to provide them a sustainable growth platform, let us all continue with the discussions today, and thank you very much to speakers today again. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I thank both our CI co-chairs of the Bioenergy Committee. Thank you very much, Mr. Sani, Mr. Joshipura, for steering this. And ladies and gentlemen, of course, a big thank you in the form of an applause to Mr. Mark A. Rosman and Professor Virendra Kumar Vijay for gracing this opening plenary. Thank you very much once again. So ladies and gentlemen, as this plenary sets the context, we're now going to go on to the next session, which is on compressed biogas, which is ready to take off. So we're going to embark on that next session. Very, very briefly, we're going to take a moment to just reset the dates, but before that, the photographer will need a group photo opportunity of the panelists, so may I request you to please give us that. And ladies and gentlemen, please stay with us, don't go away anywhere, because we're going to be moving on to the next session now, which is on compressed biogas. Ready to take off. Compressed biogas, which is CBG, which is an alternative automotive fuel which boasts great similarity to CNG and comes with abundant biomass abundance. That will be deliberated upon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you once again, esteemed panelists. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, utilizing agricultural residue, cattle dung, pressed mud, spent wash and MSW into CBG on a commercial scale presents numerous advantages, reducing foreign imports of natural gas or crude oil while simultaneously lowering pollution levels as well, providing income opportunities for farmers as well as creating new job positions in rural areas. The session that is coming up, ladies and gentlemen, will explore methods of innovating as also applying alternative technologies across the value chain as well as device strategies for developing an ecosystem. Additionally, quality preservation of feedstocks and co-processing will also be discussed in detail, along with policies and frameworks to encourage compressed biogas projects, including regulations and fiscal incentives. And we shall also focus on market development mechanisms while considering necessary government support towards devising a liquid or solid fertilizer market that is self-sustaining over time alongside enabling infrastructure offtake developments accordingly. So ladies and gentlemen, this is an absolutely unmissable session. Please don't go away anywhere. I'm going to be inviting the esteemed panelists in just a minute. They're all here with us, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to be gracing the dais. We're resetting the dais in a minute more, so I request you for your patience. Thank you for bearing with us once again.
उगती हुई हरियाली में सोने सी हर बाली में हर सुबह चाय की प्याली में और घर घर की खुशहाली में प्रदूषण मुक्त हो आसमान दुनिया भर में अपने निशान आत्मनिर्भर हिंदुस्तान गेल इंडिया जिसकी पहचान
Ladies and gentlemen, the stage is reset for the next panel. May I now take the privilege of inviting our esteemed panelists, starting with our moderator, of course, Mr. Saurav Mitra, Director Consulting, Energy and Commodities, CRISIL Market Intelligence and Analytics. Let's welcome him on stage with a big round of applause, please. Thank you for the applause, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome, sir. May I invite our esteemed panelists, the speakers now, Mr. Sharad Mittal, Head of Business Development, Renewable Natural Gas, Asia, Shell India. Let's welcome him on stage with a big round of applause. There he is. Welcome, sir. May I invite Mr. Varun Karad, Managing Director, GPS Renewables. Let's welcome him on stage with a big round of applause. Welcome, sir. I'd like to invite, ladies and gentlemen, our esteemed speakers, Mr. Ashish Kumar, Managing Director, Verbio India Private Limited. Let's welcome him on stage with a big round of applause. Welcome, sir. Mr. Bijay Kumar, General Manager, Indian Oil Corporation Limited. May I request you, Mr. Kumar, to please grace the dais, and let's welcome him with a big round of applause. Welcome, sir. And Mr. Praveer K. Agarwal, Chief General Manager, GAIL. Let's welcome him, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Praveer K. Agarwal. Welcome, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, our upcoming session will focus on a variety of topics, including fostering innovation and considering alternative technologies, preserving feedstock quality while exploring co-processing possibilities, noting the necessary regulations and fiscal incentives for CBG projects development, examining market formation mechanisms and government support with regards to the liquid solid fertilizers output as well as infrastructure availability in order to strengthen sustainability within the sector. With that said, I'm now going to take the privilege of requesting our moderator, Mr. Saurav Mitra. Sir, all yours.
A very good morning to everyone. I think it's the right time to have a discussion where you have the AQI levels going really high. And this is a platform where we all have gathered together to discuss more on the issues on the pollution, how bioenergy could address those. Thanks CII for giving CRISIL that platform to be associated as a knowledge partner. Late evening, there will be a knowledge report that will be published today, which covers more on factors on what are the challenges, what are the barriers for the bioenergy to take off, focus on CBG, focus on learnings from international markets like Germany, Brazil, and other countries. And then the report also covers on the financing and other things that we could have. Gentlemen, as we talk about bioenergy, which is held by the government initiative and the private sector ingenuity, will play a major role in India's energy dependence. As we speak around with other ministers, also the Honorable Minister speaking about the potential of bioenergy. So without taking much of time, I think let us start more on the most important factor of a bioenergy, which is the CBG, which is here to stay. What are the challenges there? So I would invite my panelists one by one to, starting with Sharad, to come and share his thoughts, and then we can have a round of discussions quickly. Thanks. Over to you, Sharad.
Anyway, bringing this up. Let's okay, I'll just go with this. Good morning, everyone. The energy in bioenergy is amazing today, and the sun god has been kind to us. So clearly a very good omen for the rest of the year ahead. I'll briefly talk about the work that Shell is doing in compressed biogas or renewable natural gas globally, our perspectives on the Indian market, and then what is really needed from a forum such as this one to accelerate the growth of this sector and help achieve its true potential in the country. So very briefly, where does biogas sit for Shell globally? It is a part of our biofuels business, which amongst others includes second generation ethanol, sustainable aviation fuel, and other advanced biofuels. It's a portfolio of solutions that we are developing for our customers to help them meet their own decarbonization pathways. In terms of our business presence, we already have a very large plant up and running in US, Junction City. It's about 775,000 MMBtu per year. And there are several other projects in US which are in advanced stages of construction or development. In Europe, we recently acquired a company called Nature Energy, one of the largest producers of biogas in Europe. I think about 14 plants all across Europe. And of course, now the next frontier for us is Asia. Now, coming to India, we have been active in this space for the last several years. We have been working with a lot of ecosystem participants. I see a lot of familiar friends, colleagues in the room today. We have been working with several technology companies, EPC providers, in understanding what could be the right set of partnerships and solutions for the Indian feedstock and for the Indian condition and for the Indian market. We have done a lot of work with various research institutes in India to understand things such as the biomethane potential, yields. We currently have a project underway on developing formulations from various for the various fertilizers, because CBG will succeed only if the fertilizer products find their true value in the market. And finally, on the most important part, in terms of developing projects, we are working with various organizations in different parts of the country, both on the supply side to develop manufacturing of CBG opportunities, and also with a lot of our customers who are interested in offtake of CBG to meet their own decarbonization requirements. So net-net, we are deeply embedded in CBG in India and are looking for more growth here. Now let's just delve out on what do we feel about the CBG sector in India. And I would say in brief, we strongly believe that the opportunity is extremely strong. I mean, there are two fundamental things that we look at. The core fundamentals in terms of the feedstock availability, in terms of the entire ecosystem to build and run these plants, and a market, all exist. So the fundamentals that are needed are in place. And second, it solves the right set of problems for India. We talk about energy security, we talk about soil health, we talk about decentralized energy, we talk about better waste management. And obviously now with the carbon market evolving with the energy conservation amendment bill passed by Rajya Sabha last month. So if the fundamentals are all there and it's solving the right problem for the ecosystem, then we believe CBG has a very strong future, and we continue to participate deeply in this sector. The number of regulatory changes that have happened ever since 2018, starting from SATAT, then recent update of SATAT, the FCO amendments, the revision of the Bioenergy program by MNRE, etc., is all a very strong signal that there is a constructive discussion going on between the government and the industry, which is a very healthy signal because it's a new sector. Things might take some time to develop, and things are developing fast. We are seeing strong signals in terms of some very large plants starting to be up and running. And most importantly, I mean, just look at the energy in this room today, the optimism that we feel about this sector today, the things that my esteemed panelists have been talking about, panelists before us have spoken about. These are all signals for bright days for CBG ahead in India. Now, on a very last remark, what is the action needed to further propel growth of CBG in India? And I broadly categorize them as, let's collaborate to accelerate. The first one is going to be developing a pan-India market for CBG. CBG today is a localized market. I mean, restricted to the geography around the plant in which CBG is produced. But if CBG has to achieve its true potential, then it has to be a pan-India market where a producer of CBG is free to explore the best buyer for the product, whoever who's solving the best possible problem, wherever he or she is, the organization is located in India. So I think creating the mechanisms so that the producers and the consumers who are remotely located can be linked is going to be crucial. There are some good practices from other markets which we can study and adapt for Indian requirements. The second one is, of course, going to be on the fertilizer side. There is still some more way to go before the offtake of fertilizer is streamlined further. And the fertilizers from different feedstocks are going to be different. There is R&D required to develop the right fertilizers. There are field trials required to put data out there about what is the real benefit of these fertilizers. And of course, then there is policy intervention and industry action required to develop the supply chains of these fertilizers. And finally, is the feedstock side. And in the biofuel world, feedstock is the king. So the right mechanisms where the feedstock holders or the feedstock aggregators work closely with the project developers. There are the right risk-sharing mechanisms that are developed. Because if we separate out the project economics from feedstock pricing, it's never going to work. So we can't have one theme or one formula for pricing the fertilizer and another one for pricing of the end products. So I think how the various industry participants can work with each other and develop the risk-sharing mechanisms is going to be crucial for success. And my very last point for today is, I'm going back to developing CBG as a market, is realizing the carbon benefits of CBG. CBG has depending on the fertilizer, depending on the feedstock, depending on the technology, depending on the end-use application, can have 30 to 200% lower carbon intensity than the fuels that it replaces. And globally, a lot of organizations are using CBG as a decarbonization solution. So how can we formalize the carbon benefits of CBG, link it with the right mechanisms with evolving Indian carbon market is going to play a huge role in the final place that CBG occupies in Indian energy market. So thanks a lot for your time. I look forward to more interactions today. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Sharad. Quite a good insights on aspects on decarbonization. My other panel today is Mr. Varun Karad. He is a young entrepreneur who is currently leveraging his accumulated experience and learnings towards growing renewables in India as a Chief Business Officer of GPS Renewables in green hydrogen, bio-LPG, bio-CNG, and waste to energy. So I would invite Varun to just share his thoughts quickly. Thanks.
Good morning, everyone. Firstly, I would like to thank CII for giving me an opportunity to present my thoughts and experience with you over here. When I joined GPS Renewables, I see a lot of senior people over here. I started this journey when I was young, and imagine your son or daughter coming to you and saying, "Papa, मुझे एक startup खड़ी करनी है, हम कचरे से पैसा बनाएंगे." Now, my parents, my family is full of doctors. Imagine the horror on their face कि ये बच्चा कचरे से पैसा कैसे बनाएगा. So they saw me as a wasted opportunity, to be honest, right? It took me and my team, I would say, only 10 years today to look like an overnight success. Today, the country sees me and my company who has genuinely created opportunity in waste. So one day when I write a book about my journey and this sector, I'm going to name it, on a lighter note, from opportunity wasted to creating opportunity in waste, and send it to my parents, of course, and my other family members, saying that it is possible. Today, I can proudly say this, that my company, GPS Renewables, a startup, merely started literally by getting our hands dirty in waste. We have set up, which is Asia's largest bio-CNG plant from organic waste. We process 550 tons of waste every single day. We generate 17 tons of gas, and we generate 100 tons of organic manure. This plant has been developed by EverEnviro. I have my project developers over here, And I thank them for believing in us and giving us an opportunity to set up a plant like this. This plant was set up right in the middle of COVID wave 2. I remember being in Indore during those second wave. We got special permissions from the central government, from the state government, to set up this plant in a record time of 9 months. On the 19th Feb of 2022, this plant was inaugurated by the Prime Minister himself. Going back a little bit, when I started my journey in 2012 in this sector, let me tell you, worst time to be in the clean tech space. There was no policy infrastructure, the investors were not interested in this sector, the bankers did not want to be anywhere around us, so there were no loans, no working capital, nothing. The only way for us to survive was to innovate, and innovate not only in products, but innovate in our business models. A lot of my clients are over here, and they will agree with me that we not only innovate in products, but we innovate in business models. We will bring out a proposition to you which will be hard for you to deny to work with us. Coming back to today's scenario, the major catalyst for our growth and success, apart from our grit and the financial discipline my company has maintained, has been the constant changing government policies since 2014. The first boon which came to us was the Swachh Bharat mission, then came the MSW 2016 rules, then came the Satat policy, the bioethanol policy, the bamboo mission, the green hydrogen mission. All these policies by the current government has helped this industry to grow day by day and give us a fair fighting chance. Today, my company holds 5 patents, more than 100 operational projects of various size, 107 to be exact. We spread across the subcontinent. My clientele includes the like of Microsoft, Bosch, Cummins. Name any hotel sector, they will have my plant. The IITs, the IIMs, a lot of religious places, a lot of institutes, of course, climate funds like EverEnviro, Reliance. And by the end of this year, I would have set up 8 large-scale plants with a cumulative capacity of more than 135 tons of bio-CNG, which will be produced every single day. If I'm not wrong, and if everything goes as per plan, I'll add another 10 projects to this pipeline of 8, which will make me the largest player in the bio-CNG technology plus EPC space in the country and around the subcontinent. I hope to seek your support over here. We have a lot of investors over here, a lot of policy makers. The time for bio-CNG is right now. This is the correct time to invest in this sector. If there's any questions about this sector, there's a lot of people who will ask questions about what are the economics of this project. I'm more than happy to answer them, if EverEnviro is happy for me to answer them. But that's on a lighter note. But thank you so much again, and I look forward to your questions.
Thanks, Varun. I would invite our next panelist, Mr. Ashish Kumar, who is the Managing Director of Verbio India Limited, to share his thoughts. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. I think the name might be a little familiar because we were probably one of the first ones to venture into this market. We have recently commissioned Asia's largest agri-residue-based biomethanation unit. We are going to be talking about a lot of superlatives today, a lot of large units being set up. What I'll try and focus on in my talk right now is share some experiences, present my perspective on what could be really the key cornerstones which could become a success, which could become success factors for this sector. Let's structure this sector across 3 aspects of the value chain, upstream, midstream, and downstream. For us, agriculture is the upstream. And we, as I said, it's an agri-residue-based biomethanation unit. So feedstock becomes very critical. So we learned the hard way. We started our feedstock, let's say, management process roughly about 3 to 4 years back. If I have to draw parallels between what we do in our parent location, Germany, Verbio is a German company. If I have to draw parallels between these 2 economic regions, of course, the one market is in a very formative stage, whereas the other is in Germany is a very advanced, highly established market. The heart of the whole topic lies in the quality of the feedstock we deal with. Major differences, what we experience over here is the degree, scale, and the sophistication of the mechanization we have today in the market today in India as far as the feedstock management is concerned. There is definitely a huge scope to improve over there. We are still pretty low spec, low scale, as well as low volume based region. This has to improve. The other aspect related to feedstock management is really the quality control part of it. This is really core, right? And more, as more and more people will get into it, this will become very, it will be highly acknowledged and accepted that unless we really talk about quality feedstock, it really has really no meaning. So mechanization as well as quality control are two really key components as far as effectively managing the upstream is concerned. Now, coming into the Indian context, it's also very important to have an inclusive model. And by that, I mean, as it was rightly pointed out by Professor Vijay also, unless we engage the local communities, the rural communities, these models probably will not work. And this is where we are implementing our own supply chain management solutions together with the villages around us. We are probably the only company who has done 100% investment in the complete machinery, tools, what is needed to implement this supply chain management. We are out with our own rakers, balers, and loaders and trolleys to manage this complete supply chain management. Because it's very important to have control not only on the quality but also on the volume. If we are going to be relying on a third party for volumes to come in, we are in trouble. At least there has to be some degree of control on the inventory. Very important. The second aspect is coming to the midstream part of it, and that's really the core. I mean, this is rock solid, what we do in Germany as well as what we do in India. This has been replicated ditto. So in terms of efficiencies are concerned, we are improving every day. We keep talking about a lot of yields, a lot of numbers are being thrown around. So we are talking about very decent kind of yields which we are able to achieve with a multi-fuel based mix of feedstock. A reliance on a single fuel base again is a recipe for disaster. So make your technology or make your process multi-fuel based so as to de-risk the complete, let's say, business case around it. The last point, downstream part, and this is where I think there is a lot of work which still needs to be done, primarily from the policy framework perspective. Downstream related to both offtake of CBG as well as offtake of the FOM. CBG is a grid topic. It is not a cascade topic. So when you are deciding your locations, please look into how close you are to the gas grids. Maybe the small scale units do not need that, but when we are talking about medium to large scale units, grid connectivity is key. The second aspect over here is related to the FOM, the fermented organic manure topic. Again, Professor Vijay talked about it. My only submission over here would be the narrative has to change to carbon and not to carbon to nitrogen ratio. This manure is not a source of nitrogen. So why are we trying to be that? The narrative has to change. It is a source of carbon for the soil. And this is where the existing policies or the fertilizer control orders, what we have, they have to either extend the range of how the FOM is defined or come out with a new category altogether, which is going to be specific for the CBG production units. Now, these three aspects of upstream, midstream, and downstream, what I talked about, this is what is really going to make the business case happen. With all these different diverse topics we talked about, you can imagine the, let's say, the multitude of departments and ministries one has to deal with, right? The primary stakeholder being MOPNG, there is MNRE, there is Ministry of Agriculture, there is Ministry of Chemical and Fertilizer, there is Niti Aayog. So what we have very recently realized is that if this really has to take off, we need an interministerial entity which is really convening all of these bodies. That is, let's say, somebody at a higher pedestal has to really take the lead over here. Otherwise, it's kind of working in silos. It's not the most efficient model, and yes, it leads to delays, right? So this is where I would strongly recommend that we all have to jointly pitch for demanding an entity like this. Well, these are some experiences I want to share from what we have learned over the last couple of months. If there are any specific topics you would like to discuss, I'm here for you. Thank you.
Thanks, Ashish. Wonderful to hear about initiatives taken by the organizations and thoughts. My next speaker of the panel is Mr. Bijay Kumar. He represents IOCL, who are into pioneering the CBG space, and it will be interesting to hear from him his thoughts on it. Over to you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning. Good morning, everybody. Thank you for inviting me to speak on CBG. Compressed biogas, this SATAT program, just I will spread my segment into three parts. First, history. When we started SATAT, what was there in the mind when we launched SATAT, and how far we have reached, and lastly, what are the prospective future opportunities, challenges. So in these three segments, I will just explain. So SATAT, when we launched on 1st of October 2018, pioneer is just sitting in front of me, Mr. Subodh Kumar, that time Executive Director, Indian Oil. He is the pioneer of SATAT and compressed biogas. And the mind in, and the guidance was that whatever is coming out of the field, agri residue or other residue, waste material, should go back to the field. And it should be locally produced, gas should be locally produced, locally consumed. These were the broad guidelines we were given. So, when we launched SATAT, 25 kilometer radius we defined as a local radius for product to be sold in the market, and raw material should also be coming within 25 kilometer radius. So this was the guiding principle. Later on, when we started, we felt that within 25 kilometer there is no offtake. Product is not getting sold in the market. So we moved beyond 25 kilometer, 50 kilometer, 100 kilometer, later on even up to 150 kilometer. So this one change. When we started SATAT, there was no regulatory guidelines for manure offtake, manure to be sold in the market. There was nothing, no gazette notification. We were not allowed to sold manure from the CBG plant, compressed biogas plant. So we attempted with the Ministry of Fertilizer, Ministry, Agriculture Ministry, and gazette notification was issued for manure to be sold, what quality manure should be produced and what should be the specification. So gazette notification later on it has come. For the solid manure also, liquid manure also. When we started SATAT, it was to be sold directly to market through retail outlet. Means injection in gas grid was not there. Why? Because gas grid was not available across the country. Even now gas grids are not, it's getting constructed, 400 cities are getting connected to the gas grid, but right now every city is not connected with the gas grid. So in that way it was a very bold step, very bold step and very visionary thinking that we will take the product directly to the market. Through retail outlet, it has to be sold within 25 kilometers. So whosoever has designed this Satat was very bold in vision and very solid step. Nowhere in the world compressed biogas was getting sold directly to the customer through retail outlet. Nowhere. So in India, we started the first time in the world. So that way, we must congratulate our Indian government and leadership that time who thought that way. So compressed biogas getting sold, and we started selling compressed biogas through retail outlet on 5th of September 2019. That was the first retail outlet we commissioned through the help of, obviously, Mr. Gail, people are sitting here. At that time, Mr. Sanjay Kumar, he was their executive director. He helped a lot. So first time it was sold. Till now, we have commissioned 40 CBG plants. We have started selling through 80 retail outlets. 70 more CBG plants are getting commissioned within the year. So 100 marks within a year we will cross. So one baby step tomorrow, today and tomorrow will be a giant leap in future. So that is my statement for CBG. So I hope that this movement which we have started, I don't need to explain the benefits of Satat, benefit of CBG. I don't need to, because everybody knows that. It's very obvious what are the benefits. So I'm not going to explain. But yes, challenges. Challenges are many, not one. Many challenges. If I start from finance, interest level are so high that it is not viable for CBG plant owner to set up. Entrepreneurs are not coming. Whosoever is coming and sinking money, that they are sinking, taking all the risk, because markets are not readily available, products are not getting sold. All these challenges. Feeder stocks, there is no lineup for consistent supply of feeder stock. Future is uncertain. We have set up ethanol plant at Panipat. We are facing a struggling with the supply of feeder stock. We are still struggling. We have set up a CBG plant at Gorakhpur. Supply of feeder stock is a challenge. So there are many challenges, from finance, from feeder stock side, from even equipment. You will be surprised to know that till now 3,000 retail outlet we are selling CNG right now. Every retail outlet needs cascade, but there are only 3-4 parties making cascades. Even for developing 30-40 retail outlets, the waiting period of cascade is 3 months, 4 months, something like that. Not many parties are available. And if you have to set up 20,000 retail outlet as per Satat scheme, what we are targeting, 15 million metric ton, 5,000 plants, 20,000 retail outlet will be needed. So just imagine at least 60,000 cascades will be required. So 60,000 cascade, parties are not available. Compressors, equipments are not, they are not readily available. Many of the parts are imported. So challenges are many. I don't need to explain the challenges. From government side, policy side, yes, many interventions are required. But the positive side is that it's moving. It has not stagnant. It has not stopped. Despite of 2 years COVID time, the movement has not stopped. We are moving slowly. Definitely it's a slow pace, but moving. That is the important part of it. That we have not stopped. We are moving slowly, but definitely firm step is being taken each day. Some policies, intervention are coming. Fertilizer ministry also, they are exploring how to subsidize, how to come out, support this organic fertilizer from CBG plants. And expectedly within few months, some policy decision will come out. Like MNRE subsidy, we fought for it, we got it. So MNRE subsidy, in between it has stopped, now it has come. So 4 crore to 10 crore ranging subsidy, MNRE subsidy for CBG plants has come. So we are hopeful that in coming days also many policy intervention will be there, and there is a great future for CBG in India, particularly because we are blessed by the God that sun is available in India, land is available in India. We are agriculture nation. By primarily we are agriculture nation. So agriculture crop residue are plenty available. Feedstock is plenty available. We are hard-working nation. So in coming days, there is no denying fact that CBG, compressed biogas, will take a definite shape, and many more CBG plants will, in thousands, plant will be commissioned in coming years. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I think very well said that we are blessed as an agrarian country. While there will be challenges, but very sure that with this August gathering around here, with minds all space here, we'll definitely address those issues. My last panelist is Mr. Praveer Agrawal, who represents GAIL, and happy to share that he has been the main architect of the CBG and the CGD synchronization scheme of GAIL. So we're happy to hear from him. Welcome you, please.
So, good morning, dignitaries from industry, CBG producers, and my colleagues from oil and gas companies. It gives me immense pleasure to welcome you all to this Bioenergy Summit program on energy transition solution for sustainable tomorrow. So, as our Honorable Prime Minister has said, that India's energy future has 4 pillars: energy access, energy efficiency, energy sustainability, and energy security. So biofuels like compressed biogas can power India's growth in 21st century and are essential for India's energy future. So why I say that is that when you're talking about a biogas plant, so what happens is you have, let's say, wheat crop. So you take away the wheat, that is food, and the remaining part. So that part, which a different version will be called parali maybe, and all other wastes. So all of that will be consumed in a biodigester, will be converted to 3 or 4 things. So what are those things? One is that we get biogas. So that will be green molecules, and they will fuel the future. Second output will be the organic waste, organic biomanure. So that will be very useful. Third one is CO2 that can also be used through sequestration technologies. And the very important fourth thing is the green attribute. That will also be an output of the entire process. And we hope that in future we'll be able to capture the value of that green attribute also. And if I want to paint you a future picture, the other day I was in the ministry and they were talking about converting the entire city of Varanasi to EVs and biofuels. So future, so all the other fuels may be out. So 2070, of course, when we go to zero carbon, so what happens is that you will have only the renewables, and so mobility, for mobility you will either have EVs or the biogas or the ethanol. So, and so that is the end, the final thing. We cannot, continue to take out fossil fuels from the earth. So there will be a limit to it. So we, human beings have been there for millions of years. So, and at least for a few thousand years, that is for sure, right? So, we want to continue the journey, and that will be only if the entire process is sustainable. So, the biogas, the molecules, the green molecules, all of them are very important for us. And as GAIL, what we are doing is that the SATAT program, we are part of that. We want to offtake all of it. And so, so we started SATAT, we were there. Then we have started in the scheme which is called synchronization scheme, wherein we will be, so it is a decentralized scheme. in this, as Professor Vijay was saying, it should be decentralized, the entire process. So what we have done is, so wherever in India you produce biogas, you sell it to the local entity there. And we will take the title of that gas and we'll do the value addition. That scheme is there on net, you can read it. And so we do a lot of value addition that we reduce the price by almost half in the process. And so it is win-win for all the stakeholders. And apart from this, we are in the entire value chain, starting from the entrepreneurial support. We have a scheme called PUNK, through which we are supporting various companies who want to be in this sector. Apart from that, we are also trying to talk to IGX for selling these green attributes. We are also in touch with various companies across the world, including Shell, for futuristic use of this biogas for those companies who are actually looking for sustainable solutions. So this biogas will be used in vehicles, that is for one. We want to increase its use in other industries, and we want to maybe in future convert it to LNG and then export it also. And why vehicles, why mobility? Because biogas, the price which is being now offered through SATAT, it is equivalent to almost 10 to 18 rupees per unit of power. So that is the kind of rate which is being offered through SATAT scheme and through Synchro scheme of GAIN. So which is much better than you will get it from other companies which are operating in power. And this is what has differentiated India from other countries. Because in many of the countries, this biogas is used for generating power. But in our case, the price equivalent, so at present we are offering rupees 1470 per MMBTU of gas, which is equivalent to around 62 rupees per kg plus compression charges, which is equivalent to around 10 to 18 rupees depending on the location of the plant per unit of power. So I hope that the plants, whoever is there in this industry will reap very good benefits in future. We are also very proud to have the Verbio also in our fold. That way, like we have sort of signed a tripartite agreement with them. Similarly, for the biggest Asia plant in Indore, there also we have been able to do that agreement with them, and we are actively in touch with MOPNG, and under the aegis of MOPNG, lots of new guidelines are going to come up. Let me tell you that in very near future, many such policies are going to come up which are going to be beneficial for this sector. So that's all from my side. Thank you very much.
Thanks. I think, definitely, please, yeah. I think somebody can have the microphone. I think let him ask the first question.
Yeah, my name is N.K. Jalan. My question to Mr. Kared is, what are the challenges in waste collection in your Indore, and how Indore is different from other cities? That is one question. And a small question, what is the process you follow in producing the biogas?
That's, can you hear me? So thank you so much for the question, sir. I think this is an in-length discussion. I can sit with you for the rest of the day and tell you exactly how we are processing the waste over there. In terms of, I'll pinpoint a very valid point which you've said. I'll start with how is Indore different? Indore in itself, cleanliness has become a public movement over there, unlike other cities. I'll give you a simple example. It has become to a level wherein people are using social media to shame people who are throwing things out of their car on the road, for example. We got a lot of experts who were doing waste to bio-CNG from Germany, from Sweden. When they did the waste characterization, they saw that the waste characterization in Indore was much better than what it was in European cities as well. And the entire, the benefit of this is that a bio-CNG plant can come up in Indore at a much lower capital cost. This is being done only and only because the Indore Corporation is willing to spend enough money on collection and transportation and training the collection staff over there to empower them. Today, the collection staff in Indore is empowered to not take waste from a household if the waste is not segregated. I have seen that personally. If you do that in other cities, fair enough, maybe some cities might take 3 or 4 years, some might do it in 6 months, but Indore is far ahead in the race of collection and segregation. Can a similar plant be set up in a different city? Immediate answer is no. You have to have technological changes. We will have to set up segregation units. Is the technology available out there? Absolutely, it is available out there. Someone has to pay the money. Are other plants coming up in this country which are generating bio-CNG from mixed solid waste? Yes. In fact, we're talking to GAIL to set up which will be one of the largest plants in the world, which will generate 100 tons of bio-CNG from one location. Sir is a part of those conversations. We're planning to have a pipeline, in fact, to move ahead. There is other plants coming up in other cities wherein the segregation machinery is separate. So it's a longer topic, but it can be done. And Indore is a unique case. In fact, people do ask me again, how is it possible that you're not charging a processing fee in Indore, and in fact you're paying a royalty, and you've convinced your project developer to pay a royalty? See, numbers is, and economics is a beautiful thing. If the numbers fit and the economics works, it works. Indore Corporation spends roughly, if I'm not wrong, around 3,500 rupees on collection and segregation, which is not in my scope. It is in the scope of the corporation. So when someone is spending that amount of money to segregate waste and collect waste, it is possible for me to pay a small royalty to them because the waste coming to me as feedstock is much more clean and I don't have to put extra capex over there. In other cities, maybe we will have to charge a processing fee over there to make the plants viable, or maybe the CNG prices have to go up, or there have to be a viable gap funding in some sort. So every single project will be unique, every single project will be different. Again, don't take Indore as a thumb rule. It's an exception. Let's keep it that way. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Varun. So I would like to start with Sharad first. Sharad, taking cues from international examples of Shell experience, what lessons may India derive to boost the sector growth in the CBG space?
Checking. I'm audible? So, two things come to mind. First one is creating the market linkage mechanisms. That how can it's developing mechanisms similar to, let's say, solar PPA, where somebody producing CBG and injecting it in India's energy system in one part of the country is free to sell CBG to whoever is the best customer for it in any other part of the country, because finally it is fully fungible with methane, which will help India create a large-scale market for CBG. So that's the first one. The second one, as I talked about, is formalizing the carbon attributes, because the aspect of CBG which is still not unlocked is its contribution towards net zero journey of the customers and contributions to India's NDCs. So I think those are the two big learnings that as we develop the market in India, we can learn from international markets. But I'll also give credit to this community that the international market is also looking to India to learn many, many things. I look at emerging markets beyond India also. And there's a tremendous interest from various government agencies, planning commissions types, or industry players to understand how India is holistically developing CBG by putting energy and agriculture together, the way, the fertilizer value, etc. Because some of these things are pretty unique to India and various other countries where linkage of agriculture is so critical for the sector to succeed. So it's a two-way flow, to India from India.
Thanks. I would take this question to Mr. Binay Kumarji from IOCL. Now, from his experience, from the perspective of a larger conglomerate, both Indian and international, what would be needed to boost this sector, biogas space, to the next level? While we are at a level, you spoke about the challenges and also the way forward, but given the experience that IOCL have, what would be your vision to take this sector to the next level?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much. In fact, to boost this sector, 3-4 things is required. Number one is at policy level, some interventions are definitely required, particularly in fertilizer offtake. Unfortunately, what we are looking at fertilizer is we are comparing organic fertilizer from biogas plant with the chemical fertilizer. So if we start comparing, as my colleague has said, that carbon, the nitrogen ratio, CN ratio should not be looked at, he's right. If we start comparing chemical fertilizer with this organic fertilizer from biogas plant, policy cannot be made. It's not apple to apple comparison. It has to be taken into account that some sort of mixing mechanism or mixing ratio should be determined. Like say, to start with, we can start mixing 20% organic fertilizer with 80% chemical fertilizer. So that sort of kind. First year, then second year we can further increase to 25%. Slowly, it has to come gradually, not like Sri Lanka case that you stop chemical fertilizer, start using, then land up into deep trouble. So it has to be gradual, it has to be consistent. That kind of policy intervention is required. Then slowly what will happen, your soil which is getting deprived of the carbon, slowly carbon content will start getting built up in the soil. And after 5 years, 10 years, 7 years, some natural soil fertility will be restored. That time you can think of some drastic decision that we can drop a chemical fertilizer to that level or something like that. So number one, that policy decision has to be made, something like that. Second, like infrastructure. Our infrastructure are not ready for this giant leap. Like equipments, biogas plant equipments, there are not many manufacturers who are making for even 100 plants or 200 plants or 500 plants. Those big manufacturers are not there. So big players has to come in this manufacturing sector where biogas equipment manufacturing is done in India itself. Because balloons, say gas balloons, mostly we are importing from China, from Germany or some other countries. Not many locally available. So many components are there in biogas. Gas analyzer, cascade, compressor. You talk about anything, many of the equipments are getting imported. So major manufacturing has to start in India itself. If it has to develop. So many things. So let me stop here. Thank you.
Thanks for the inputs. I think once we are into the equipment, it would be I would ask my panel, Mr. Ashish, this question is that given that you have launched a mega scale agro residue based bio-CNG plant in Punjab, what have gone about incentivizing the farmers in Punjab? I think from the farmers' point of view, what were those schemes that you have taken to incentivize them and hence steering them away from the practice of stubble burning? I think that would be interesting to hear from you.
Right. Very good question. I can share my experience from the last couple of years now. We normally get a very nice red carpet welcome backed up with some lassi if possible when we are going with our machinery to the farms. The farmer is not interested to burn. He has no option, that's why he burns it, right? So let's not blame that side. Let's blame the applications which are actually going to be the consumption for this feedstock which is available. To be honest, we really did not have to do a lot of convincing, because the moment they used to see the fleet of machinery coming over to their farms to collect the stubble at no cost, because today it's a cost for him. If he is getting rid of his stubble, he has to spend anything between 2,000 to 3,000 rupees per acre. Right? So that's the reality. I'll not get into to whom he has to pay, but when we are going over there, we are not charging him anything today. So that's to answer you. Are we providing him any financial incentive or anything of that nature? No, we are not. But yes, there is still a challenge, and the challenge primarily is due to the time window what we have. The time window is really short. In a best case, we get about 30 to 35 days. For example, last harvest was even shorter. We got roughly about 20-25 days. So then the entire stress comes on the machinery, right? So even if we intentionally want to deploy all our resources, but still it can't be managed, right? So we have a different problem, that he doesn't want to burn it, but we are not able to engage so many resources to collect the stubble. So the message is very clear. The farmer is not the one who is really wanting to burn it, right? We have to create applications wherein this stubble can actually go. He is very supportive, cooperative. Yes, he is pushing you in terms of the time window, because he has to, usko kanak beejni hoti hai, and he has to do that latest by 3rd week of November. So, and he needs at least the farm to be left idle for about 7 to 10 days after the stubble has been collected. So you really are working against time, and max you get 30 days for this complete residue management, especially talking about paddy. Paddy is the most notorious one. Other crops also do get burnt. We have seen wheat also getting burnt. We have also seen maize, but uski zyada awaaz hoti nahi hai. It somehow paddy gets all the attention. But the message is very clear. There is no, at least for paddy, special incentive is being given to the farmer as on date.
Thanks a lot.
Just to add what Mr. Assis has said, little experience, recent experience. For our Panipat plant, ethanol plant, we try to collect biomass. This window period, as everybody knows, it's hardly 15 days, 20 days. 2 lakh ton biomass we have to collect. And to collect 2 lakh ton biomass for a whole year, we need 200 sets of equipments. 200 sets of equipment. Because within 15, 20 days, 25 days in a month, this much has to be collected. And against 200 sets of equipments, the availability was only 20-25 numbers. So we could not collect. We could not collect. So this is just for one plant. Imagine if we have to set up 100 plants, what is the requirement? Just to tell you, understand the magnitude of the requirement against the supply. So just to, we are deprived of the basically infrastructure, equipments. We need large number of manufacturing unit over here who can make equipments for baling, raking in India. Otherwise, this will continue getting burnt in the field. Everybody will start talking. Nothing fruitful will come. Thank you.
Thanks. This question is to Praveer. I think GAIL being one of those pioneers in the CGD space, how would CBG play into the CGD sector? Especially with the present scenarios of uncertainty in the natural gas prices market due to international geopolitical headwinds. So where do you see the role of CBG integrating into the CNG space particularly?
So this is actually the main important factor why I believe that CBG will take off very fast in very near future now. Why now? Because earlier we had only a few cities where CGD was there, city gas was there, and gas usage was there. Now today, after 11th A round of auction by PNGRB, more than 90% of the population is covered by the city gas distribution companies, and more than 80% of the area has been covered. So only northern part, some Himalayas and some of that kind space has been left. Otherwise, entire India has been mapped into various city gas distribution companies. There are more than 40 companies who are working on this. And there is a good vehicular density which will be converting to these biofuels. And very soon, as these companies start to sell this gas at a cheaper rate, there is an expectation that even now gas is at a discount to diesel and petrol, and 1 kg of gas gives maybe around 30% more mileage. Depending on the vehicular design, the mileage is more, but very soon we are expecting, due to some policy change, must have heard about Kirit Parikh report. So there is a chance that the prices of the CNG will come down, and similarly prices of CBG will come down, and then it will take off very fast. And we also would like to say that actually if we want to promote CBG, then we should also go for GST in this, because presently taxation in CNG industry are very high. So I think that it is the right time for use of this biogas in mobility. Earlier, this gas was used in localized areas for power generation and for fuel in few houses, so in villages, small villages. Now this can be converted, used for mobility, because it is the right time, and in many cities this CNG vehicles have taken lot of inroads, Delhi especially, and in very near future this number will grow very fast. Today almost 22 MMSCMD of gas is being consumed in CGD sector. So that is more than much more than what it is being consumed in power, for example. So, and in very near future it will grow.
And just to wrap up, before one last question to Varun, as a young entrepreneur, just wanted to understand from the teams, from the audience point of view, has financing been a challenge for GPS or other entrepreneurs in general as far as CBG projects are concerned?
Thanks for the question, sir. I want to put it in a nice, funny way. For every time I was said no by a bank or an investor to put in money into my company for a project or anything, if I had to keep a penny aside, I would have been a multimillionaire by now. So biggest problem, absolutely it is, and it's not only for this sector, it's for a lot of things, of course. And for any project to be funded, bankers look for three things which I have learned over my experiences. One is your feedstock availability and assurity, your technology and offtake. As sir said, feedstock is a problem in this sector sometimes, so that is a cross over there. Technology, as sir said, can be a problem sometimes, that's a cross over there. Offtakes, the government policy is there, but again, as Ashish sir said, that it is not a cascade play, so that also gets crossed. So these are the challenges, but I'll tell you the good points of it, right? Feedstock wise, as if you're smart about it, you go venture into projects which are captive feedstock, the sugar factories, which are sitting on the gold mine for bio-CNG sector. You go into the waste sector, which is again, so that's a good tick, so the bankers will be interested in understanding, okay, first tick is there. Technology wise, luckily, we have a first mover's advantage, so bankers believe in us. We have generation numbers coming from computer SCADA system and whatever, which are verified constantly. That's the second tick. The third one is offtake. Now, my company, and especially me, that's a part of my full-time job, is to develop these new business models wherein I am directly talking either to GAIL for injecting this gas into the pipeline, or I'm talking to the industry directly. And in fact, we're talking to the government and we're figuring out, can we have an open access kind of a system, like we have in electricity for gas. So I can inject gas from one side, right? And someone else in the other part of the world can use it over there, and I can exchange my money at that level. If we really want to make green ammonia plants in this country, it can be done, I can assure you, in the span of 5 to 6 years. Every single plant in our country, we can have green ammonia and green urea. You implement this policy, everyone over here, the investors sitting over here will start setting up these plants in Haryana, Punjab, UP, or with the sugar factories who are sitting on bagasse, and they can export their gas in MMBTU to these green ammonia NFL fertilizer companies, and that's how you make green ammonia in our country. You cannot, a hydrolyzer might not be the correct way right now, I think. The cost is too high. These fertilizer companies have already invested in SMR technology. I just have to change my gas from CNG to bio-CNG. In the next 10 years, we can go up to 5 or 6% very easily. Thanks.
Thank you. Thanks. I think in case somebody wants to ask a question.
Sir, we did the other panel. We were already over time. My apologies, ladies and gentlemen. We cannot take any more questions from the floor, but there will be, our speakers are going to be there during lunch, and that will be a good networking break for us to ask more questions personally. Thank you very much. A big round of applause to our esteemed panelists, and of course our moderator, Mr. Mitra, for steering such an effective panel discussion. Thank you. Please give our photographer a group photo opportunity, gentlemen. I'm going to request you to please rise for that group photo. And ladies and gentlemen, with this, we're going to be moving on to our next session quite immediately. Again, we'll take a minute or two to reset the dais, and thereafter we will have the session on waste to advanced biofuels, where Dr. Pramod Kumbhar, President R&D, Praj Industries, is going to be moderating the session, and of course eminent panelists are going to be joining us. Another stellar lineup of panelists is going to grace us for that particular session. Thank you to the esteemed panelists once again for this very enlightening session. And ladies and gentlemen, as I was saying, waste to advanced biofuels. The session will explore groundbreaking technologies in this session. So this is a session which is centered on technology, and these groundbreaking technologies underpin biofuel production and assess their commercialization potential. It also addresses how governments worldwide are supporting such technological advances while minimizing environmental impact on water resources, energy consumption, and carbon emission. We're going to take a minute or two, ladies and gentlemen, and thereafter reset the dais. So I request you to not take too long a break, and please come back so that we can start this session. Thank you very much. We are actually not going to be taking a break, ladies and gentlemen, and that's why we will urge you to remain seated. But in case you're taking a break, I request you to please come back quickly, because we're going to be almost immediately starting with the session. The panelists for the next session are now here, so I'm going to request you to please stay with us.
घर घर की खुशहाली में प्रदूषण मुक्त हो आसमान, दुनिया भर में अपने निशान, आत्मनिर्भर हिंदुस्तान, गेल इंडिया जिसकी पहचान।
Innovative aqua, responsible green, reliable blue, energetic orange, our inspiration to change for a better tomorrow. Praj, innovate, integrate, deliver. Praj is a globally leading process solutions company with a bouquet of offerings in bioenergy, high purity solutions, critical process equipment and skids, special biochemical projects, and industrial
Ladies and gentlemen, we have now arrived at our next session, which is themed Waste to Advanced Biofuels. This session is going to explore the groundbreaking technologies that underpin biofuel production and assess their commercialization potential. Also addresses how governments worldwide are supporting such technological advances while minimizing environmental impact. Ladies and gentlemen, may I request you to now take seats, please, because our panelists are on stage and they have to be seated on the dais. May I request you, ladies and gentlemen, to please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, may I request you to please be seated so that we can welcome our panelists for this next session. Please urge you to take seats, ladies and gentlemen. I request you to please be seated, gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen to my right, may I request you to please either take conversations outside the room or please take seats right now. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, it gives me a lot of pleasure in inviting the esteemed panelists. First, I take the privilege of welcoming on stage our session moderator, Dr. Pramod Kumbhar, President R&D, Praj Industries. Let's welcome him on stage with a big round of applause. Warm welcome, sir. I'd like to invite the esteemed panelists, Dr. G.S. Krishnan, Director, Stakeholder Relations, Novozymes SA and President, Association of Biotechnology-Led Enterprises. Let's welcome him on stage with a big round of applause. Dr. Krishnan. May I invite Dr. Sangeet Jain, Director, Lanza Tech. There he is. Let's welcome him on stage with a big round of applause. Mr. Suhas Bakshi, founder, biofuelcircle.com. Let's welcome Mr. Bakshi on stage, ladies and gentlemen. And Dr. Sangeeta Kasture, Head, Energy, Environment and Forest Decision Unit, Department of Biotechnology, Ministry of Science and Technology, Government of India. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Sangeeta Kasture. There she is. Let's welcome the lady with a big round of applause. Welcome, ma'am. So as I was saying, ladies and gentlemen, there will be some very significant discussion points in this particular session, which is themed Waste to Advanced Biofuels, and I'm going to request and urge our very able moderator for this session, Dr. Pramod Kumbhar, to please take over the proceedings. Sir. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome Dr. Pramod Kumbhar, President R&D, Praj Industries. A big round of applause, please, for our moderator. Welcome, sir.
Good afternoon all, and I have been advised by Archana that we have only 35 minutes for this session. So we have to complete all our deliberations in this time. Just to set the context, waste to biofuels, we heard Gadkari ji in the morning, how we can convert waste and how important it is. Of course, there are number of wastes as a feedstocks. We have biomass, residues, we have off gases, we have municipal solid waste, MSW, or we have plastic waste. And I have a steam panel here, and there are 3-4 things. One is, of course, we start with the feedstock, we have the technology, we have the producers and the off-takers. And we have, and the regulatory bodies to make it happen, all things. And I have a panel which touches on the majority of the aspects of all these things. And I am very happy that these are some of the doyens in the industry working in this area, including, of course, Praj that I represent. So may I start with first with Suhas, because he starts with the feedstock, which is the most important. We heard in earlier session what we are doing in terms of the feedstocks. And Suhas has a startup in Biofuel Circle, and I would like ask Suhas to present his views on the biomass feedstocks, what they are doing to get it on the right this thing. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon. I think our panel is probably standing between you guys and the lunch. And I already see a few people missing from the room, but we're going to talk about a few exciting things. My name is Suhas Bakshi, and I run this company called Biofuel Circle, which we started a couple of years back with an idea of creating a robust supply chain for biomass focused on the bioenergy industry. In the process, we've ended up creating a digital platform, and because this is a session linked to technology, I'm going to talk about the technology that we have created as a part of creating a foundational framework for bioenergy supply chain. And the basis of our platform is on a theme which is connect, curate, and deliver. We heard a number of speakers during the last couple of hours talk about diversity of this supply chain, the number of different biomasses, quality being one of the primary considerations, reliability being another consideration, promptness of delivery, seasonality of biomass. We heard a lot of important considerations which go in right up to financing a project. So the framework of technology that we have worked on stands on a few pillars. One of the pillars is connect. We have a mobile app, a web app, which would allow all the stakeholders in the industry, whether it is industries, biorefineries, farmers, storages, balers, aggregators, you name a stakeholder, there is an ability for that stakeholder to connect with who could be his buyer, who could be the seller. So buyers and sellers have an ability to connect with each other. But what do they connect with each other for? They obviously connect with each other to seek services. And what are the type of services that companies in this supply chain, buyers and sellers in this supply chain typically seek? They seek services associated with quality assurance, services associated with logistics, services associated with financing. Working capital financing is actually a big game, a big needle mover in this industry. If you go and try and find out how much does it cost for a storage company to store biomass for 6 to 8 months period, sometimes you'll hear numbers which are higher double-digit figures for interest rate. It is clear that somewhere down the line, the connectivity between buyer and seller is impacted by either absence of infrastructure, absence of capital, or if it is there, the rates at which it is available impacts the overall robustness and the cost of the supply chain. And this is where we have created a few IT tools. One is around discovery. How do I discover where to buy from, what to buy? What is the greenest supply possible? We found out that some companies in Pune who are buying biomass, they think they're buying it green, but sometimes it's coming from as far as 700 kilometers away. So the question is it really green? So I think it's extremely important to help discover from both the buy and sell side what's the right thing to buy, whom to buy from, and when to buy. Deal making. You've got an interesting paradigm here. You've got the rural end of the supply chain and an industrial end of the supply chain. Industry has an extremely sophisticated method of buying. The rural enterprises have an unorganized method of selling. How do you create tools which will allow these two disparate set of B2B participants to do business with each other? Is the second set of tools that we've developed. The third set of tools is, of course, linked to how do you deliver a deal? How do you make sure that almost everything starting from invoicing to scheduling to tracking and tracing to payments happens in a jiffy, driven by the experiences that we have with things like Amazon or things like Zomato, etc. How do you go away from chasing trucks to making sure that a smooth supply chain runs? And last but not the least, given the spatial nature of this supply chain, how do you provide services around quality assurance? How do you provide services around logistics which could involve rural logistics and industrial logistics both? How do you make sure that working capital financing is available at rates which are competitive rates? And last but not the least, how do you maintain traceability right from start to finish for CO2 credits to be accumulated whenever it becomes reality for this sector? And doing all of this with a data and AI framework which allows you to take smarter decisions, making sure that both buyers and sellers have an access to price and volume data, historical data, trends, what affects prices, what affects availability, so that you can take smarter decisions. Rating of buyers and sellers based on what type of quality does a particular seller supplies, what are the payment terms that a particular buyer gives, does somebody default on payment, does somebody default on supplies, looking at supplier quality, looking at buyer quality, receiving green nudges from what's the right thing to do, having a virtual assistant like it is available or probably in all, all sectors of the industry to help you take artificial intelligence-based decisions, and having a green ledger, having a distributed ledger, which will tomorrow allow you to use blockchain effectively for almost everything which has trackability and traceability involved in it. So that's the platform that we have created. But while we created this platform, what we also realized that just creating this in isolation is not going to solve your problem. We also ended up implementing a concept called digitally enabled rural businesses. Now, digitally enabled rural businesses is your last mile connectivity. What is lacking in this sector is the last mile connectivity between the farmer who produces biomass, who becomes a default producer of energy or feedstock for energy, and the consumer of energy. How do we create this last mile connect? Through enterprises which are rural enterprises but digitally enabled rural enterprises. So we have created an entire model of digitally enabled rural enterprises. Thousands of such enterprises, if they are set up in villages across the country, we would definitely be in a position to achieve the dream that Mr. Gadkari stated in the morning, which is making India an energy export nation. We've made a small start. We operate in 4 states right now. 600 odd businesses work with us. We've got 20 rural franchisees through whom several thousand farmers are connected. More than 50 biomass varieties are available for procurement or sale on our platform right now. At any point in time, there is more than 300,000 metric tons of open interest for buy and sell, which is there on the platform. Last but not the least, what we've been able to do in a short period of time is to create a circle of trust. How do you make sure that transactions are fair transactions? Price discovery is above board price discovery. Quality that is delivered is assured quality, and delivery reliability is there. I think these are some baby steps that we as an organization have taken, but what we do believe is digital technology has a foundation to change the way supply chain works here. Almost everybody in this sector comes from technology domain, which is bioenergy technology domain. The bioenergy technology domain needs to marry with information technology domain in a manner whereby we create a smoother, well-functioning supply chain. So that's what we do, and would love to talk to people about what we do, and if there are any questions, would love to answer them. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Suhas, for this short presentation on what they do. We'll come back to the deliberations afterwards. May I request now Krishnan. Krishnan, of course, is known in this industry for converting biomass to the fuels, and what role novozymes play is very important for, particularly for the second generation ethanol, as well as they have some offerings on the CBG now. Let us hear from him what they do.
Thank you, Pramod. Very good afternoon to one and all. Well, my presentation primarily today would be on evolving the biorefineries to capture tomorrow's opportunities. which is what is very critical after definitely having technology for the conversion of agriculture residues. What more and how do we make it more viable? What are the opportunities? So we are in the midst of a transformation in our energy system with the electrification. The electrical vehicle, as the Minister mentioned in the morning, is gaining momentum. However, that's not going to be sufficient, or it's not going to be something which one can depend on to completely take care of the energy segment. And definitely from a transportation point of view, biofuel is going to play a very, very critical role. And with the geopolitical scenario which is existing today, and as the Minister was mentioning about the Ukraine and Russia war, the importance of biofuel is going to be even more critical, and that's something which I think India can play a very, very important role. And with already a lot of initiatives, we feel that this is going to be very, very critical. And to achieve this objective, we need policy incentives, and also a lot of talks from the previous speakers on the biomass. While it's available, accessibility is definitely a challenge. A lot of initiatives have been taken, something which one needs to address if India has to play a leadership role in this segment. The existing policy, of course, as I already mentioned, is not still sufficient to reach climate goals, but there are signs of growing momentum. As it was mentioned in the morning, we have already achieved the 10% ethanol addition, and now we are talking about 20%. That's our target for 2025, which definitely, with the biomass availability and the technology from Praj and IOCL and the other oil marketing companies, few plants which are coming up, we will reach 20% is what is all our guess. And of course, the government is also having the goal of net zero in 2070. And also we are looking at reduce the emissions intensity of its GDP by 45% by 2030. A very, very ambitious target, which I think will only be achieved. And with the plan for setting up 12 biorefineries, this is definitely not an uphill task. However, looking at the rest of the world and looking at, for example, the US climate bill with strong tax incentives for the sustainable fuels, which is what India also need to follow, and of course also for the carbon capture. Of course, for the sustainable liquid fuels, key scenarios point to a need for growth in the next 20 years, even with most aggressive electrification plans. Sustainable liquid fuels needed to achieve decarbonization goals, especially in heavy-duty transport. Growth in sustainable fuels until 2035 is driven primarily by road transport, while aviation and maritime play an interestingly increasing important role thereafter. I think this is what we need to step up, because the current situation of what we are producing is not going to be sufficient. We need to see how we can be more efficient with the biorefineries. So coming to my next slide, globally the crop-based biofuels may, however, see a decline is what we believe by 2030 and forward, assuming waste-based liquid fuels see a significant growth. And this is one area where we feel that while the crop-based fuel is expected to decline globally, in the Indian context with 2G facilities already coming up, the situation is different. From the graphs, it's evident aviation fuel will see a significant growth over a period of 15 to 20 years, and so will be the lignocellulosic ethanol, where we have a very, very successful technology through Praj Industries. So the ethanol biorefineries today play a unique role in both feeding and fueling the healthier planet. Today we focus on three primary outputs, which is basically the value streams are ethanol, and of course DDG. We need to go beyond this. This is where I think what we need to look at the opportunity is very, very critical. So the biorefinery for tomorrow has the potential to significantly expand its value generation, and we are looking at high value proteins from DDGS for aqua and the pet segment. Novozymes is collaborating with Green Plains in US, and this is one segment which we feel again has a big opportunity from an Indian context. Similarly, NOSIMS is also looking for partners for the consumption, and the rice protein, which is again from a food segment point of view would be very critical and will be a very big opportunity. The corn oil conversion to the sustainable aviation fuel and biodiesel and biochemical is again an opportunity. One should look at it. This is again an enzymatic route. Further, fiber conversion to ethanol using enzymes route is something which one could look at it, which leads to for high value protein and also biochemicals and also the overall aviation fuels and marine fuel. So overall, we need to change from the current scenario wherein we are looking at just the ethanol. Beyond that, what we do to make sure that these facilities are more viable with other opportunities which can arise. And of course, technology plays a very important role in this. With this, I would like to say the start of a new journey. Futures cannot easily be predicted, but futures can be invented and shaped. And these efforts will require partnerships across multiple parts of our value chains, and we need to work together to grab this opportunity and make the 2G ethanol very, very successful and be self-sufficient as far as our fuel requirement is concerned. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Krishnan, on the this journey of making biorefineries more successful. I will now request Dr. Sangeet Jain to talk about what LanzaTech is doing in the space of biofuels. Particularly, they have a different feedstock that they are working on, and which is interesting to learn about where they stand in terms of their first plant in India when it is coming. Thank you.
Thank you, Pramodji, and thanks CII for giving us this opportunity. I'd like to focus on this slide where you can see, is it? Yeah. So there are products on your right hand side, a lot of products which have carbon, and the carbon there, these products have been made by recycled carbon, and on your left side you can see is a steel mill where the gases would be converted into products which can lead to making these recycled products based on recycled carbon. So what we talk about is that power can be carbon free, but for fuels and chemicals we need carbon, and these carbon is needed in all the daily products. We have been talking about Mr. Krishnan also talked about what else other than ethanol. So it's not only energy transition, we talk about hydrocarbon transition now. What matters today is where this carbon comes from, whether it comes from the fossil fuels or whether we can recycle the carbon that we have in terms of municipal solid waste, ag waste, industrial gases, and also direct air capture. I'll briefly talk about the process that LanzaTech has developed and scaled up. Our technology platform is gas fermentation, where we have been able to utilize the CO2 hydrogen in the gases to convert them into ethanol as a first product, and many more other products. So when the process development started, it focused on point source of feedstock which was coming from the industry like steel mill or refineries, so where a lot of gases are going into the environment. So we took those gases, developed the process, and using biological processes, the biocatalysts that we use, we were able to show that it could be converted into ethanol and then into many more products. We started developing, looking at other feedstocks just to diversify the feedstocks that can be use for the technology and make useful products. Municipal solid waste, agricultural waste, these were gasified into syngas and they became a feedstock to the process. That also allows us to recycle carbon not only from the agricultural waste, also from the municipal solid waste. At the end of the useful life of products, many of them end up into landfills, or it's what we call as municipal solid waste. We also started looking at, as the technology developed, for green hydrogen and CO2, whether we can use these gases and then make products. And with CO2 and green hydrogen, we are able to convert them into ethanol. And this completes the loop where the fuels are being used to combust it, and it produces CO2, and with green hydrogen, it can be again converted into a hydrocarbon that can come as a fuel or as a chemical. So in our journey to commercialization, in 2018, our first commercial unit started in China based on the steel mill gases, making ethanol. There have been a couple of more units that have started in China. There are 2 units now which are getting ready to start, one in Belgium at ArcelorMittal's steel mill, and one with our partners Indian Oil at Panipat refinery. This is a picture from one of the units which is based on syngas from municipal solid waste in Japan. Lot of technology deployment across the globe at various stages of conversion. In India, we are looking at gases from the refinery which are going to be converted to ethanol, the first one being at Indian Oil Panipat. We are grateful to our partners, Indian Oil, who not only decided to build a plant based on LanzaTech process, even when there was no commercial unit running at that point of time. They also are investors into LanzaTech and are part of our board. LanzaTech also worked on converting this ethanol into other products. So ethanol has been taken to take it forward and converted into sustainable aviation fuel, and our first unit would get started this year in US. Multiple units on SAF which are in various stage of design and construction. LanzaTech has also been working on what other microbes that can be used. Today we make ethanol, and using different molecule, different microbe, we can produce product like acetone, isopropanol, MEG. So this helps, you are not always need to make one specific product in the unit, and as economies change, as things change in future, there is a possibility to make higher value added products in the using the same hardware. So briefly about what LanzaTech has been talking about, there is a lot of carbon which can be recycled both for making products and making fuels. And this is what we look forward to, a post-pollution future. Thank you, and we're happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Dr. Sangeet, that exciting platform about converting gases to fuels. May I request Dr. Sangeeta, of course, she has been with the DBT for a long time now, and one of the principal driving force to converting biomass or second generation ethanol technology or biotechnology to fuels using biotechnology. And I think she is one of the most known faces in the biotech industry now on the bioenergy side. May I request her to present what DBT is looking at nowadays. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Prabhat. all members here and of the dais. Good afternoon to everyone. So I am, as Dr. Pramod has mentioned, I am representing Department of Biotechnology, those who are not aware. So this is the funding agency operating under Ministry of Science and Technology. Department has been supporting research and innovation for over a decade. And right from the Jatrofa till now, also we are looking at the cutting edge technologies, how we can implement. Besides R&D and innovation, the major another purpose is of the capacity building and networking. That's institutions, how we can form network of the researchers. Till now we have connected 200 scientists, more than 200 scientists through 150 projects and almost 2,000 research fellows we have developed through this program. You can imagine, because our department's budget is almost 2,000 crores and less than 1% of the budget we are spending over the year, but still the impact is, you can say that it is better over the next few years. Also, would like to mention about the BIRAC. Some of you might be aware, BIRAC is the public sector unit of Department of Biotechnology, which is also funding research industries, startups and innovators to various funds, various schemes are there. And even startup, one of the mentioned today presentation made by GPS also was funded by DBT earlier, the early stage. Coming at this, what is the thrust areas? We are looking at right from the biomass development. Basically, we are looking at the cutting edge systems and synthetic biology. How these biotechnology tools, modern biotechnology tools can be applied in various sectors of this biofuel, right from the biomass development, its conversion, and then how carbon capture has been done and how we can improve this, and how we can use the potential of the microorganisms and life sciences, etc. So these are the 5 centers department has established in the country, and there are many leads. I am not going to discuss about this, but these 5 centers are focusing on currently 2G ethanol, then methanation is also another things, but hydrogen, butanol, and then how these are developed through separation technologies, how we can improve the biomass feedstock as well as improve the technology in order to get better performances in various yields of advanced biofuels, including 2G ethanol and algal biofuels, etc. These are some of the examples. The biogas has been traditionally been used, so there are many plants were also built earlier, but there are some novel technology have been done through this, how we can improve the efficiency of methane yield by using different reactors and with continuous reactions. Odorless technologies also been developed, and rapid anaerobic digestion technologies are being developed through this, so that the HRT time is reduced from traditional 40 days to 3 days. Those aspects are being looked at. The carbon capture and utilization, there are these algae, microalgae, cyanobacteria. These are the very important biological resources which can be captured very well. So this is couple of plants with IOC and TERI. We have representatives here. So these are the partnership centers here, and IOC this is a joint partnership center which is funded jointly by IOC and India, where the lipids are being carbon captured from the acetate is being used. Again, this is the waste carbon coming from the LanzaTech technology. So that has been very well captured through yeast, and then it is converted to high value lipids. The another set plant you can look at, this is a 100,000 liters marine facility, water facility, where the photobioreactors are developed by the TERI Center at Navi Mumbai. So these are improvement of organisms. We are looking at how we can more lipid can be accumulated and how fast we can grow the algal biomass. This is another example of this 2G ethanol, where this plant is coming up at Panipat. This is a 10 tons plant. These are some of the technologies I would like to mention. I am not going to read this because of in the interest of time, but these are at various TRL levels. Right from the enzyme technology also would like to say Novazyme is the leader here, but through the indigenous, what we thought that indigenous technology we can improve, so that low cost enzyme can also be developed, which can be used for 2G ethanol. So there is a lot of potential for advanced biofuels using microalgae, cyanobacteria, and even the agriculture residues and organic carbon coming from the organic food, kitchen waste, etc. One example I just mentioned, we would like to mention that a sustainable, self-sustainable model has been also developed, where right from how we can collect the feedstock from household and supply chain and including technology conversion. So that plant, 3.5 tons plant is completed, it is commissioned at Anand in Gujarat, where this is a self-sustainable model has been a good example of public-private partnership. This is the international cooperation. DBT also supporting international cooperation to strengthen the bioenergy, because collaboration is very important, and how we can learn the best practices from the other countries. So under Mission Innovation Platform, integrated biorefinery, which is led by India and Netherlands, here the goal is to develop and demonstrate innovative solutions to accelerate the commercialization of integrated biorefineries with the target of replacing additional 10% of fossil carbon with these bio-based fuels, chemicals and materials. Here, this is by 2030, that is in decade we have to do this. So along with biofuels, we are also encouraging to produce chemicals as well as materials in order to make these zero waste as well as cost effective biorefinery. There are many of these partners, India, Brazil, Canada, European Commission and international agencies are also partner in this. Besides this innovation platform, which is to facilitate international collaboration in sustainable aviation fuel, department has also recently launched a proposal call to come out the scientists with the new innovative low carbon pathways for sustainable aviation fuels. And we got a good response. Around 53 proposals were received, and those are under review process. But some of these technologies would be, these researchers would be looking at new technologies, how to improve, how to enlarge the feedstock and how to develop the low carbon pathways. So there are like drop-in filled alcohol to jet technologies, how we can improve the metabolic pathways during the metabolic engineering of cyanobacteria algae to improve the yields of the lipid as well as approaches CO2 direct capture, genomics and all other modern biological tools can be used. Biorestores and scale bench application, these are some of the researchers will address this, and in coming couple of years we will have some good outcome looking forward to this, which could be also cost effective and which would be able to look at the aviation fuel replacement with the fossil fuel. These are the, even in addition to this, under environment, because we are also looking at environment biotechnology, we know that Government of India has banned the single-use plastic. So we are also encouraging how the bio-based plastics can be produced, low-cost bio-based plastic can be developed in order to replace the single-use plastics. So we have also supporting these areas, and recently India is going to announce the cooperation under research and innovation for the development of smart concept or integrated energy driven biorefineries for co-production of advanced biofuels, biochemicals and biomaterials. So where the Mission Innovation member countries would be able to join this call, and so that we would be connecting the researchers and even industries. We would look forward to participation of industries with their contribution, so that from department, government also can give the matching funding. So with this, I thank each one of you, and thank you organizers CI. Thank you.
Unfortunately, we do not have time. We can have the questions.
So actually, we're just running quite behind schedule. If we can just take all those questions offline during the lunch break.
Okay. You can ask the question.
Yes. Producing ethanol from air.
And if it can be, how commercially, will it be commercially feasible?
So the answer is yes, and in fact there is one project coming up in Europe. Yeah, the answer is yes. With green hydrogen this CO2 can be captured and converted to ethanol. It all depends on what is going to be the pricing of green hydrogen that would make the viability for that project. There are projects which are getting designed on that basis.
Okay, thank you.
Does that answer your question, sir? Sir, what about anything? Sir, I'd request you to please give us a photo opportunity. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for our esteemed panelists. This session was very effectively steered by Dr. Pramod Kumar, our moderator, the President R&D Praj Industries. Thank you very much, sir, for bringing the best out of this panel. And thank you, panelists, Dr. Krishnan, Dr. Sangeet Jain, Mr. Suhas, Dr. Sangeeta. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, all questions can be definitely taken offline during this lunch break. We do have a lunch break now. We request you to please come back in about... Speaker's lunch is at Regal. Okay. I'm going to request the speakers to please proceed to Regal, and of course there's lunch outside for all our eminent delegates. 2 o'clock sharp, we are going to be beginning with the next session, ladies and gentlemen. So I'm going to request and urge you to come back 2 to 3 minutes before so that we can take the proceedings forward with our session, New Models in Bioenergy Financing. We gravely apologize if we don't have time for questions in this session, but I'd request you to please ask those now during the lunch break as part of the networking. Thank you very much once again, ladies and gentlemen, for your cooperation. We will see you on the other side of this lunch break with the other session on new models in bioenergy financing. I'm going to request you to please come back 2-3 minutes before 2 p.m. because 2 p.m. sharp is when we start with that session. Thank you very much once again, ladies and gentlemen.
And technologies that have been instrumental to the success of Praj. This has propelled it to the standard years of the inception of Praj. Over the years, it has transformed from a mere support center for development and innovation to a unique R&D facility in private sector. The biggest leap took place in 2008. Moving to an independent premises spread over 5 acres, Praj Matrix expanded into the field of fundamental research. This has enabled Praj to join an elite club of select organizations worldwide operating in this challenging arena.
It has not been an easy journey. It is our passion and conviction which saw to it that we sustain this developmental work. Thanks to our dedicated, hardworking scientists supporting our efforts.
In spite of all the challenges, it has been an exciting 3 decades, nonetheless with many significant milestones along the way. With biofuels gaining momentum, Matrix relocated to an exclusive state-of-the-art facility at the dawn of the new millennium. Of these numerous achievements, the biggest accomplishment is undoubtedly the successful commissioning of the second-generation ethanol demo plant, which uses multi-source lignocellulosic feedstock to produce ethanol and various renewable chemicals.
We always believed that biofuels will play a major role in development of renewable energy basket all across the globe. For past 3 decades, Praj Matrix has developed variety of technologies and supported these efforts, including development of second generation ethanol technology from biomass.
Leveraging this technology, Praj Matrix has also taken major strides in the field of biorefineries. Patented processes developed a number of products, including furfural and xylitol. These find commercial applications in the polymer and food industry, with the furfural process being licensed to one of Europe's biggest chemical companies. Apart from biofuels and biorefineries, Praj Matrix also does flagship research in the field of oleochemicals and health and wellness. This has resulted in many commercially lucrative products. Of particular note are high hyaluronic acid, harvested entirely from non-animal sources, and tocopherol, which is extracted from soya oil distillate. This success has been possible because of the dedicated efforts of 100 technologists who operate in 5 closely integrated centers of excellence. Is state-of-the-art equipment in 16 different labs, a multi-purpose pilot plant spread over an area of 20,000 square feet. That Praj Matrix holds 15 patents with several more in the pipeline. Pioneering research and innovation in industrial biotechnology, Praj Matrix has garnered international repute and frequently hosts technocrats and prominent dignitaries from around the world.
Going forward, we envisage Praj Matrix evolving into a center of excellence in bioeconomy, supporting various initiatives across the globe. This center will play a vital role in designing and defining the industrial biotech landscape internationally. I wish the Praj Matrix team of scientists very good luck in their future endeavors.
Praj Matrix, committed to its vision of providing environment-friendly and sustainable solutions that can make the world a better place.
India is in the midst of a transformational journey. A journey towards self-reliance. It is driving an all-encompassing transformation in its economic and industrial landscapes to emerge strong, independent, and self-sufficient. Inspired by this journey of self-reliance, we at Triveni Engineering have also prepared a roadmap to drive self-sufficiency across the sectors and business segments of our presence. We have positioned ourselves as partners in the nation's efforts to become a self-sustaining economic power on the global map. In our sugar business, as one of India's largest sugar manufacturers, with 7 state-of-the-art FSSC 22000 certified sugar units, we have been working towards agri self-reliance by strengthening our farmer relations to boost production, yield and their income, thus uplifting and empowering the country's rural population. We also worked aggressively on our cane development initiatives to maximize sugarcane yield, crush and recovery. In our alcohol business, we have been expanding our capacity to support the government's Ethanol Blending Programme to create a more sustainable future by lowering emissions and reducing import dependence. This approach has delivered sterling results for the company and contributed towards the progress of the sector at a broader level. In our engineering businesses, we are among the leading players in power transmission and water and wastewater treatment solutions in the country. We have been steering India's self-reliance journey through our power transmission solutions, which are driven by innovation, value engineering, and reliability. In financial year 2021-22, scaled many milestones to leverage the growth opportunity in this segment in terms of product offerings as well as new markets. Through defense products and solutions, we are powering India's indigenous efforts. We are a trusted indigenous supplier of critical equipment for Indian Navy for the last 3 decades. The growing water scarcity is catalyzing new opportunities in the areas of recycle, reuse, and zero liquid discharge. Through our innovative water and wastewater treatment solutions, we have been boosting India's water self-sufficiency by catering to the specialized needs of industrial, municipal, and specialized projects across sectors, including desalination and utility management for water and sewerage network. With a strong environment, social and governance focus across life cycle, we have developed a robust foundation to nurture our relationships and steer our strategic approach to partner India's journey towards self-reliance. Today, we are an entity designed to deliver self-sustenance with sustained growth on the strength of 18 world-class facilities. Our 5-year journey towards self-reliance has culminated in our performance. As we uphold our vision to strive to maintain sustainable business growth through continuous innovation, market development, and customer retention, while creating long-term value for all our stakeholders, we are also positioning ourselves as partners in the nation's efforts to become a self-sustaining economic power on the global map. This we consider as our responsibility and privilege.
उगती हुई हरियाली में, सोने सी हर बाली में, हर सुबह चाय की प्याली में और घर घर की खुशहाली में, प्रदूषण मुक्त हो आसमान, दुनिया भर में अपने निशान, आत्मनिर्भर हिंदुस्तान, गेल इंडिया जिसकी पहचान।
Innovative aqua, responsible green, reliable blue, energetic orange, our inspiration to change for a better tomorrow. Praj, innovate, integrate, deliver. Praj is a globally leading process solutions company with a bouquet of offerings in bioenergy, high-purity solutions, critical process equipment and skids, special biochemical projects, and industrial wastewater treatment. Innovation and sustainability has always been the core philosophy of Praj, and for the last 30 years, Praj Matrix, the R&D center, has been integral to this philosophy. It is the growth engine that drives the core businesses of Praj, providing many breakthrough solutions in the field of industrial biotechnology. Be it conventional first-gen ethanol, advanced biorefineries, renewable chemicals, or health and wellness, Praj Matrix has successfully developed a variety of processes and technologies that have been instrumental to the success of Praj. This has propelled it to the stature of an internationally renowned organization in the field of bio-based technologies. Recognizing the importance of innovation, the R&D Center commenced activities within the first few years of the inception of Praj. Over the years, it has transformed from a mere support center for development and innovation to a unique R&D facility in private sector. The biggest leap took place in 2008. Moving to an independent premises spread over 5 acres, Praj Matrix expanded into the field of fundamental research. This has enabled Praj to join an elite club of select organizations worldwide operating in this challenging arena.
It has not been an easy journey. It is our passion and conviction which saw to it that we sustain this developmental work. Thanks to our dedicated, hardworking scientists supporting our efforts.
In spite of all the challenges, it has been an exciting 3 decades, nonetheless with many significant milestones along the way. With biofuels gaining momentum, Matrix relocated to an exclusive state-of-the-art facility at the dawn of the new millennium. Of these numerous achievements, the biggest accomplishment is undoubtedly the successful commissioning of the second-generation ethanol demo plant, which uses multi-source lignocellulosic feedstock to produce ethanol and various renewable chemicals.
We always believed that biofuels will play a major role in development of renewable energy basket all across the globe. For past 3 decades, Praj Matrix has developed variety of technologies and supported these efforts, including development of second generation ethanol technology from biomass.
Leveraging this technology, Praj Matrix has also taken major strides in the field of biorefineries. Patented processes, developed a number of products, including furfural and xylitol. These find commercial applications in the polymer and food industry, with the furfural process being licensed to one of Europe's biggest chemical companies. Apart from biofuels and biorefineries, Praj Matrix also does flagship research in the field of oleochemicals and health and wellness. This has resulted in many commercially lucrative products. Of particular note are high hyaluronic acid, harvested entirely from non-animal sources, and tocopherol, which is extracted from soya oil distillate. This success has been possible because of the dedicated efforts of 100 technologists who operate in 5 closely integrated centers of excellence. A state-of-the-art equipment in 16 different labs, a multi-purpose pilot plant spread over an area of 20,000 square feet. That Praj Matrix holds 15 patents with several more in the pipeline. Pioneering research and innovation in industrial biotechnology, Praj Matrix has garnered international repute and frequently hosts technocrats and prominent dignitaries from around the world.
Going forward, we envisage Praj Matrix evolving into a center of excellence in bioeconomy, supporting various initiatives across the globe. In this center will play a vital role in designing and defining the industrial biotech landscape internationally. I wish the Praj Matrix team of scientists very good luck in their future endeavors.
Praj Matrix, committed to its vision of providing environment-friendly and sustainable solutions that can make the world a better place.
India is in the midst of a transformational journey. A journey towards self-reliance. It is driving an all-encompassing transformation in its economic and industrial landscapes to emerge strong, independent, and self-sufficient. Inspired by this journey of self-reliance, we at Triveni Engineering have also prepared a roadmap to drive self-sufficiency across the sectors and business segments of our presence. We have positioned ourselves as partners in the nation's efforts to become a self-sustaining economic power on the global map. In our sugar business, as one of India's largest sugar manufacturers, with 7 state-of-the-art FSSC 22000 certified sugar units, we have been working towards agri self-reliance by strengthening our farmer relations to boost production, yield and their income, thus uplifting and empowering the country's rural population. We also worked aggressively on our cane development initiatives to maximize sugarcane yield, crush and recovery. In our alcohol business, we have been expanding our capacity to support the government's Ethanol Blended Programme to create a more sustainable future by lowering emissions and reducing import dependence. This approach has delivered sterling results for the company and contributed towards the progress of the sector at a broader level. In our engineering businesses, we are among the leading players in power transmission and water and wastewater treatment solutions in the country. We have been steering India's self-reliance journey through our power transmission solutions, which are driven by innovation, value engineering, and reliability. In financial year 2021-22, scaled many milestones to leverage the growth opportunity in this segment in terms of product offerings as well as new markets. Through defense products and solutions, we are powering India's indigenous efforts. We are a trusted indigenous supplier of critical equipment for Indian Navy for the last 3 decades. The growing water scarcity is catalyzing new opportunities in the areas of recycle, reuse, and zero liquid discharge. Through our innovative water and wastewater treatment solutions, we have been boosting India's water self-sufficiency by catering to the specialized needs of industrial, municipal and specialized projects across sectors, including desalination and utility management for water and sewerage network. With a strong environment, social and governance focus across life cycle, we have developed a robust foundation to nurture our relationships and steer our strategic approach to partner India's journey towards self-reliance. Today, we are an entity designed to deliver self-sustenance with sustained growth on the strength of 18 world-class facilities. Our 5-year journey towards self-reliance has culminated in our performance. As we uphold our vision to strive to maintain sustainable business growth through continuous innovation, market development and customer retention, while creating long-term value for all our stakeholders, we are also positioning ourselves as partners in the nation's efforts to become a self-sustaining economic power on the global map. This we consider as our responsibility and privilege.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back after lunch. My pleasant duty to call you back after that sumptuous lunch to the ballroom so that we can start with our next session, which is themed New Models in Bioenergy Financing. I'm going to request you, ladies and gentlemen, to please do join us so that we can progress to our next session, New Models in Bioenergy Financing. This is going to be a very interesting session to create an investor-friendly ecosystem benefiting the environment, job creation, organic cropping, as well as energy independence. So I'm going to request you, ladies and gentlemen, to do join us in the ballroom now so that we can start with the session. Those of you who are having lunch outside, I request you, as soon as you're done with your lunch, please come and take seats in the ballroom. Thank you very much once again.
उगती हुई हरियाली में, सोने सी हर बाली में, हर सुबह चाय की प्याली में और घर घर की खुशहाली में, प्रदूषण मुक्त हो आसमान, दुनिया भर में अपने निशान, आत्मनिर्भर हिंदुस्तान, गेल इंडिया जिसकी पहचान।
Innovative aqua, responsible green, reliable blue, energetic orange, our inspiration to change for a better tomorrow. Praj, innovate, integrate, deliver. Praj is a globally leading process solutions company With a bouquet of offerings in bioenergy, high-purity solutions, critical process equipment and skids, special biochemical projects, and industrial wastewater treatment. Innovation and sustainability has always been the core philosophy of Praj, and for the last 30 years, Praj Matrix, the R&D center, has been integral to this philosophy. It is the growth engine that drives the core businesses of Praj, providing many breakthrough solutions in the field of industrial biotechnology. Be it conventional first-gen ethanol, advanced biorefineries, renewable chemicals, or health and wellness, Praj Matrix has successfully developed a variety of processes and technologies that have been instrumental to the success of Praj. This has propelled it to the stature of an internationally renowned organization in the field of bio-based technologies. Recognizing the importance of innovation, the R&D Center commenced activities within the first few years of the inception of Praj. Over the years, it has transformed from a mere support center for development and innovation to a unique R&D facility in private sector. The biggest leap took place in 2008. Moving to an independent premises spread over 5 acres, Praj Matrix expanded into the field of fundamental research. This has enabled Praj to join an elite club of select organizations worldwide operating in this challenging arena.
It has not been an easy journey. It is our passion and conviction which saw to it that we sustain this developmental work. Thanks to our dedicated, hardworking scientists supporting our efforts.
In spite of all the challenges, it has been an exciting 3 decades, nonetheless with many significant milestones along the way. With biofuels gaining momentum, Matrix relocated to an exclusive state-of-the-art facility at the dawn of the new millennium. Of these numerous achievements, the biggest accomplishment is undoubtedly the successful commissioning of the second-generation ethanol demo plant, which uses multi-source lignocellulosic feedstock to produce ethanol and various renewable chemicals.
We always believed that biofuels will play a major role in development of renewable energy basket all across the globe. For past 3 decades, Praj Matrix has developed variety of technologies and supported these efforts, including development of second generation ethanol technology from biomass.
Leveraging this technology, Praj Matrix has also taken major strides in the field of biorefineries. Patented processes developed a number of products, including furfural and xylitol. These find commercial applications in the polymer and food industry, with the furfural process being licensed to one of Europe's biggest chemical companies. Apart from biofuels and biorefineries, Praj Matrix also does flagship research in the field of oleochemicals and health and wellness. This has resulted in many commercially lucrative products. Of particular note are high hyaluronic acid, harvested entirely from non-animal sources, and tocopherol, which is extracted from soya oil distillate. This success has been possible because of the dedicated efforts of 100 technologists who operate in 5 closely integrated centers of excellence. Is state-of-the-art equipment in 16 different labs, a multi-purpose pilot plant spread over an area of 20,000 square feet. That Praj Matrix holds 15 patents with several more in the pipeline. Pioneering research and innovation in industrial biotechnology, Praj Matrix has garnered international repute and frequently hosts technocrats and prominent
Ladies and
dignitaries.
gentlemen, may I once again request you to kindly join us in the ballroom and take seats. We're going to be starting with this next session on new models in bioenergy financing. Our panelists are here now. I request and invite you to please join us in the ballroom. And I'm going to be inviting the panelists to please take their place on the dais very shortly. So I request you, ladies and gentlemen, to please make your way to the ballroom. Once we have the house in order, we can start. Please cooperate and help us start the session on time, ladies and gentlemen.
Into a center of excellence in bioeconomy, supporting various initiatives across the globe. This center will play a vital role in designing and defining the industrial biotech landscape internationally. I wish the Praj Matrix team of scientists very good luck in their future endeavors.
Praj Matrix, committed to its vision of providing environment-friendly and sustainable solutions that can make the world a better place.
India is in the midst of a transformational journey. A journey towards self-reliance. It is driving an all-encompassing transformation in its economic and industrial landscapes to emerge strong.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I request and invite you once again to please take seats in the ballroom. We're going to be starting with this next session, which is themed New Models in Bioenergy Financing. Let me tell you a little about the National Bioenergy Programme, which looks to create an investor-friendly ecosystem benefiting the environment, job creation, organic cropping, as well as energy independence. Through 2025-26, the scheme will receive a budget outlay of Rs 858 crores for its first phase, with investment incentives in place, such as friendly funding terms for bioenergy projects. This comprehensive initiative is sure to bring sweeping growth across numerous fields while impacting climate change positively on many levels. May I request you, ladies and gentlemen, to please take seats. We're going to be discussing new models in bioenergy financing with the help of our very stellar lineup of panelists. I'm going to request you to please come and take seats. We have panelists such as Mr. Parvez Umrigar, MD and CEO, Ever Enviro Resource Management, who's going to be moderating and steering the deliberations for this session. We have Mr. Sachin Varmani, the Senior Vice President, PA and SF SBI Capital Markets Limited. Mr. Manoj Agarwal, Founder and CEO, Carbon Impact Capital, as well as Shri Palash Srivastava, Deputy CEO, India Infrastructure Finance Company Limited, New Delhi. These are our eminent panelists, ladies and gentlemen, who are going to be talking to you. May I request you to please join us in the ballroom and take seats so that we can start the session. Thank you very much for your cooperation. I invite you, ladies and gentlemen, to please be seated in the ballroom. Thank you very much. Once again, a very warm welcome, ladies and gentlemen. May I invite you to please take seats in the ballroom. We're going to be starting with the session now. And as I was talking about the National Bioenergy Programme, which looks to create an investor-friendly ecosystem benefiting the environment, job creation, of course, organic cropping as well as energy independence. This session, which is coming up, ladies and gentlemen, in a minute or two, is set to explore ways in which projects can be bankrolled while examining the financial gap that needs closing. Attention will additionally turn towards the feasibility of pricing adjustments in emission reduction markets for nationally determined contributions to ensure successful implementation of carbon credits-based initiatives and secure substantial emission reductions. So I'm going to request you, ladies and gentlemen, to please take seats in the ballroom now so that we can start with the session. Our panelists are here. May I invite you, ladies and gentlemen, to please be a part of the deliberations, which are going to be very pertinent. Thank you very much. May I invite you once again, ladies and gentlemen, all of you who are still outside, may I request you to please join us in and take seats, please. Now, I take the privilege, ladies and gentlemen, of inviting our esteemed panelists. I first take the privilege of inviting our moderator, Mr. Parvez Umrigar, MD and CEO, Ever Enviro Resource Management. Let's welcome him on stage with a big round of applause. Warm welcome, sir. I'd like to invite Mr. Sachin Varmani, Senior Vice President, PA and SF, SBI Capital Markets. Can we please have a big round of applause as we welcome him? Welcome, Mr. Varmani. Mr. Manoj Agarwal, the founder and CEO of Carbon Impact Capital. Let's welcome him with a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome, sir. Shri Palash Srivastava, Deputy CEO, India Infrastructure Finance Company Limited, New Delhi. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome him as well. Welcome, Mr. Srivastava. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, this session theme, New Models in Bioenergy Financing, a very pertinent one. I'm going to request our session moderator to please take over the proceedings. Mr. Parvez Umrigar. Sir, please.
Good afternoon, everybody. Well, we still have a bit of a half audience, but I guess we have timelines to keep. Normally, when people try to have the session after lunch, the normal cliche is for people to say, oh, it's going to be difficult to conduct a session, it's immediately after lunch, etc. But I think the word finance can never be anything less than exciting. So the session is right after lunch. The word finance is sometimes exciting and sometimes it gives you sleepless nights probably. Coming to the subject, and I am aware that we have had 4 or 5 sessions already in the morning about the project business, the development side, and we will try to keep our focus only on the financing of project as such. I think everybody who's worked on projects, setting up projects would agree with me when I say that project development and project financing are like 2 parallel railway tracks. You can't really reach your destination till you get both the things right, the development of the project and the financing of the project. What we have here today in our audience actually is people who have learned the art of project financing over a considerable period of time. Thanks to infrastructure financing, the wave that started in the year 2000, the power financing. In the audience, when we have today SBI CAPS, there is no better agency who knows how to catalyze large amount of funding. They have done it successfully to the extent that, I don't know how many are aware here, when India was running its infrastructure financing at its peak, SBI CAP was credited with being the largest global collector of funds, aggregator of funds worldwide. So that's really what SBI CAP stands for. IIFCL was brought in as spearheading and being the lead lender for most of the transportation projects at the right time. So they really carried their experience from having done project financing, infrastructure financing, power financing. And then we have the niche in terms of carbon impact, which is more specific, more applicable to the area that we talk about. The amounts required here are huge. And without getting into all the various segments of the business that you've been hearing since morning, if you just pick up even only one amount and what the government amounts are when it comes to, say, financing program under SATAT, and if you convert that, and all of us know those are a bit high-level numbers, but that's $50 billion. Are we going to really reach that? We all know it's stretch target, but we want governments to set stretch targets in front of all of us. But those are the sizes that one is really talking about as what the government aspires for. In addition to that, when the industry has to grow, it's not only the funding at the developer level. The funding has to be at all three levels. The developer needs to be financed, the next level of the design and the EPC players need to be financed, and then the whole capacity build-up that becomes down the line. All the three layers need financing. Developers being much larger, coming down to the capacity builders, which may be much smaller, and all come with their risks and returns for both the equity audience as well as the lending audience. So you will hear about that more from the speakers when they spell out their expectations, their aspirations from all of us. A couple of years that I have seen in this particular industry, I can say that the level of funding expressed by the lending institution is very high. They recognize the element of climate focus, ESG, circular economy, and there's a very high level of interest, but at the same point of time, there's always the fear of unknown, the initial apprehensions, and again, which I'll leave it to the speakers to spell out and articulate much more and not take their time on that. All in all, my message to a few bankers here who are present is, and because again I share from my last 3 years that I have been dealing in it, people carry a lot of legacy, the good and the bad, of having learned infrastructure financing. I would say there are a few points which are similar. Similar in the sense that your concession periods are now stabilized at around 20 years in this particular industry. When I talk specifically about biofinancing in the form of RNG projects, so you really have something to fall back upon as per the base of it. But there are a lot of dissimilarities as well, and you must recognize that these projects, while they are small, overcome a lot of other disadvantages that come whilst funding mega projects. Firstly, the gestation periods are very small. These projects do not take 3 to 5 years. The moment gestation periods are small, it means your risk of time overrun, cost overrun is significantly minimized. You don't have the risk of what you have been hearing over the years when you finance long mega infra projects or power projects. What happens if there's a reserved forest? What if I have to have utility shifting? Right? What if there's no right-of-way available? All these things which you all have been troubled with, you will find that this segment does not have that. So I'm just sharing a few thoughts, more on it when we really keep on catching up. But we are in a sweet spot today, having come out where the country has gone through now 25 years of project financing. It knows the pitfalls, it knows the pluses, it can compare notes across, and today the bankers will be in a much better position. At the end of the day, it's very simple. If you have good projects, money is bound to follow. I think that's a simple principle that one keeps in mind. And so long as you meet that, really, I think we would all be in a happy space. Thanks for the initial few words. I'll start with SBI Caps to be invited firstly to come here. As I said, SBI Caps, nobody needs an introduction. By a distance, the largest player of catalyzer of funds. Please.
Good afternoon to all. So first of all, I'd like to thank CII for inviting us and giving an opportunity here to share our views on the bioenergy project financing, which is an evolving sector as of today as we speak. So we've been working on a couple of projects, but there are certain challenges, issues, which are coming up. So we're trying to cover all of that, the lender's perspective, and how to make it financially viable and bankable. Yeah. So broadly, just give you an overview about SBCAS, that bioenergy per se, the overview and policy initiative, which I think has been discussed during the day. So quickly move through that. I then move to the key features which bioenergy projects have actually, which puts it in a unique spot. And the funding options, some of them are traditional options, and typical project financing structure for a bioenergy project. How to do it, and how the lenders look at all these projects, their perspective on that, and the kind of support which is required to actually make it financially viable and bankable. So SBI Caps, everyone knows we are 100% subsidiary of SBI. We are the investor banking arm. We have been into project finance market for more than 25 years. A lot of policy initiatives and privatizations have happened. We have been associated over there. We're planning to open an office also overseas now in Abu Dhabi. So that should be coming up in the Abu Dhabi global markets in the next couple of months. So our focus is also moving to international markets. This is a broad business portfolio which we have, which I come from project advisory and structured finance, which is more on appraisal, due diligence, structured finance, M&A, valuation, securitization. And then we have capital markets, which is equity and debt. So we have trusteeship business also, and SBK Ventures also, which focuses on new initiatives and startups. We have broad clientele, almost everyone in the industry probably we are privileged to be associated. Now straight move to the bioenergy. Now broadly, the net zero emissions have to be there by 2070. This is the target. So it's an efficient option among the, all existing fuels, and it could contribute significantly to reduction and to make it as carbon neutral. So bioenergy has potential to serve all major sectors of energy, which is heat, electricity, and transport fuel. So there has been national policy on biofuels. A lot of work has happened over there. I quickly move to ethanol, wherein government has a target of 20% blending of ethanol by 25, which means 650 liters, crore liters for the current year. If you look at biodiesel, there's a national policy on biofuels. 2018, which targets 5% blending, which is 0.1% of ethanol as of today, after biodiesel. So bio-CNG and CBG, lot of work has happened. We have some players who have been working on CBG projects. Some projects have already started now. So the CBG projects have, CBG has high calorific value and good possibility of connecting to the city gas network. So offtake is not a challenge. So couple of initiatives. Policy level initiatives, like there's a national bioenergy program, which has waste to energy program, biomass program, biogas program. There's an ethanol blending program, and there's a CBG, under which there's a SATAT scheme, which basically assures a offtake and a price. So a lot of work and initiatives have been taken, but primarily the viability of these projects is something important, and that's how it makes it bankable. To move to that, we have to understand what are key features of these projects. So when I say long gestation, its construction is fast, but the returns to service is long as of today. The critical factors, the feedstock arrangement, which is the biggest challenge as a lender, which they look at. If the loan is being given for 10, 15 years, so it has to be sustainable long-term feedstock arrangement. So this is a starting point for any bioenergy project financing. Economies of scale, presently we have small scale projects, but large scale projects, once they get implemented, only then the bioenergy projects, the financial viability can be established. The technology, world over it has been there, however in India it is evolving, although a lot of new projects have been coming up. So we have Verbio here, which have taken initiatives, the technology is coming, but it is still has to be proven at a large scale. So the offtake, certainly OMCs have long-term offtake arrangements, so the pricing is an issue. So the pricing has to move in tandem with the market movements. So and a byproduct offtake arrangement also has to be taken care of. So the bioenergy projects can be funded on two modes. One is a very simple, straightforward mode, balance sheet financing, wherein a lot of PSUs or OMCs are taking initiatives. They're forming JVs, partnerships. So this is one mode. But for the new entrepreneurs or the startups, so which are presently SMEs, so the offtakes are there, but the funding for them is quite critical, and it takes a lot of effort for them because the ratings are, because when the banks look at it, AA rated or AAA rated, the point of view is different when it is a BBB rated rating. So then it has impact on the funding part. The funding options, so one of straightforward, balance sheet funding through mix of debt and then equity. New entrepreneurs, they find it difficult to get debt financing in the current scenario, although equity has to be brought in, but the VGF schemes which have been happening in the country, so they have to be brought in to ensure viability. The VGF can be a capital grant nature one time, or it can be a monthly, annual. So debt financing and equity financing and VGF is one. But another initiative is to make it financially viable and to attractive and commercially viable for banks funding are new areas like which have been done in the other sectors like textile and others, like interest-free loans from states, government bodies, interest subvention or interest subsidies. Those mechanisms can be brought in, and credit enhancement. We have IFCL with us today, which have been working on this structure wherein an institution comes and appraises the project and finds the project viable, bankable, and decides to give guarantee. So based on that guarantee, and that company also takes some exposure, the other banks come in and based on that guarantee, so that funding happens. So credit enhancement structures can also be brought in to bring more innovation into the financing of these bioenergy projects. So this is a typical project financing structure to say that, show here that the bioenergy project, if we are to keep it limited recourse or non-recourse to the cash flows, so the funding has to be done on the strengths of the project and the cash flows. So the contractual structure for any bioenergy project, the way it happens in any project finance has to be very, very tight and crystal clear to ensure that the cash flows are going to be available subsequently for servicing of debt. So how the lenders look at it. So we had discussions with almost 3-4 top banks, including SBI. So major 4-5 issues are there. The banks, I can assure you, have strong interest to fund bioenergy projects. Interest is there, appetite is there, but certain things need to be tightened or brought in to see that a project becomes bankable. So first, certainly the commercial viability has to be there. So there's no precedence as of today of proven large-scale commercial viability. So this has to be demonstrated in the Indian conditions. Feedstock, I mentioned about it earlier. So sustainable long-term feedstock sourcing of agri-waste collection, municipal solid waste, it has to be there. So which we saw that recently in one of the states in the country. So we had discussions and these issues came up. So wherein the state government has taken responsibility for ensuring a centralized collection mechanism. So if that kind of initiatives are taken, that mechanism is there, so then the financing becomes faster. So quality of feedstock, that may change seasonally, and it actually impacts the quality and the quantity. So this is also has to be ensured. And the byproduct offtake and pricing. So the timely evacuation and the movement, the market, with the market fluctuations has to be there in the price changes. So that has to be there in the market, tandem in the market. Land procurement, this is for small players. Certainly the land procurement and getting funding for land, that is something also essential for SMEs. Although not that difficult for big players, but for SMEs, land also can pose a big issue. And banks are little wary of funding for land, but now for these projects, they can come forward. In past, we have seen some instances where the funding of land has been looked at by the banks. Recently, I can highlight about the coal mines, commercial coal mines have been auctioned. The funding of that also is happening incidentally. But over there, the land procurement is one issue. Or the banks have come forward and they're giving loans for funding land now. So the funding arrangement, the funding arrangement, as I mentioned, can be done, but it has to be demonstrated based on the credit what the project developer has and the experience which it has. Price fixation has to be as per market conditions. All those things will make the project viable and bankable. So the economies of scale also has to be increased to demonstrate the commercial viability. So these are a couple of concerns which banks have raised. As I said, they have strong interest. So what kind of support can be provided? So first is on centralized feedstock sourcing. This is the starting point, I'll say. So there has to be long-term feedstock sourcing arrangement by some centralized state government or some municipal body which has to be there which will provide comfort to lenders that if they're going for 15 years loan, so that is, and the loan is to be serviced over that 15-year period, so the feedstock is going to be sourced. So the end product price fixation as per market conditions has to be there. Price should be decided or linked in such a fashion that some minimum project viability parameters are met. When I say project viability parameters, banks look at project IRR and DACR, that is debt service cover ratio. So some minimum assurance or visibility of that has to be there. Byproduct offtake and the project size, which has to be optimum large-scale projects. Only then the viability can be established. So there, we feel if there's a centralized portal of project data on the bioenergy projects, wherein all the industry players can look at the status, implementation, operations of these projects, that can help, and awareness about these projects can happen. And initially maybe 2-3 projects, if they can be implemented jointly with OMCs and PSUs along with private sector parties, so it can demonstrate the viability of these projects, and then it will ensure the bankability. So this is broadly I have, so happy to answer any questions during the session. Thank you.
Well, we'll next have Palash. Well, as I mentioned, IFCL needs no introduction. It's been at the forefront of, as the name suggests, the infrastructure financing. They've always been the incubator, whilst never been necessarily the largest lender, but always an incubator, the catalyst and the lead lenders over the years. I'm sure they'll bring the same expertise to bioenergy in the days to come.
Thank you for the introduction. As see, we are part of 50% of the port projects, roughly about 2/3 of the solar projects. So we are actually gap financiers. So about 25% of the road projects, we are part of the consortium. So we actually provide as knowledge support, where hybrid annuity was actually just coming up. We actually took the lead in those first 6 hybrid annuity projects and provided the justification for financing, and now hybrid annuity has become the norm for financing of road projects. So that's broadly the introduction on IFCL, IFCL being Ministry of Finance PSU, and we have been through our advisory vertical and debt syndication vertical been also working on some biofuels project. So that I think I am very happy. We have also financed some waste to energy projects, particularly in Andhra Pradesh, where we have had some experience, and currently the Swiss Agency for Development Corporation has, and we together with the Swiss Agency for Development Corporation have created a structure for compressed biogas facility from waste, municipal solid waste in Coimbatore. So I think this is an opportunity which a lot of the players who are interested can actually track. There will be a procurement document which actually will be coming out soon, and just to kind of sweeten the facility, because this is also a town where compressed natural, so basically city gas distribution, there is a proposal to blend, and there is also a fuel station which is actually been facilitated there. So these are some of the examples, and of course when there was Parali, I would also tell you how we have basically conceptualized and presented to Government of Haryana, and it is trying to kind of do it in some form, shape or the other, some of these structures. So actually, money is plenty available. In fact, not today, but back in 98, 99 also, we as a community, we had actually oversubscribed to an issue of a large real estate developer, 5 times what Government of India's budget for that year was. So that is the amount of money that we can possibly generate from our systems. But we need structures for the money to flow into various projects. And this is where I will actually be focusing on. Project finance actually is the best way to basically tackle the risks, because it is a structure whereby all the risks, because we are many actors, it's a complete value chain. So to allocate the risk, project finance structure actually becomes the most useful structure. And we don't really, as you know, we are still an evolving sector, we don't have an established model, but I'll actually allude to various models in some parallel sectors which can be actually helpful for us to overcome these challenges. So one is feedstock. Now feedstock, one can actually look at security of food feedstock in the same fashion as, you know, every year we need the agri waste has to be kind of, you know, disposed of, and there is of course a demand which is actually there. So if you create a structure like the telecom circles and have certain agencies responsible for collection of agri waste through a network of government supported warehouses and value chain, we are, you know, not only solving the agri waste problem, but also creating a dedicated feedstock. So this is a structure which we had actually shared with Haryana, and of course we are also discussing with government of Uttar Pradesh. So there has been some initial interest on looking at agri waste circles. So whether they are going to be district circles or whether they are going to be development block circles, where you are going to have dedicated entities, agencies which will be, basically committing themselves to collecting the agri waste within a set time period and to a set quality. They will be actually creating some, whether it is briquettes or whether it is useful from biofuel standpoint. So that is something which I think is one which is a parallel, as was mentioned by Parvez ji, that what is the parallel from the infrastructure learning that we are actually, which we can apply to the biofuel sector. So that is one thing. The second thing I think is about the experience with renewable energy certificates. So I think we have also for the compressed biogas project, if we can look at a mandatory, so we have, if we look at the city gas distribution, if there is a blending which is to the tune of say maybe 15-20%, which is actually compulsorily coming from, especially in urban centers, you know, you have municipal solid waste, and obviously there is fuel which can actually come through. So there is a discussion which is there. So like you have renewable energy certificates that were there, there was a regimen which was there for promoting, in fact, impact investing in the renewable energy space. So we have actually seen the results of that, that today we have roughly 20% of solar of our total energy capacity being brought out by solar. So similarly, we can actually, so while there is some requirement from an overall production standpoint, but even from a distribution standpoint, if this comes about, this is going to be an important area to. Then we have experience on guarantees or credit enhancement. So very successful example, very close in the sector of energy efficiency. So partial risk guarantee for energy efficiency has shown that even smaller units would want to, you know, utilize energy efficient technologies. So when we need a changeover in our industries, particularly in the SMEs, to utilize our biofuels, then this is a useful mechanism to actually incentivize them that if we are, because there is some change if we require them to make in their industry for utilizing biofuels or blended fuels, then that is something which is a guarantee framework which is available. Then we have aggregation. Of course, basically, as was being mentioned, that a lot of the biofuel facilities are small and catered to by small and medium enterprises. To actually create scale, there are various aggregation frameworks which can be utilized, and that aggregation framework, one of the examples is recent initiative for utilizing grey water, which is actually the municipal grey water, to be reused by industries. So all the industries in an industrial estate have been aggregated. There is an SPV which has been created, and they are actually utilizing the grey water and not mining the groundwater which they were using earlier. So this actually is also an important say kind of aggregation model which can be, and there is of course a security structure in terms of a fund which is available to in terms of meeting the cash flow and the say charges thereof. Then there is an interesting, because we are also talking of hydrogen. Hydrogen, actually there is a lot of opportunity in terms of the production and export as well. So I think there are both in terms of production and transmission or transport through pipelines. So both are infrastructure. One of the things which actually we had actually been at forefront on was the hybrid annuity model, as we had suggested. So instead of actually paying the private developer for a public asset, so we have actually thought of some asset-based financing framework, whereby there are a lot of sustainable funds. A lot of sustainable funds also have insurance companies and pension funds. One of the Scandinavian fund is very keen on actually investing in this transition from a green hydrogen or hydrogen facility. So that they are actually already interested in creating a fund, and through the fund, if we are actually able to lease out hydrolyzers and then the hydrogen is produced, that becomes on an operating framework. We are then able to create a financing framework whereby a lot of these small developers can actually lease out the hydrolyzers and are able to produce hydrogen through various, whether it is blue or green or hydrogen from very sustainable sources as well. So basically, if we see these structures, these are specific examples from other sectors which allow us to fund. However, for this specifically, we would need to create a, say, representation from the industry that this is the kind of financing support that we would need from the government, and these are the structures which will then eventually help us garner more financing. So thank you for inviting me, CII, and thank you, Chairman Sir, for having me over.
We'll come to the concluding session later. We'll move off to the next speaker. Manoj represents Carbon Impact Capital, more of a niche area for us. We have heard more the established players keep talking from the earlier past experience. It's here you'll hear more on blended financing and what would be more specific to all of us. We all keep talking about the word carbon with all its positives, negatives. Let's hear from Manoj.
Thank you very much. First and foremost, I want to thank CIA for this, the organizing committee for this amazing event that you've pulled together, and the great attendance. So thank you very much for that, and thank you, Shishir ji, for inviting me to speak, or rather I would say instructing me to be on this panel, and Archana ji for making this happen. Unlike my predecessors, Carbon Impact Capital does need an introduction. So we are a carbon developer. We design, develop and execute carbon projects. which do two things. One is it reduces carbon emissions, and the second is creating impact at scale, and therefore the name Carbon Impact Capital. And we use a blended finance approach as we go about looking at these projects. Our focus areas are mostly in the areas where we look at the rural poor. So we look at areas like clean cooking, clean water, clean home energy. And of course, the whole bioenergy space is a very important one when it comes to things like biogas, biochar, and a whole range of things. I'll just maybe start with the NDCs. Now, India has obviously, as we all know, and was in the presentation earlier, committed to being net zero by 2070. Now, the three main things that India committed and reiterated, in fact, upped the ambition at the COP27, which was, one was to reduce carbon emissions by 45%. I mean, this is all by 2030. Second is to get the non-fossil fuel sources to 50%. And the third is to create carbon sinks, which can get to 2.5 to 3 gigatons of carbon emissions by 2030. Now, it's a post-lunch session. I'm sure some of you are feeling a little glucose being induced. So I'm going to do a sort of an old-fashioned survey, raising of hands. So how many of us want India to reach its NDC targets at or before the committed time frame? Okay, so everybody in the room, so that's great. So second question is a bit more tricky. How many of us feel we are doing enough as individuals and organizations to help in that objective? Okay? So a few hands. But the point is, and what I want to kind of talk about is, it doesn't have to be, it can be every one of us. And there are ways, and a lot of people that I speak to ask this question, okay, we want to do it, but we don't know how to do it. How do we go about doing it? And we'll talk about that. But I'm just going to structure my, my talk on key 4 points. One is that why, what, how, and who. So the why is, why do we need to do it? I mean, there's strategic reasons as to why we all need to collectively work towards it. Obviously, the minister and speakers before me have talked about it. The energy security, the 16 lakh crores that goes out of our country every year, the pollution that we have, and plus the abundant raw material that we have of between 200 million to 500 million tons of biomass every year. The second question is then, what is it that's required to get this done? And I think that was largely covered in very, very nice ways by the Honorable Minister Gadkari earlier today. I'm just going to paraphrase that and put it around an easy to remember term. I'll call it, what does it take to get funding? It takes merit. M, you need a marketplace and marketability. E, you need to have economically viable projects. R, you need to have a constant and steady supply of raw material. And when I say IT, I would say Indian technology, proven technology, which a lot of the companies on this forum have been developing. So as long as we have the merit, we'll get the projects funded. The fourth point is how. How do we go about thinking about it? I think it's got to be broken down into several components. We've got to look at it in the entire supply chain. Right now, what we have in the biomass space, unfortunately, is farm to fume, which we inhale when we step out of the hotel lobby. Now, how do we get it to farm to no fume? And that means that we have to look at each of this entire supply chain and deconstruct it and look at it. What is the funding that is required at the farmer level? What is the funding that is required to move the material? What is the funding that is required to get it down to the factories? And what is the funding that is required to then convert it into a bioenergy fuel? And so if we have to look at that entire supply chain, there are three components I would look at. One is the fact that I would look at is the grant funding, the CSR funding, and the impact funding that comes without much of a cost. The second one, I would say, is the commercial funding, which is what my colleagues on the panel talked about from SBI and from IIFC. That comes in the form of, a lot of talk was on the debt, but I would also emphasize on things like venture capital, which is coming in a big force. Not enough, but coming in a big force when it comes to newer, cleaner technologies. And then the third would be the revenue side of things. And the revenue side of things is very important because you cannot get the first two on a sustained basis. Every project has to make money on its own, and that money needs to get redeployed into creating more of these projects going forward. And the revenue sources can be from the sale of the fuels that we create. It can be carbon financing, as the chairman talked about. And just touching upon carbon financing is still a very, very early stage in its entire history. I mean, it started off with a bang about 12, 15 years ago, then ended in a whimper and has come back. But even today, globally, despite a 3x increase in the last year, it is still only around $1 billion in terms globally in the voluntary carbon market. That is estimated to go to about $100 billion over the next few decades. India is playing a very important role. If you look at the last 12 years, India has contributed to about 36 million carbon emissions, which is about 17% of the global market. And India has a very, very strong place to play. I think the energy conservation bill that recently Rajya Sabha has passed lays the framework for some of these activities, and that's going to play a very important role. What we've got to remember is carbon is a great opportunity for India to attract global capital in. Every single large corporate in the world, I mean, there are 2,000 of the Forbes 2,000 large corporates, 700 of them, only 700 of them have so far declared their net zero status. The rest will still do. And they all need carbon credits. And that's a huge opportunity for India to attract capital. And the final thing is who? All of us. I mean, this is the problem, the magnitude of this problem is so large that no individual organization can do it on their own. So it's for all of us to get together and solve this problem. Thank you.
Thanks to all my colleagues. We'll leave the audience floor open rather than sort of have a Q&A amongst us. I think we have a paucity of time, and we'll open the floor to the participants, please.
Yeah, thank you. The question is open to all. My impression, and I think a lot of people in the room might, agree that the risk appetite of the financing institution seems to be pretty low. With the kind of lender's perspective we just saw, the kind of risk mitigation perspective which has been shared, that's the reason I'm just expressing that it seems that the risk appetite is pretty low. And Manoj, you gave me, you mentioned about this acronym MERIT. When I was listening to you, I came up with another acronym, and I will be glad if the financing institutions follow that, and it is GLAD. G stands for green financing, which is not commercial financing. Right? So we are not looking for 8, 10, 12% kind of rates. L stands for leap of faith, which all of us in the room are willing to take. A is aggression. We are aggressive, might as well you also take that hat. And D is the domain competence, because a lot of times we end up struggling with bankers trying to make them understand our world. So that'll be just a piece of my input. Thank you.
Anybody from the audience?
I've got a question, sorry.
Please go ahead.
Hi, Mr. Agarwal, you just said that there's huge opportunity for Indian economy to grow because of carbon credits. The minister's stance is that, carbon credits should stay domestic because that will, give opportunity for Indian industry to grow. What are your thoughts on that? Like, is that good, or like, what do you have to say? And the second question is, in all the climate green financing options available, how important is bioenergy, financing for bioenergy? Like, can free market do a good job, or does it need government investment into bioenergy, where other climate initiatives need it more? Like, what are your thoughts on that?
Thanks for your question. I'll request my colleagues to answer the second part of the question, and then I'll take the first part.
Okay, can I answer his question first? Maybe so. So as I mentioned in the presentation also, the bankers are here to lend, and they are into commercial financing business. So I'll say the risk appetite of banks, your perception is low, but the banks have to see the commercial viability for any proposal which comes to them. So the contract, and if it is especially project financing, So the entire contractual framework has to be compacted, which is anywhere globally if you look at, so it is like that. Now certainly in India, the sector is evolving. There are precedences which for other sectors, like when city gas, CNG came way back in 96, 98, the banks had low appetite that also. But if you see, they look at it as a sunrise sector, and to PSUs and private sector, they are lending, even underwriting the loans. So primarily the ecosystem has to be developed. So it is evolving. The banks have strong interest. That's what I can tell you from my discussions with the banks and from my experience. Strong interest is there, and all the risks which I mentioned, especially on the feedstock sourcing and linking it to market movements, that is something important. So that has to evolve. To begin with, these kind of projects need kind of support, incentives, whether in forms of inter-subsidy or VGF schemes to make them viable. Large-scale commercial viability is to be established. So lenders have strong appetite. They certainly take some time to understand the sector, but the strong interest is there, which is there from solar projects, renewables, and city gas. We have seen the experience earlier. Here also, we are pretty confident. A lot of project financing you will see once the ecosystem is developed and banks are there to take risks. So you may like to add on something on that, sir.
So I think definitely, banks also need their leap within the constraints of, protecting your money and also growing your money. So the point definitely is that we are going through an impact investment phase. Here, the signaling has already been made by the government. So on the supply side, which is basically what the government's domain is, where a lot of infrastructure projects, the government brings government structures. So the structures that I spoke to you about are the structures which are alternatives which the government will experiment and actually firm up in the form of some standard documentation. And this standard documentation will then be used by our banks on the supply side. So the supply side, there is a lot of standardization, appraisal frameworks, what will be approved by a particular risk committee, what risk is to be weighted at what level. So it is not that we are also doing our work in terms of, dirtying our hands, doing our templates, getting on the ground, losing some money. So I think we are working hand in hand with you, and we'll be glad, as you said, to be supportive of you. And in fact, I think the second part of the question, I think the point is that there is definitely all the, let's say, segments are important. Biogas has been around for a very long time. And if you see, Agre ka Petha or around all these areas, you will find that people are using biogas for commercial. मतलब हलवाई भी आपको जो है मिठाई, they will actually use the biogas because it is actually very, very useful. And it is very cost effective also. And sometimes now the blending of the biogas is being used even in dhabas, which are actually close to, you would not know it, but I have practical experience across from Delhi to at least Gwalior. So you would find that there is a lot which is actually happening on its own. However, having said this, the compressed biogas, there is a need for support. And like I was mentioning earlier, the idea is that once a particular model is standardized or there is some experience on that, the banks will come and lend to it. Initially, there is going to be a lot of development, like the biogas was a lot of government subsidies were there, even solar, Jawaharlal Nehru solar mission, panels were actually just put on the village rooftops, or there were poles and street lights were actually put on solar. There was some experience which was actually had before the banks actually started lending to even CSR. There was a lot of CSR on street lights, solar and all that. And similarly, biogas, we have had like some examples, some learnings, some standardization of charge, some standardization protocols which have actually come about. So I'm quite, excited as a lender to actually look at a slightly scaled up version for bio CNG, as I was mentioning.
Thank you. Should we close?
Yeah, last question. I already have the mic.
One more.
Debt equity
Quick.
is a...
Sorry, just to make it quick.
Yeah, very quick, very brief. Debt equity is a good indicator of risk appetite of bankers. So what is the debt equity ratio allowed here?
So debt equity, the optimum debt equity certainly depends on project serviceability, that's DSCR ratios, but banks are okay to go up to say 70-30 debt equity ratios if the debt is sustainable. So ultimately the minimum DSCR levels and average DSCR level, that is debt service cover ratio levels, that has to be there. If the project can demonstrate a 1.35, 1.4 DSCR, banks can go up to 70-30 debt equity. Like in urea projects, banks have funded up to 75-25. Infrastructure, refineries, they go up to 70, but new sectors around 65, 35, that range. But certainly the parameter is the DSCR.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Right. Thanks all of you. We've had a great session. All I can just conclude is that you've heard from both SBI CAPS, IFCL, segment funding. Have good projects, money is there to follow. Right? I think that's the simple principle. We have seen India develop over the last 2 decades everywhere, thanks to private funding, thanks to bank funding, and there's going to be nothing different here. You have the best of the bankers here. Thank you.
I thank the esteemed panelists, and as I also thank Mr. Umrigar, that was truly a very interesting and intriguing session, sir, and I think lived up to the promise of it being a post-lunch session and yet so engaging. Thank you very much, sir. A big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for our esteemed moderator and panelists. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to move on to the next session almost immediately. Thank you very much once again, gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, before we go on to the next session, I have a polite request to all of you. In fact, 2 polite requests. One is to facilitate productive and meaningful sessions and to help everyone get the most out of the sessions, we request you to please keep your mobile phones on silent and also refrain from engaging in any side conversations. Thank you very much for your cooperation, ladies and gentlemen. With that, the next session, ladies and gentlemen, is, of course, on the evolving ethanol landscape. And speaking of ethanol, I'd like to apprise you also that for the first time ever, Auto Expo 2023 is also featuring an exclusive ethanol pavilion. Prominent names within the auto industry are taking part in this at Greater Noida Auto Expo Mart. This is a fantastic opportunity, ladies and gentlemen, where we'll witness cutting-edge technological advancements related to ethanol-powered vehicles. As you can see, we are going to be starting with, ladies and gentlemen, our next session. And we have been absolutely engaged in this enlightening session on financing, but now we're going to explore the potential of ethanol in India. The session will highlight how transitioning to a fuel alternative with economic and environmental advantages can help reduce imports while still achieving decarbonization goals. A broad array of challenges have to be addressed, and those will be addressed in this session. Feedstock availability and pricing, as well as creating an enabling ecosystem through retailing mixes, blending technologies and flex fuel vehicles. And through learning from successful countries' experiences, we will gain insight, ladies and gentlemen, into navigating these hurdles towards becoming a leading player in the ethanol market. And so that being the goal, ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be a very, very compelling session. I'm going to just request you for a minute. We're about to reset the dais, and we have esteemed panelists joining us. Again, uncovering the benefits of ethanol as a transportation fuel. Only 5 people. And with the stage almost set, ladies and gentlemen, for this hugely pertinent session, I'm going to take the privilege of inviting our esteemed panelists for this session themed Evolving Ethanol landscape. May I invite Mr. Sameer Sinha, moderator for this session, Chief Executive Officer, Sugar and Ethanol Business, Triveni Engineering and Industries. Let's welcome him on stage with a big round of applause and keep the energy alive. Welcome, sir. May I invite Mr. Eduardo Uziel, the Deputy Chief of Mission, Embassy of Brazil. May I request you, sir, to kindly grace the dais. Let's welcome him, ladies and gentlemen, with a big round of applause. Mr. Samir S. Somaya, the Chairman and Managing Director, Somaya Group, India. Let's welcome him on stage with a big round of applause. Welcome, sir. Mr. Roshan Tamak, Executive Director and CEO, DCM Shriram. Please welcome, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Roshan on stage with a big round of applause. Welcome, sir. And may I invite Mr. Eduardo Leo, Executive Director, Unicars. Let's welcome him on stage with a big round of applause. With that, with the permission of our moderator, our session moderator, if we can invite Mr. Uziel for the special address first. May I request Mr. Eduardo Uziel, Deputy Chief of Mission, Embassy of Brazil, to please make that special address and set the context. And then, of course, our moderator will set the context. Thank you. Whatever you like, sir.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you very much for the kind introduction. I want to welcome my fellow panelists. I must say, I'm not an expert on ethanol. I'm just a diplomat. I have the pleasure of being here since my boss, the ambassador, is away, and this is a great opportunity. And I want to give you, I'm incapable of giving a technical message because I don't understand Eduardo. The other Eduardo is here for that. Two Samirs, two Eduardos, yes, exactly. But I want to send you a message from Brazil, a political message from Brazil, in the sense that Brazil started around 45 years ago the ethanol project, our program. We were doing this because of the energy shock of 1973. We needed a fuel that could be bred in our own country and didn't cost so many dollars. And I'm sure that you recognize in India a similar situation today. And we accumulated this 45 years of experience that are at the disposal of India. And that's the first message I want to say. All the experience that we gathered for this 45 years, we feel that it can help to establish a strong partnership with India, and that's what we want. Both the government and the private sector in Brazil. Second, I want to give you some data for you to assess how much it was useful for Brazil. Today, bioenergy is the main source of renewable energy in Brazil. Sugarcane biomass corresponds to 16.5% of the entire domestic energy supply of Brazil. And this, of course, was grown over the decades, but it helped develop indigenous technology in Brazil. Flávio, my colleague from APLA, who is an expert on this, is here too. And it helped create indigenous technology for cars, for the sugarcane sector, and it has been very successful for Brazil. We have today, we have had for many years over 20% of ethanol in mix in any gasoline. Today it stands at around 27.5%. So this is the minimum ethanol in any liter of gasoline that you put in Brazil. And we faced some technological hurdles, we overcame them, and this is something that we can contribute again to India. But I want to emphasize other things. With the use of ethanol, Brazil has saved over $260 billion that we did not use to buy foreign fuel, that we used to our own fuel. But also, we reduced drastically the pollution and the emissions, the pollution resulting from emissions of cars. I'll give you an example. The largest city in Brazil is São Paulo, 25 million people, slightly smaller than Delhi. Today, I was checking the pollution here in Delhi was reduced from the previous days in the week, but it stands at 350 AKI. In São Paulo, the average per year, over the year, is 16 AKI, parts per million. So it's a drastic difference. And this is largely due to the use of ethanol in the mix of gasoline. We calculate that this is about the same as planting 4 billion trees. It's a lot of trees. Anyway, you also hear a lot about how ethanol could displace food, and it's, at least in Brazil, and I believe in India it's a similar situation, it's not true. The surface of Brazil, the part that is occupied by ethanol plantation is about 0.6%, not 6%, but 0.6%. So it's not displacing the cultivation of food supply. And of course, you know very well in India, even if you have, if you're cultivating rice or other grains, you can still use the residue to produce second-generation ethanol, something that India is advancing much faster than Brazil, I must say. But it's very important. And I must add that ethanol is so useful that it can even be useful to produce and transport green hydrogen, which is the new world fad in energy. So ethanol can be the vector to transport, can be used to produce. People, you can even transport ethanol and have it transformed, it's called reformed, I've been told, into hydrogen in the gas station to fill the tank of a car directly with hydrogen. So this is how ethanol is so useful and so economically viable for Brazil and for India. And today, most of the cooperation between Brazil and India is in the field of energy, specifically with biofuels, ethanol in particular. And we all know that there is no single path to achieve low carbon, to reduce, to fight climate change. But ethanol is definitely one of these paths. And the embassy here and the Brazilian government, the new Brazilian government as well as the previous Brazilian government, we stand ready to be partners of India in that, to have a strong alliance with India to promote ethanol as one of the sustainable solutions for urban mobility, to fight climate change, to decarbonize our economies and our lives. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. That was a very insightful presentation by Eduardo, and there were quite a few key takeaways from Brazil which we can apply to India, both in terms of how Sao Paulo has transformed from the 70s to now, as well as in terms of the huge number of flex fuel vehicles which are on the road and which have contributed significantly to doing that. But let me come to the panel discussion portion of it. At the outset, this session comes at a very opportune time when India has the presidency of G20. And one of the highlights of the presidency is expected to be the signing of the Green Development Pact. Accordingly, we have lined up a very insightful and engaging discussion on the very relevant topic of evolving ethanol landscape. Ethanol is a segment where maximum action is being seen, and I'm delighted to be moderating this session, and I'm fortunate to have an extremely distinguished panel. And the quick introduction done at the beginning doesn't do any justice to any of the participants over here who are with me right now. So at the outset, let me set the context of what's happening in India. We have already achieved ethanol blending of 10% in petrol, up from 5% about 2 years back. And based on the rapid progress made so far, as we all know, the government has advanced the E20 timelines to 2025 from the earlier 2030. And in the 10% blending achieved last ethanol supply year, about 400 crore liters of ethanol, which is 4,000 million liters for my foreign friends. was supplied to the OMCs, about 330 crore liters coming out of this from the sugarcane feedstock and 70 crore liters from the grain feedstock. For this year, contracts of 470 crore liters have already been signed, and out of which 350 crores is from the sugarcane feedstock and about 120 crore liters is from the grain-based feedstock. And therefore, in subsequent cycles, we believe that we'll be contracting additional ethanol, and the 524 crore liters for E12 blending, which is the minimum target, will be met over here. What else is happening? On the consumption side, E20 blend vehicles are supposed to be commercially introduced from April this year. And we believe FFVs may get commercially launched in the subsequent year. A pilot retailing of E20 blend across select retailers and across specified states is also underway right now. To meet the target of 20% blending, we know that we require about 1,000 crore liters of ethanol by 2025, and hence a rapid ramping up of distillation capacities is very, very essential. As a thumb rule, India utilizes about 10% of sugarcane which goes for crushing for ethanol, direct ethanol production, against about 50% for Brazil, and therefore we can imagine the potential of increasing the ethanol production further in this country. Recently, the Honorable Prime Minister had dedicated the first 2G plant at Panipat to the nation, and there are various other plants in various stages of construction, and with evolving technologies and reduction in OPEX and CAPEX, we believe it will lead to a further enhancement of competitiveness of ethanol going forward. A formal announcement on the pricing of 2G is awaited, and we have to see going forward, could this get linked to the pricing of biomass, which has shot up in the, very rapidly in the short term. With so much happening on this front, without much ado, let me start discussions for and putting up questions to the panel. And we know that we have to end at about 4 o'clock when I'm told that the Honorable Minister would be coming. And therefore, I would be posing 2 questions to each participant in round 1, and possibly, if time permits, another additional question in round 2 to the participants. Thank you. So my first question would be directed to Mr. Samir Somaya, who's on my left. And the question is, with the push towards FFVs and distillation capacity augmentation, how do you foresee the blending beyond E20? And any challenges that you foresee in this, especially in the field of biomass and feedstock?
So I think, good afternoon. Very nice to see this panel. I think for the first time I'm seeing a Samir and Eduardo, a Samir and Eduardo, and there is only one Mr. Roshan Lal ji jo pure sama ko roshan kar rahe hain. But bon tarje to you all, and thank you. You know, I think if you look at the context today, India in the geopolitics of today, in the climate crisis, which is now here to stay, which we have to work against, and the energy security we need, and the Atmanirbharta we want to build, and with the surplus that we have of the sun and the soil, like our friends in Brazil, I think the future is bright and sunny. So I think it's, and sugar industry for that matter, we are surplus in biofuels, bio-CBG, and also green electricity. I think this transition will take a while, and we are looking at displacing the fossil fuel as we go forward. Today we are only at 10% ethanol blend. To go to 20%, the government imagines a 10 billion liter production that should be needed to substitute. Today, last year, India exported about 10 to 11 million tons of sugar. If that would have been converted into ethanol, that would be an additional 6 billion liters. So all the 10 billion would have come from that. So I think the industry is ramping up its capacity and its distillation capacity to meet the challenge. If we go forward with the introduction of flex fuel vehicles, with the introduction of 100% ethanol as a fuel, or ethanol only pumps, or as I foresee, green pumps, which would have all green products, I think the transition will only accelerate. And as mentioned earlier in the morning, maybe we would be in a position in which we substitute a larger percentage of our fossil requirements with our green. Thank you.
And can I ask you a follow-up question on that? You did mention about the green portions of pumps, etc., happening. Now, there are 500 sugar factories in this country. How do you see them emerging as decentralized bioenergy or green energy hubs?
I think as the entire discussion today has focused, the sugar industry, firstly the sugar cane processing industry is already moving rapidly towards transitioning to ethanol. A company like ours is diverting about 35 to 40% of our sugars to ethanol. I think everybody among us is in the process of transition, some larger than us, some less, but all moving very fast. We spoke about CBG. The minister in the morning spoke about how the transition could be even in converting trucks or tractors. So the composition of the market along with the technology mechanisms would help there. Electricity, we are already in surplus, and also there are new technologies for green hydrogen coming from biomass. So I think 500 mills, all of us could create in the future these green hubs in which we distribute nationally all these products, and it would dramatically transform even the understanding or the perception of the country as well as of the industry, how it contributes towards a greener future and a stronger nation. And importantly, farmer income security. And the last point is, I think we spoke a lot about 2G. We've not spoken much about 2G. There's plenty of biomass in the country. I think the technologies are evolving. I think there is a great potential for sugar industries also to have bolt-on. As you know, Triveni yourself is doing work in dual feed, whether it is you're doing grain or you're doing sugars. I think there is also possible in the future for triple feeds, if we can do bolt-on and make 2G also possible.
In fact, you preempted me. I was going to ask you about the bolt-on 2G in the second round going forward, but I'll ask you that in detail, and you can elaborate on that. So if I come to Mr. Tamak over here, Mr. Tamak, we all know the importance of ethanol blending program in terms of energy security, reducing current account deficit, decarbonization, etc. But could you elaborate its impact on farmer income and his financial well-being? Because that's not been as well publicized as it should have been, and the rural prosperity arising therefrom.
Thanks, Samir, and good afternoon, everybody. As you have touched this aspect, that what is the impact on the income of the farmers, it's a hard fact that bioenergy has direct linkage with agriculture. And we have witnessed the transformational change in sugarcane sector. Since ethanol blending program has picked up, it has clearly created an environment of positivity. The infamous cycle, sugar cycle, is gone. There is a fair level of predictability and surety in cane production. It has increased rather. If you see the statistics of last 3 years, there is about 30% increase in sugarcane production. So it clearly signals that there is a positive change, and as we all know, that economics is in the center of everything. So, and sugarcane sector is no exception to this. clearly the farmers have gained out of this ethanol blending program. The cane price payment issue, which was attached to sugar sector, as on date, we can say, barring few exceptions, that there is no voice being heard on cane price, non-payment of cane price. So these are the clear example, visible examples that there has been increase in the income of the farmers. And besides sugarcane, whether it is paddy, like in grain-based ethanol, we are taking broken rice, and also biomass we are discussing since morning. This will be another revenue stream for the farmers. So undoubtedly, there is a positive impact and a major impact on the income of the farmers. And in sugarcane sector, as we belong to this sector, we are clearly seeing that farmers are inclined to grow more and more sugarcane. So it is the clear reflection. What has changed? It is the ethanol blending program that has changed. And there is a clear pathway to prosperity of the farmers, and there is a visual impact on the increase of income of the farmers.
Well, that was very well put out, and very conclusive statements you mentioned about the farmer prosperity happening in rural India, which we have been debating since morning. My second question, and a very important question to you, Mr. Tamak, is that looking at the supportive policy framework of the government, which are some still pending issues which require a tweak and are critical in terms of quick ethanol capacity augmentation to help meet E20 targets?
Yeah, thank you. So basically, if you analyze the current status of ethanol blending program, out of say 380 crore liter ethanol supplied, approximately 85% is from sugarcane based feedstock. And out of sugarcane based feedstock, about 18% is from cane juice, and rest is from B heavy and C heavy. So that way, and majorly it is from B heavy molasses. So B heavy molasses is clearly established and is the preferred option of all sugar millers. But and rest is 16% is approximately from grain based ethanol plants. So two conclusions very clearly. One, sugarcane is and will remain the mainstay of ethanol blending program. This is one. Second, grain-based ethanol is yet to pick up. And there are challenges, as many people have mentioned in the morning also. There are challenges on both sides, availability of feedstock also, and availability of fuel also for boilers. But nonetheless, there will be some progress in grain-based ethanol as well. However, there is one clear opportunity which is lying on the platter to accelerate this ethanol blending program, that is juice to ethanol. Currently, India has surplus sugar, about 6 to 8 million ton. Clearly surplus sugar is available, which can be diverted to ethanol. And this is the surest and quickest way to accelerate this ethanol blending program to the level of 20%. But why it is not picking up? Obviously, there are certain issues. And again, economics is in the center of this thing. The policy makers need to analyze little deeply that what is holding back as far as juice to ethanol is concerned, and should understand the financial dynamics, economic viability dynamics of juice to ethanol in various parts of the country, and should come out with some policy corrections and tweaking of rates, etc. Only then it can pick up. Sugarcane sector is all set to increase capacity and to make good use of this opportunity.
Just taking off from where you left, Mr. Tamak, you feel that only a tweaking of the rates or in the supportive policy is required. There is nothing very major which is required for an immediate takeoff on the juice to ethanol.
Absolutely, because technology is proven, market is there, feedstock is there, so there is nothing left but this economic viability of juice to ethanol.
So Eduardo, coming back to you now, there was one very important question which the other Eduardo, Mr. Unziel, has already answered over there, but in greater detail and with specifics. If based on the multi-decade Brazilian ethanol program, what would be, in your opinion, the major takeaways or the learnings one would draw for India, which are applicable to India?
Thank you. Thank you so much, Samir, for the question. I'd like to thank the kind invitation for us to be here today and share some of our experiences in Brazil. I was wondering that probably the organizers, when they saw that there would be two Samirs in the panel, they would say, we have to find two Eduardos to compensate and balance this. So, but I'm just joking, but I'm very glad to be here and participate in this discussion. First of all, before I come to respond to your question, I'd like to share my great enthusiasm of what I've been seeing here. I've been coming to India for some years now, and we always understood that India had the potential to do something similar to what we have done some decades ago. But what I'm seeing now, I'm absolutely amazed. Let me just give you an illustrative example. The lady who presented us mentioned about the Auto Expo that is taking place in Greater Noida. So we were invited to participate in this auto show in 2020. This was just 3 years ago. And at that time, we had the opportunity to have 56 square meters of a stand to promote something about ethanol. We were in a corner of the auto show, a little bit hidden. So some people would come by and take a look and ask some questions. But now, 3 years later, I was amazed with what I saw there. 3,000 square meters on ethanol with Unica and Napla organizing one stand. ISMA, together with ISMA, U.S. Grand Council, so the three largest ethanol producers, Indian Oil Company, Praj, and so many flex fuel vehicles and motorcycles. So I was absolutely impressed. And I think that only a country with this level of dynamism and commitment like India would be able to do that in such a short time. And we can see by the numbers that were brought by you, Samir, regarding the huge increase of the ethanol consumption over the last years and what India expects to do in such a short time. I'm seeing my very good friend, Ravi Gupta, and we have had many opportunities to talk about it over the last years, and Ravi was also an optimist about that, and Rami, I tell you, I never imagined that we would be able to see what we're seeing now. So having said that, sorry for this digression, Samir, but I had to share my enthusiasm about that. And also do some merchandising about the Auto Expo because it's really worth it to see. But anyway, well, I think that we having had this program for almost 5 decades using ethanol in large scale as a fuel, for sure we have some lessons to be shared. Things that have worked, things that have not worked. As Mr. Uziel has mentioned, we started just aiming to reduce our energy dependence during the oil shock in the 70s, but it turned out to be that this program was something that we could not imagine at the time, because it addresses so many important and fundamental challenges of this century that we would never understand at that time. Because besides increasing energy security, and we can see now that we have to invest more and more in energy security, especially understanding what's happening in Europe, for instance, right now with this huge dependence on energy from one country and one source. We understand that we have to diversify not only the origins of the energy, but also the sources of the energy. And ethanol can play a very important role because it can be produced in 100 countries throughout the world, especially and particularly in countries that can produce biomass in a competitive ways, such as ours, countries that are in the tropical, subtropical regions. So this is for sure a very important solution. But we also see something that Mr. Uziel has also mentioned, we can address with that the decarbonization. Ethanol can reduce 90% of the CO2 emission compared to petrol. It can sharply reduce the air pollution. And finally, as Mr. Tamak has mentioned, it can be a great opportunity to diversify the activities in the field so that we reduce the risk of sugarcane growers, of the sugar mills, and you can, as a result, optimize your revenue. So these are the elements that can be, first of all, shared and brought with India as the benefits that we've been facing over these years. But I think that something very important that we have learned in terms of public policies, especially public policies, is we have to have long-term rules. This is fundamental. The investors have to understand to where the public policy is heading to. This is absolutely important because an investment on a greenfield, it will take years for maturation. So it's very important to have these long-term rules where the Indian society wants to go with renewable energy. So this can be in many ways. I think that as a nascent industry in India, although India is already moving to become the third major player in the world in ethanol, it is still a nascent industry that it increased very rapidly. But I think that a mechanism that the government is doing right now, for instance, creating, establishing, and fixing prices for ethanol, it's something important. And more important than that is try to bring clear rules for this price fixing. Yesterday I was talking to a journalist about that, and he asked me about what was the price mechanism in Brazil for ethanol. We said, no, we have a completely free market. But in the beginning, the government established the price. This was important for the industry to gain competitiveness, to gain scale. So I think that this is an important mechanism, but important to also to establish other mechanisms that will create the necessary incentives. For instance, in Brazil, I can mention three. First is the mandatory blend. So all the petrol in Brazil has 27% of ethanol. This is very good to signalize to the investors that the market will be there. Second one is the tax differentiation. We have different tax levels for ethanol and for petrol. And third, it's an important mechanism is to create a level of commitment of the sugar industry that there will be the minimum level of ethanol production so that you can generate security to the system. So I think that in general terms, I guess that these are some of the lessons learned. More recently, we have also understood that the diversification of feedstock is also very healthy. Nowadays, corn represents 15% of total ethanol production. This is also very good, this diversification of crops, of feedstocks, something similar to what India is trying to do as well. And things have to be done step by step. So 10%, 12%, 20%, this is good to create more stability to the system. So flexibility, diversification, and technologies may be the three pillars of a sustainable and sound ethanol program. Thank you.
You have brought out all the success factors of the Brazilian program, which can be adopted to India. But one of the important things which you pointed out was in terms of, from the consumption side, from the demand side, the FFE prices and possibly differential in prices vis-a-vis the other vehicles or the tax price, as well as with of ethanol vis-a-vis the other petrol blend, the gasohol, you know. So those were two important points you felt that are important in terms of the enhancing the demand portion of that. Yeah. So, Mr. Sumaya, coming back, and you did mention about 2G, and I'm going to ask you about the 2G. Is that based on the success of the grain plants which are operating as bolt-ons over here? Could there be a sustainable model of, with so much biomass around sugar factories and bagasse around there, of having bolt-on to the existing distilleries, existing conventional distilleries? And should this model also be included by the government while framing its policies, especially the pricing and the VGF, in addition to the standalone 2G plants?
Thank you for the question. So I think the first thing to keep in mind is that when we live in the world of today, we also have to create the world of tomorrow. So today, what might seem like a distant or a not so distant dream, just like, 7, 8 years ago, even my friend Eduardo said that he was thinking India may happen, but now he comes and says, I'm amazed how fast it happens. But it is the seeds we plant today what create the plants of tomorrow. In the same way, 2G may not seem to be so easy today. I think the issue is of capital expenditure, converting the cellulosics into sugars, converting the celluloses into sugars, and the economic price, as Mr. Tamak says, everything is economics, the economic price at which that ethanol is then purchased. I think this is important. I think the 2G bolt-on is interesting because sugar factories also have A, the feedstock, B, they have the fermentation, and they have the distillation sections. What they don't have is the conversion of cellulosics to sugars or the pretreatment. So for that, viability gap funding could be required. It is clearly known since large 2G greenfield facilities have set up. It clearly is obvious that the technology is there. If we do a bolt-on, the capital cost would be less, and the period at which the 2G would function would be complementary to when instead the 1G is working. So I think VGF funding, the government should take into account some demonstration facilities for VGF, and maybe there need to be better policies for either the import of enzymes into the country or creating indigenous technologies also to develop the production of enzymes to convert cellulosics to ethanol. But I think we have to think about where we want to be 5, 10 years down the road. We have to state that we will do it. We have enormous resource of cellulosics. It has to meet the need of the energy security of the country. We have to become rich and Atmanirbhar in our energy.
That's a very important point which we have been deliberating, that there are so much sugar factories, so much bagasse which is there. A quicker model in terms of feedstock aggregation would have been utilizing this bagasse as bolt-on, and this is something which you agree with, which you validate. And it's not only VGF, these kinds of models could also fetch the same feedstock pricing applicable to other 2Gs. This reduces the capital cost. And in terms of operating costs, like you rightly mentioned, we could be importing enzymes for the first couple of years at lower tariffs, and simultaneously developing an equally effective indigenous enzyme.
And a price of 2G that would...
That's exactly which I mentioned, Very good, thank you. Mr. Tamak, if I come to you, with the move towards E20, how do you foresee changes in logistics happening to ensure uniform blending across all the states? Because that's a big challenge. There are deficit states, there are surplus states. And could the OMCs act as aggregators and use pipelines like in Brazil, or large tankers, railway wagons, etc.? So what's your view, as well as the current teething issue of the loss in freight which the suppliers suffer in terms of the reasonable transportation rates?
Thank you, Samir. Before that, I shall just like to share a supplementary information on juice to ethanol, because there are so many persons who are not directly associated with sugarcane sector. So 1 million ton can produce about 65 crore liter ethanol. So if we divert about 5 million ton, so more than 300 crore liter ethanol can be produced. So just for information. Coming to your question, there are two parts to it. One, how ethanol availability can be ensured on pan-India basis in all regions on uniform basis. So government has already taken substantial steps, like grain-based distillation plants are being promoted. So that will take care on broad basis the availability of ethanol. Second, come to logistics. How can we make it quickest, smoothest and cost efficient? So in this direction also, Government of India has taken some steps, like depots have been created where the ethanol can be supplied and subsequently it can be transported through railways. So that is one solid step which Government of India has taken. Subsequently, to accelerate this whole process, 2-3 suggestions come to the mind. One, that because most of the sugar factories are located on the railway siding, at least the older ones. So certainly the railway sidings can be developed for pumping ethanol directly into wagons. So that could be one suggestion. Where railway siding is not available, their local depots can be created so that this transportation distance can be reduced further. So this could be the second suggestion. And wherever through transportation, through pipeline transportation can be done, that should also be explored, because we have seen in Brazil, it is very conveniently being done, very smoothly being done. So that could also be explored. So these three suggestions, if government can consider, so certainly our transportation will be most cost efficient, smoothest, safest and easily available all across India. Thank you.
Would you like to add something on the losses which the suppliers are facing in terms of supplies over here versus the actual costs?
So transportation, of course, government has come out with a formula to reimburse the transportation cost. So there is a progression in that. But I think we should tackle the issue on structural basis that will be long-term and sustainable. But in the interim period, yes, because there is a quarterly review of reimbursement of transportation expenses. So there some correction can be done, but we should tackle it more on a structural basis and sustainable basis, because this program is going to stay and will develop further and further.
Eduardo, coming back to you, how do you see the next steps for cooperation between India and Brazil, both in the Indian context and in the global context?
Thank you, Samir. Very good question. I think that we are on a very defining moment in the world. We've been using combustion engine for 1 century now, as it was many decades ago. But now we face some very important challenges. We have already discussed about that. We have to decarbonize the transport sector, because transport sector is responsible itself for 1/4 of total CO2 emissions. So there's no solution for decarbonization if you don't solve the problem of transport. And now it's the time for us to be together, because we have to create a critical mass in the world to make the world understand that there are many solutions coming from ethanol as part of this complex solution that we will have to face, or this complex challenge that we have to address. We already are blending the ethanol 20%, as my friend Flavio Castellari says. It's like a coffee and milk solution that's ready to go. You can, like that, help to decarbonize the economy, but you're going to have also other solutions such as hybrid flex vehicles. You're going to have, as Mr. Uziel has mentioned, hydrogen coming from ethanol as through a reformer inside the car or at the pump level. We already have some prototypes running in Brazil using ethanol as a source of hydrogen for electric vehicles. So there are many solutions. But for them to flourish, we have to have production in a more diversified regions, and the time is now. We have now the US, Brazil, India being the 3 largest producers, and it's time for us to be together. We've been discussing with India for so many years about the opportunities that India would have. India is already a big guy in the world. So it's time for us to go to our relationship to go to the next step, a next phase. Is we hand in hand go to other parts of the world. India has this strong geopolitical protagonism in this part of the world. So I guess that our cooperation, the strengthening of our cooperation, could be crucial for us to do this movement in the world. You have mentioned about the G20. It's a great opportunity this year. India hosting and leading the G20. Next year, Brazil will do the same. So we can have continuity to this process. India can pave the way for the process to start rolling. We can also work on kind of something that we are already trying, being digested about the idea of some kind of alliance between these large ethanol producers. So I'm quite positive that we have a lot to do now. We have done a lot, but we still have a lot to do over the next years. So that's what I see this moment and where we should head to.
That's a very important point which you brought out about the possibility of Indo-Brazilian cooperation in the global fields, especially relating to the fact that India is the current president and Brazil is going to be the next president, and we will keep that in mind. That's a very important issue. If I now just throw open for a question and answer sessions, Ravi, why don't you just have your question? You can have it directed to, just tell us which of the panelists you want it to be directed to.
Thanks. So, first of all, thank you very much, Eduardo, for supporting the Indian ethanol program. I think UNICA and Government of Brazil has given us enough enthusiasm and knowledge sharing to running successful ethanol program in India. I have 2 questions for you. I'll start with the first one. You know, India and Brazil together is the whole sugar and ethanol economy of the world when it comes to sugarcane. So now what we are seeing is over the last 3 years, you know, in terms of sucrose in the world, which means sugar and ethanol combined, we were quite okay. But in the next year in Brazil, everybody has different number, but we are going to have cane which will be more than 600 million tons, and maybe sugar 37, 38, who knows, and excess of ethanol as well. So is there any possibility, and are you doing anything to increase the incorporation rate from 27% to 28%? Is it possible? So that we produce less sugar, more ethanol, and balance the whole global supply and demand of sugar.
Sorry, the question is whether there would be any possibility to increase the level of blend of ethanol into the petrol?
Yeah, so currently incorporation rate is 27. Is there a possibility to increase it to 28% so that Brazil produce more ethanol, less sugar?
Well, thank you for the question. For sure, this would be music for our ears. Although I have to be realistic and tell you that this would be very unlikely. Why? Because this would, for this to happen, we would have to change the law. And as you know, in Brazil, this can take some time. So we managed to change from 25 to 27 some years ago, and this was, I mean, we had to make a real effort in order to do this, and afterwards we still had to run studies to demonstrate that there would be no impact in the cars. Moving from 25 to 27%, making sure that there would be no damage, there would be no change in consumption, and so on and so forth. There would be no damage to the parts. So this might take a while. Although this is a very good idea, we've been already thinking about the possibility of changing not only for 28 but for 30. But I don't think, being very realistic, Ravi, that this could be done in 1 year time or in less than 1 year time.
But the ball is set rolling or not yet? Have you set the ball rolling of increasing from 27 to whatever or not yet?
No, not yet. Not yet. As you know, we have this new administration. We start working on some of the ideas. And this is for sure one of the ideas that are on our radar, but we haven't started the process yet.
I'm told that the Honorable Minister is on the way, so I'll just go with the concluding remarks and we'll draw this session to a close. We'll all be available, so if there are any other questions, I mean, you can do it in an offline mode with any of the participants. They are all there. If you'll permit me that, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much to our esteemed moderator and of course our, yes, of course, for the conclusion. Yes.
Yeah. We had a very, very insightful and thought-provoking discussion so far, extremely thought-provoking and detailed panel discussion. So if I may just take out the crux of what's been discussed and its applicability to India, I mean, majority of the additional ethanol to be made to meet E20 is to come from sugarcane-derived feedstocks, especially the juice paste, the cane syrup, cane juice paste. Second point was remunerative pricing through a tweaking of the existing policy of, in terms of pricing of cane juice syrup, and also grain-based ethanol. There were unfortunately no discussion on grain-based ethanol for attracting new investments in distillation capacities. Third, from the Brazilian experience and the Indian plan, expeditious introduction of flex fuel vehicles and their promotion, tax breaks, etc., for taking care of the consumption side. For 2G plants as bolt-on to the 1G facilities to be promoted through extending the same benefits as available on standalone facilities. Possibility of indexation of 1G and 2G ethanol pricing with market prices of grain and biomass so that they move up seamlessly without need to follow up and getting it changed. They're indexed to the market prices. And in terms of the consumption side, can there be a price differential on the higher blends or with pure petrol or to promote offtake? And also from the Brazilian experience, can we look at sugar factories becoming large biorefinery complexes for switching between ethanol and sugar to benefit the farmers and the country? And of course, what Mr. Tamak answered about OMCs to work on building capacity on retailing and dispensing of ethanol and adoption of newer offtake and transport modes. So with that, let me thank all the panelists who answered to great depth all the questions which I had posed and the audience came in. And as I mentioned, if there are any other questions or queries, you have them and can be discussed offline with any one of them. Thank you very much for being a part of this panel discussion. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Sir, please join us for a photo opportunity. We thank Mr. Sameer Sinha. I think that was a very compelling session. Thank you very much, sir, for effectively steering it, and thank you for all the panelists for their contributions in making it so impactful. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, with that, we will very quickly reset the days. The Honorable Minister, Shri Hardeep Singh Puri, the Honorable Minister for Natural Gas, Petroleum and Natural Gas and Housing and Urban Affairs is going to be here any minute. So we'll quickly do the changeover and we will see him sitting on this dais. Thank you very much. Don't go away anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. The Honorable Minister will join us in no time. We will just change over the dais. Thank you very much once again, gentlemen. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
And we met the time deadline.
I think, ladies and gentlemen, the session on evolving ethanol landscape has been truly pertinent and very compelling, and we've gained a lot of meaningful insights from that session. And now we will move on to the ministerial session with Shri Hardeep Singh Puri, the Honorable Minister for Petroleum and Natural Gas and Housing and Urban Affairs, Government of India. Ladies and gentlemen, the Honorable Minister, Shri Hardeep Singh Puri, the Honorable Minister for Petroleum and Natural Gas and Housing and Urban Affairs, Government of India, has now entered the hotel and he's going to be joining us in the ballroom any time now. May I request you to please remain seated. Please ensure that your mobile phones are turned on silent mode. Thank you very much once again for your patience. We're going to be starting this ministerial session where the Honorable Minister will be in conversation with the CI Committee Bioenergy co-chairs, Mr. Shishir Joshipura and Mr. Tarun Sahani. I'm going to request you to please stay with us, ladies and gentlemen. This is a session which is completely unmissable. I request you to please be with us and not go anywhere. The stage is set for a conversational session, as you can see, with the Honorable Minister for Petroleum and Natural Gas and Housing and Urban Affairs, Government of India, Shri Hardeep Singh Puri ji. He's going to be joining us, ladies and gentlemen, any time now. This session, ladies and gentlemen, which is a very significant ministerial session, will also be marked with the release of a very important paper on bioenergy, which has been conceived and developed by CII with the help and support of our knowledge partner, CRISIL. I'm going to request you, ladies and gentlemen, to please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, for all those of you who are still outside, may I request and urge you to please come and make your way in the ballroom. Please take seats. We're going to be starting with the ministerial session now. We're just waiting for the Honorable Minister, Shri Hardeep Singh Puri, the Honorable Minister for Petroleum and Natural Gas and Housing and Urban Affairs, Government of India, who's going to be joining us any minute now, since he's at the hotel. Ladies and gentlemen, I have been apprised that the Honorable Minister is here with us at the venue. We are indeed extremely delighted, privileged and honored to welcome our esteemed Honorable Minister of Petroleum and Natural Gas and Housing and Urban Affairs, Shri Hardeep Singh Puri. Namaskar, sir. Bahut swagat aapka. Thank you very much for gracing this occasion with your presence, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, a distinguished statesman who, with his vision, influence and expertise, has been an instrumental advocate for growth and development, striving to make India stronger every passing day with his unwavering dedication. Ladies and gentlemen, we're also being graced on this day by Mr. Shishir Joshipura, the co-chairman, CII Committee on Bioenergy and Chief Executive Officer and Managing Director, Praj Industries, as also Mr. Tarun Sahni, co-chairman, CII Committee on Bioenergy and Vice Chairman and Managing Director, Triveni Engineering and Industries. Warm welcome to you. Ladies and gentlemen, we are so grateful to the Honorable Minister, Shri Hardeep Singh Puri, Honorable Minister for Petroleum and Natural Gas and Housing and Urban Affairs, Government of India. Sir, your vision for a global biofuel alliance has been overwhelmingly embraced by the industry. It stands to be an inspirational idea during India's B20 chairmanship this year, and we believe it will leave a wonderful legacy if India can indeed convince the international B20 community for creating this alliance, and this truly represents India's commitment towards sustainable development. Thank you very much, sir, for your vision, for your leadership, and of course for making the time to be here on the occasion of the 11th edition of the Bioenergy Summit hosted by CII. With that, I will now request Co-Chairman CII Committee on Bioenergy and Chief Executive Officer and Managing Director, Praj Industries, Mr. Shishir Joshipura, to please render the welcome remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome Mr. Shishir Joshipura to the podium. Sir.
Good afternoon, Honorable Minister Shri Hardeep Singh Puri. We are all delighted, sir, to have you here amongst us in what has really proven to be a day of very exciting and very enriching discussions ever since morning. Just for the benefit of the crowd, when we went to Mr. Puri's office and invited him for this event, it was unbelievable. It took exactly 30 seconds for him to say yes. And that was a big moment for us. Showed his vision. We already mentioned about the Biofuel Alliance that's being talked about. I think the role of biofuels in the overall energy mix of the country is definitely increasing. Sir, since today morning, we have had the occasion to discuss aspects spanning across ethanol, CBG, funding of these projects. How do we take these things forward? What are the issues on global climate change, and how do we go forward? as also an address from Minister Shri Gadkari. And we are all eagerly looking forward to this interactive session with you. What was, for me personally, the most unique thing of my interaction when we went to invite Mr. Puri was, he said, no bhashan. Yeah, he said, no, I would like to make sure that it's an impactful interaction that takes place, and don't expect me to give you any lecture standing there. So we had to reinvent ourselves, and sir, as is your wont, you have driven innovation even here in the conference. So we have a very interesting session ahead of us. We are going to be, me and Tarun, between two of us, are going to pose some issues on behalf of the industry and seek his input and guidance. Thank you very much and welcome, sir.
I will now hand over to the CI Bioenergy Committee co-chairs to please proceed with this conversation with the Honorable Minister.
So good afternoon. Sir, energy security of late has become a very major issue, and what is our government strategy to ensure energy security for the country?
See, energy security, if you look at the two words, you think they are self-evident. But energy security has both a time context and I think it also has a geographical context. To achieve energy security for a country like India, which has a population of 1.4 billion, at a time when there is global turbulence, imposes an additional challenge. Because you can source from different countries. We have increased the number of countries from which we source energy. It used to be 27 a year or two ago. It's 39 now. I had a meeting with the President of Guyana this morning. I had the privilege of calling on him. I'm not prejudging the outcome of what will happen. But it is one thing to ensure energy security. But a very important adjunct to energy security for a country like India, which still has, it's a large economy, fifth largest in the world, but it still has very low per capita incomes, is also to ensure affordability along with security. So essentially, you require those 5 million barrels a day that you consume. You require a refining capacity. We have 252 million metric tons per annum. We're taking it up to 400 million metric tons per annum. You require a large number of other things. How do you price energy? In the case of petrol and diesel, you look at the cost of production at the point, at the source. You have different global indices which determine that price. In India, we have what is called the Indian basket. Then you take the cost of production, you add to that the cost of insurance, the cost of freight, the exchange rate, which can have a significant impact. Then you take the refiner's margin, you take the dealer's margin, and then the state, by the state I mean the central government imposes a excise duty on that, and the state governments impose a percentage of VAT. So one of the things we have to do in order to ensure energy availability, now I'm going from security to availability and affordability, is for the central government, even at a time when it was feeding 800 million people 3 meals of dry ration in a day, to cut the excise duty, which is an important source of revenue. The BJP-ruled states did likewise. I think on 2 occasions when we reduced the excise duty, one is November 21 and the other is May 2022, the total reduction in petrol and diesel, the excise thereon reduction was 13 rupees and 16 rupees together. That's a fairly sizable segment of the state's revenue. I'm talking about per litre. Now, if you consume 5 million barrels of oil, crude in a day, and 60 million people go to the petrol pump to fill up. You get an idea of the scale. But how did we do it? And what are we doing now for energy security? One, clearly we are increasing our exploration and production. We are diversifying the suppliers. We are accelerating without any hesitation on the transition to cleaner fuels. I mean ethanol, both from the traditional stock of sugar, which is primarily the feedstock. We are including maize, food grains which is damaged. We are making ethanol now, second generation technology from agricultural waste, from bamboos. We're making 90 million liters from there. And I think more than that, this is all what we have done. We've gone from 1.4% ethanol blending in 2014 to 10.17% now, and we're going to 20%, which was the target for 2030. We are going to be able to do it by 24, 25. And in a few days' time, maybe very soon, we'll have E20, that is 20% blended ethanol available on a pilot project in many of our petrol bunks. So these are some of the things that we are doing. If I had to have this discussion with you 1 year ago, when we were facing the challenges of the pandemic with even more uncertainty, I would have sounded a little tentative. Today I can tell you with a degree of certainty that we have, by and large, managed to play the market advantage that we have. We consume 5 million barrels a day. For an economy which is growing at 6.8%, even according to the most, or a little less by those who think that it will be slightly less. As we grow at 6.5% plus or 7%, we will need more energy. I see the energy consumption increasing. And of all the estimates that I've seen, 25% of the increase in demand between now and 2040, 25% of that will come from India. The International Energy Agency says that, all the others say that. For that we need more E&P, and we're doing it with a vengeance. We are opening up, we have 3.5 million square kilometers of sedimentary basin. We've just thrown open 1 million square kilometers, which was no-go area, to exploration and production. Our green hydrogen plans, which the cabinet approved a few days ago, that was only, if you look at it, the 20,000 crores or so which has been set aside for electrolyzer manufacture. But there's something else which is happening, which is that in anticipation of a enabling environment which is encouraging, the private sector had already, and this is where you all come in a very big way, the private sector had already factored in that the government, pursuant to the decision which the Honorable Prime Minister announced from the ramparts of the Red Fort on 15th August 2021, that we will take up green hydrogen in mission mode. And he said, of course, he was situating that in terms of the environmental, in terms of the climate requirements, which is a very important one. But the submission I make to you is, apart from the environmental dimension, there is a sheer energy dimension. How do you provide for a country with a large population, a country which is now the 5th largest economy in the world, and which by 2030 will be the 3rd largest economy, whose energy demand is growing at 3%, which is 3 times the growth of the global demand. So the picture I want to present to you is, in some parts of the world, there is either saturation in terms of how much they can consume, because they have already been highly industrialized developed economies which were consuming fairly large amounts of energy per capita. And then you have a population like us and you have economic activity which is requiring energy. The growth is thrice as fast. So you have to provide for that. So I think on all these fronts, taken together, that's how we have managed energy security so far. And today, as I said, if we had the conversation a year ago, I would have sounded a little more tentative. Today I can say with a degree of confidence that going forward, India is where the opportunity is, not only for our domestic sector, those of you who are involved in certain important areas of this story, whether it's biofuels or it's other areas, also those who are into green hydrogen, those who are into compressed biogas. I skipped that, but I think the story is well known. I am acutely conscious of the fact there are things we have to do for compressed biogas. I raised the procurement price from 46 to 54, but I do realize that anybody who's investing in a plant like that would, apart from the biogas that is produced and which is consumed, there are other byproducts which have a great distinct. So I've had discussions with my colleague who deals with fertilizer, and I'm very confident that in the shortest time we'll come up with a solution there as well.
Thank you, sir. Let me also offer my words of welcome and congratulate you, sir, on the recent announcement by Cabinet on the green hydrogen policy and also the achievement of 10% ethanol blending last year, which is seamlessly met, or at least it seems as it was seamlessly met. But as green energy plays a more vital role in India's energy mix, could you please offer some comments on your short-term vision of how bioenergy and the elements of bioenergy, how they will play a critical role in that changing landscape?
It's, on the surface, it's a very simple question, what you're asking. But if you look into what is happening in bioenergy and you break it into segments, it's a fascinating field out there. Let me take ethanol. I know you are personally, Mr. Sahni, more familiar with the sugar-based ethanol. I went to Brazil in 2006, January, and I was fascinated by the fact that here was a country, Brazil, which has a lot of deep offshore, assets, and Petrobras is a leading company there. But Brazil also took advantage of its natural endowments. They have 3 times our land area, 1/6 our population, 23% of the world's freshwater reserves, arable land, and they went very big time into ethanol. But ethanol they were making then, even now, from sugarcane. But the Brazilians also were thinking ahead, so they were looking at ethanol from jatropha, they were looking at other technologies in their university. We have succeeded in spite of initial problems pre-2014. When we had an aim of 5%, we couldn't get there. We did everything. We tried, 10 or 15 states and union territories, let's say, get 5%. But we didn't produce the ethanol which was required even for 5% blending. There are reasons for that. The policy mix was not there. Today you talked about seamless on 10%. I would, if you forgive me with due modesty, saying more than seamless, we did it 5 months ahead of time. The target was 10% blending by November end 2022. We did it 5 months earlier. I am not taking credit, I'm not giving anybody credit. If you have the right policy mix, if the message goes around that the government, whoever is coming and articulating, me now or my predecessor for 6.5 years or any other minister, if the message is that the government is serious about bioenergy, those of you who are sitting on the other side, who have to make it happen in terms of the private sector or the OMCs in our case. They will get the right signal. Now, let me take up what we have done in ethanol or biofuels. We had a target of 2030, we said, Khadak, bring it forward. We had a target of April 2023 for 20% mixed E20. Every time I spoke to my colleagues, my secretary said, we don't need to wait till April. So I said, if you don't need to wait for April, do it now. So they're doing it now. If you look at compressed biogas, you have a very impressive target of 5,000 SATAT plants. But I am the first to admit to you that they will not take off till this other thing is tied up. If you give them a remunerative price, see, any project to succeed, whenever somebody brings a proposal to me, I see many friends sitting here. I went to the inauguration of a compressed biogas plant in Sangrur. I see the gentleman sitting here. They had two requirements after that, and I said, I agree with you. All right, there is a compressed biogas production. It has to go into the grid. All right, I need to complete, what is my grid? I had what? A target of 33,500 kilometers. I've reached 22,500. I need to do that. I will do that. But there are sometimes gaps which need to be filled. If you look at any other part of this equation, same things apply. I am convinced that all of you who are the movers and shakers in this, you will take me seriously provided there isn't too much of a hiatus between what the government says one day and does the next. Once the message goes out, and this is not only on bioenergy, because you ask me, what are you going to do on bioenergy? I can tell you in each of the fields what I have done or what is in the pipeline. I obviously can't announce decisions which require cabinet approval, but I can hint at the fact that they will be taken. Let me go from your bioenergy to a slightly related thing. Tomorrow, I think I'm going to an automobile auto. A lot of people asked me a question, are you betting on X, Y, or Z technology? You know what my answer is? I am not betting on any technology. I'm technology neutral, but we are going to give all technologies an equal chance. Tomorrow, if you can produce green hydrogen or use electrolyzers from the three available technologies, be my guest, do whatever you want to. Because I have the confidence, and I say this again with a degree of circumspection, and that green hydrogen will succeed in a country like India because we will have the demand, we will have the capacity to produce, and we will have the capacity to consume, and our companies which will manufacture will also be open to, they are already exporting green ammonia to Europe, to Singapore, to wherever. So, here is an entire ecosystem which would have fallen in place even by itself. Governments merely perform facilitatory, or how do I put it? They produce a benign enabling environment so that the economic operators there draw a sense of comfort that these guys mean business. Look, on the automobile I mentioned to you, and I'm taking advantage of your question to open it up a little. I think the automobile world is divided just now. The manufacturers are divided. Many of them want to go down the electric vehicles route. I welcome that, but I'm also acutely conscious of the fact that the electric vehicles route becomes truly meaningful if your grid is green. And there are others who want to go not through that route, but they want to go through the hybrid rule, they want to use green hydrogen, they want to use other hydrogen. I see both moving in tandem. I see the rollout of the next generation cars having that. And I think India provides a very good laboratory on a huge scale to test these things. When I went to Brazil in 2006, and you have mentioned that in your initial, you talked about biofuels and a biofuels alliance. Unica and parts of the Brazilian government were making that suggestion to us in 2006. They said, we make ethanol, and they used to run what are called flexi fuel engines, where if on a particular day, you could take a decision when you go to the bunk, whether you wanted to fill 20% of ethanol or 50% of ethanol or vice versa on petrol, depending on prevailing global prices. Today, then the United States started producing ethanol from maize, and Brazil and United States could do a global thing also, but I think they were preoccupied with their own market shares. And I remember the Americans imposed an import duty, if I remember correctly, of 54 cents a barrel or something like that, in order to stop Brazilian ethanol coming in. But then they told us, if a country like India joins, just imagine what we could do to biofuels as an internationally traded commodity. Now, it's taken us a little time, but there's no point my talking about an alliance like this unless I'm ready myself as a biofuel manufacturer. Today, I think we are the 4th or 5th largest biofuel manufacturer. You know much more about this than I know. But today I can tell you with confidence that we are absolutely open now. Because if you are producing, see what happens when we produce, or rather in short 10% of biofuel blending. I saved 40,000 crores or thereabouts on imports. And I was able to pay, we were able to pay our farmers 41,000 crores. So you're not only doing something good in terms of green fuel, but you're also helping the agricultural sector. What will be the prices when you do 20% blending, depending on what the global thing is? But you know, there are colleagues of mine, including in the OMCs, who tell me that this 20% fixation we should get rid of. They're so ambitious. So I tell them, no, there's no issue. 20% blending is because we calculated how much ethanol you require for blending up to 20%. I'm coming to the heart of your aunt's question now. And we worked out that you require 1,000 crore liters. And we worked out that if that time when we started we had 455 crores liters, we have to produce the differential between 1,000 crore liters and 455. And we said, we will ensure an offtake. Now, we will ensure an offtake means you produce it and we will buy it to achieve that 20% blending. But nothing prevents you to producing more, and if an international market develops, for you to sell it on your own. Well, a lot of guys here among my team who say, you know, we will actually provide much more of an impetus, 20%. I said slowly. Because when you move from no ethanol blending to 1.4%, to 10%, to 20%, there is traditional resistance which you face going forward. That traditional resistance can come in one of many ways. If I talk too much about maize as a feed for ethanol, some of my friends in the sugar industry say, "Ye kya kar rahe hain aap?" No, I have a counter argument. I said, "Tum aise karo, sugar banana band kar do without it being so water absorptive." So, I mean, this is a very healthy debate to have. But the fact of the matter is, wind back to 2014, what was the situation here and what has the Prime Minister succeeded in producing here? It's a world of difference, both in terms of biofuels, in terms of energy security, in terms of our own decisions. And I personally believe that in India, biofuels, bioenergy, compressed biogas, all of it has a fantastic future. You know, some of the problems you face, when you asked me a question, I said I could give you so many examples. One of the difficulties we had when the second generation technology plant came up, where was it? In Panipat, I think. IOCL set up making ethanol from agricultural waste. There was an issue of aggregation. A lot of agricultural waste, paralis, produced. If you don't do anything about it, they'll burn it and make the air more toxic. You have to collect it. So with a small matter of, I think, 1,000 rupees per ton, I called the Chief Minister of Haryana and I said, "Sir, I have the privilege of knowing Mr. Khattar very well. I said, "Sahab, isko zara agar kar dein." He didn't take a minute. You said I didn't take 30 seconds to say yes to your invitation, but it's something that I think you're doing me a favor by calling me here and giving me a chance to speak to you all, and for me to be able to give the government, it's in my interest as well. Because when the industry is going forward, you are producing this thing, I need to support you, and I must also be able to show that I am clear in what I am saying. And my doors are always open. Like this problem on Haryana, the second generation plant was solved by one telephone call because the chairman of that OMC kept telling me, if you do this, it's 100% guaranteed. So these little problems will come up everywhere. I look at the incentives that the UP government is giving for compressed biogas, just have a look at it. I think it's an opportunity which needs to be snatched. I was with the chief minister, I think, where was it, Kolkata, I was sitting next to him. He said, "Hamare 2-3 plants tayar pade." I said, "No, I want to bring my companies, both private sector and the OMCs, because with those kind of, it's not an incentive. The state is serious about compressed biogas for a variety of reasons. I think we need to take advantage. So I hope I haven't deflected your answer too much. I've gone into too many other areas."
Not at all, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So, sir, Honorable Prime Minister announced a target of net zero for country by 2070, and that's become a very major driving force for the energy transition phenomena across the world. And I'm sure, and we are also seeing the same phenomena unfolding in India as well. We'd be very delighted to hear from you on what are some of the other steps that are being taken to drive to net zero.
See, I am not a climate negotiator, but I used to be a trade negotiator. What happens is that all the people who want to do good in the world, including the climate negotiators, they set themselves targets. And I think everybody rallies around, they have meetings in what are called COP26, COP27. They're very good. The targets come. And I think the name of the game, if you want to succeed, is that once you adopt a target, please ensure that no matter what the provocation, you don't deviate from your commitment. Therefore, I can tell you, we in India, I'm not saying it about this government, I was a civil servant for 39 years, and I was a diplomat for 39 years. I worked 5 years after that, and of course, I came into the government later. But when India says something, it means it. Now, a lot of my colleagues who deal with other parts of energy, they keep reiterating that, "Dekho, you're telling us not to do this, not to do that." In came this crisis, and all those guys who was giving you prescriptive remedies, don't do this, they went back to the most polluting and most toxic of those fuels. We will not do that. If we say that we are making a green transition, we are damn serious that we are. And nothing that has happened in the last 2 years will make us deviate. Now, our governmental net zero commitment is what, 2070? But if you look at my companies, IOCL by 2046, BPCL and HPCL by 2040, now that's pretty good. I mean, if you look at they are the ones dealing with fossil fuels, etc., but they're making the transition. 2040s, I mean, you look at the entire industrialized world, tell me who's doing better. So they will stand up and we will ensure and they will ensure that they deliver on what they say. I, have always believed that if you have a consultative process on setting commitments, you'll find it easier to deliver. Let me give you a small example. And I know I'm digressing a bit. We know the UN system went into what is called the Millennium Development Goals, MDGs, before the SDGs came on. What happened in the Millennium Development Goals is that the goals themselves, good, very, very interesting, but the intellectual, conceptual work on that was done by the think tank of the West called the OECD. They sat there and said, this is what must happen. You must do this by this year, you must do this. Prescription. Where we went in, I mean, you were slightly aggressive negotiators like me turned around and said, "Yaar, ye kaun hote hain, hame batane." But we did it. We went in. The MDGs succeeded largely because China succeeded in moving hundreds of millions of people out of poverty with help from countries like India, Nigeria, and so on. The Sustainable Development Goals, when we came to New York, and I was there, when the MDGs were ending and the SDG negotiations were beginning, we made one point very clear. No one sitting in any think tank, either in the global south or in the OECD or anyone, is going to tell us what to do. Let us have a consultative process at the grassroots where all stakeholders, governments, civil society, NGOs, think tanks can all come in. So if you look at the 17 Sustainable Development Goals, they are far more democratic and far more in the public domain. All right. When they were adopted, a lot of people turned around and said, how are you going to achieve this? Look at the money that will be required, the transition cost, the obligations you'll have to assume. Put that aside. I said then, and I repeat to you today, the SDGs will succeed because India will succeed. And because India will succeed, the SDGs will make it. Now, Mr. Modi became Prime Minister in 2014 May. The SDGs were adopted soon thereafter, but all the central programs which I have the privilege of dealing with on the housing and urban affairs side, they were implemented in June 2015, whether it is, simple things like the Swachhta mission, if you look at the Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana, you look any of them and you look to relate them to the SDGs, working. Similarly on energy, I think for the first time after 2014, partly because the problem has become more acute, if you have low oil prices, you can even say it's not worth your while to spend money on exploration and production. I mean, how many serious oil shocks have you had? 73 was one. After that, if you look at it, it was a comfortable area. But today, and I think that's the beauty of the Indian presidency of the G20. The G20 was born at the moment of a crisis, when the world financial and economic crisis took place, which had its origins in the subprime lending sector of the real estate market in the US, and it spread like a contagion after that. That produced a crisis, and the G20, which used to be meeting at finance minister level, they said, what do we do? They elevated itself into a G20 at summit level. The first summit, which was, which everybody recalls, was the London summit of 2010. Why is it recalled? Because the world was in a crisis and the G20 helped. Now, if you look at it in one way, that next crisis has come now. And I think India's presidency will, I am confident, produce solutions to address those challenges. And energy today is a central component of that. The Prime Minister this morning inaugurated the global summit, Voice of the South, and one of the areas in which there is energy. So when we talk to our colleagues in the South, whether it's on energy, the vaccination program is a case in point. As I mentioned, you brought the excise duty down when you were feeding 800 million people with 3 free meals in a day. Equally, the kind of experiments that we are doing now, I mean, we've done quantum jumps in terms of energy for domestic consumption. We've gone from firewood and coal to kerosene to cylinder gas to pipe gas. We're looking at the next generation of solar cookers, which all that will require is a panel on the top of your roof, absorb that, take it to a battery like this thing, and you do the domestic cooking. And I think all these things are replicable, what we are doing in India, on a scale in the global south. And that, I think, is the position that India finds itself in and where it can contribute.
Thank you, sir. I'll take your lead in on the comments of G20 and ask a question. The Honorable Prime Minister mentioned to G20 leaders that India's energy security is important for global growth. So as representatives of the bioenergy sector, how do you think we should absorb that statement?
Well, first of all, the Prime Minister of a country which is the world's largest democracy, the oldest democracy, and one which is now the 5th largest economy in the world, makes a statement. I think the statement finds resonance, that's true. But all of you in the bioenergy, I think you are uniquely placed. Because, again, I don't want to get into the debate on how long we will be dependent on fossil fuels for energy, etc. My starting point is that you have to survive the present, but we have to transition. And our transitioning has to be firmly in the direction of clean energy. That's where you come in. So I think you've got your task set out not only for a large consuming base in India, but I also think for other parts of the world. What do I mean? I mean clearly not only Africa, Latin America and the Caribbean, but even part of the industrialized West. With the passage of time, you know, what will happen? Some areas saw a lot of investment, but they didn't take off for a variety of reasons. I mean, nuclear is a case in point. You had one tragic accident where it was at Fukushima, and the whole thing went a little back. But more than that, the economic operators started getting worried, and they didn't get problem at their end. Will they come back? Will nuclear come back? I really don't know. But what I can tell you is, when it comes to bioenergy, I can't think of, whenever I take up a proposition, I tell my colleagues, yeah, what can happen, which can go wrong. In bioenergy, I don't think anything can go wrong. All it requires is your own determination and resolve, and the fantastic advances in technology which are taking place. I mean, who would have thought a few years ago that you would have reached this stage in bioenergy today? At one stage, necessity is the mother of invention. I mean, you have a challenge, you have the ability to meet that and get around it. And I think you are all very well placed. Indian companies, I don't want to be accused later. My OMCs, I do it because I can't be accused of commercially promoting them, because I am promoting them. I'll be very fair. Because I think they're good corporate citizens. They take a hit when they should raise prices, but they want to keep it down. But private sector, I'm very proud of all of you. I've said this to you individually also. Look what you guys are doing, but time has come to scale up now. And scale up in such a way that nobody is left in any doubt that there will be some gaps which you are reluctant to fulfill. If there are issues you think the government can deal with, tell the government. Tell the state governments. But I say a sudden change in overall atmospherics. Everybody wants to have a part of the action, whether it's state governments which are ruled by the BJP or the other ones. They suddenly realize, one thing that the Modi governance style has demonstrated, that good governance is also good politics. In other words, if you produce delivery for those who are disadvantaged, it's good, it's not bad politics. It's much better than another model which I don't want to name, which is ki revdi banto, distribute freebies, not worrying where your resources are going to come from after a while.
Thank you, sir. That was very, very elaborate. You mentioned, sir, about this phenomena of energy transition and stepping in of alternative energy sources, hydrogen, electric batteries. How are the OMCs preparing for that shift, and what are their plans in terms of being on the green side of the energy?
I have a colleague in the government, I'm not going to name him, very dear friend of mine. We were civil servants together, so you might guess it. He keeps telling me that the green energy transition, specifically the green hydrogen, is going to come from him. I keep reminding him that electricity constitutes only, what, 17% of the overall energy requirement. So I told him that the green hydrogen will come from my refineries. So we can go on arguing, but I can tell you all of them are looking at green energy, green hydrogen particularly, in a very comprehensive way. In one company, one OMC has got 11 refineries, 2 of them are already stuck. I know that this is IOCL. I know ONGC has entered into an agreement with another green hydrogen company. So they're all at it. By the way, perhaps I shouldn't say it, but the day on which the cabinet passed the recent green hydrogen bill, when it was 1 week ago, I called my oil companies. I said, I want to be the first minister to be able to submit to the Prime Minister a plan on how the OMCs are going to deal with green hydrogen. So I am very happy answering that question. We will submit the plan very soon, saying these are our targets. By the way, the target for green hydrogen, which is in our, I think what, 5 million 5 million tons by 2030. I think it's too conservative. The actual situation, based on what I saw, you see, private capital had already come into this sector in anticipation of, after the government's Prime Minister's statement on 15th August 2021. So people were all getting active. As they were getting active even on, electric vehicles, the batteries. In 2 years, you got $4 billion there. Would anybody have thought just on batteries they will come in there? So the private sector always has an ability to anticipate and move ahead. So I think all of them will do very well on all parts of this.
So now, a final question, and you have directly addressed this in part of the answer of the first question, and this is really about CBG. To me personally, sir, I see the advent of CBG very much like the advent of ethanol. You know, it took some time to gather pace, and I'm fairly certain that once it does gather pace, it will be as ferocious a revolution, an entrepreneurial revolution like ethanol. So you mentioned about the networks, etc. But what is the message that you would give? We had a session here today, but there are many people who are willing to set up plants immediately. But I don't know what immediately means. What would be your message to them, sir?
First of all, I am very happy that you mentioned that even when we spoke about ethanol, I don't know when you want to put this on time. I was ambassador to the UN in Geneva in up to 2005. So I went to Brazil in 2006. So we were thinking of 5% ethanol blending in 2006. We didn't get there. We didn't get there because despite our best efforts, even to get 5% blending in 10 or 15 states and union territories, you needed a certain amount of ethanol. But it wasn't forthcoming. A lot of people tried. It wasn't forthcoming. I'm not blaming anyone. I think it was not forthcoming because you did not have the right policy in place. Today, ethanol, my problem is not can I get 20%. My problem is different. I have a lot of my friends from other states coming and telling me, "Aapne hamara quota badhaya nahi hai." One particular state, they shall remain nameless, but you'll guess them. Unka quota tha 17 crore liters. And I was, overwhelmed by the number of political visitations I got and so on. Ultimately, we said, yeah, there is only one way of dealing with this. Increase it from 17 crore liters to 36 crore liters. Their appetite is not satiated. It's a different thing. They will come and ask for a quota, then they will go to the banks. But it's a vicious thing, You get the letter of intent, you get it, then they'll go to the banks. The banks will say, "Para offtake hoga nahi," because you can manufacture not 1,000 crores, why you can end up making 10,000 crores. But our commitment for offtake is 1,000 crore liters. That's the point. But today, ethanol, no one in the country is going to turn around saying that this is not succeeding. You agree with that? Whether it's sugar, which your company, your sector, or even those guys who have 15% of the share, they're also coming in, big way. Even the agricultural waste guys, I think that's a very promising area because agricultural waste, you need to find a solution. All you need to do is a proper formula for the aggregation. The technology is there. Somebody has to sit there and collect it. In compressed biogas, we are now at the stage, I think, which we were in at the beginning on ethanol. I'm putting one graph on the other. See that 1.5% thing is gone. Now we've got a policy in place. You have a ministry, you have a government which is very responsive. But we need to do a few more things. I personally think that compressed biogas will take off after this. And that 5,000 Satat plants that we are talking about will see the light of day. Because many state governments are beginning now to get involved with that. If a entrepreneur, to use that term, gets the viable return on the gas that is produced, which I think is there, that 54 rupees is a viable return. But if he gets money for the byproduct, and that's a green fertilizer, see the difference. It's a game changer after that. And I think my friends here who represent foreign companies, they are willing to do it there. I mean, I know for a fact, somehow discussion said, let us export the gas, let us do that. That buzz has started now. And I am very confident that compressed biogas is not something in the future, it's today. And I think, of course, some of us have to get our, things ordered. But, with so many things happening, it's just, I had a conversation on this only yesterday with the fertilizer minister.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister. Thank you once again to Mr. Sahni and Mr. Joshipura. With that, I would request the Honourable Minister to please release this innovative paper developed by the Confederation of Indian Industry with the help of our knowledge partner, CRISIL. It is called Bioenergy, Transitioning to a Sustainable Tomorrow. May I also invite Mr. Saurabh Mitra from CRISIL to kindly grace the stage for the release of this paper. May I also invite Ms. Amita Sarkar, the Deputy Director General of Confederation of Indian Industry, to kindly join us on stage. Amita ma'am, there she is. Welcome ma'am. Can we have one more book? Thank you once again, Honourable Minister. We truly cannot express our gratitude enough. This has been an immeasurable blessing to have your generous and benign presence in our midst today. Thank you very much once again, sir. Truly, truly thankful to the Honourable Minister. Ladies and gentlemen, this is for friends from the media only. The Honourable Minister will now be interacting with friends from the media members. Please proceed to the first floor where the regal room is. The Honourable Minister will see you there. Thank you very much once again, ladies and gentlemen, to all of you for being such an integral part of this event, the 11th edition of the CII Bioenergy Summit. Thank you very much. This is your host, Aishwarya Singh, and I sign off now. Thank you.
हर सुबह चाय की प्याली में और घर घर की खुशहाली में प्रदूषण मुक्त हो आसमान दुनिया भर में अपने निशान आत्मनिर्भर हिंदुस्तान गेल इंडिया जिसकी पहचान उगती हुई हरियाली में सोने सी हर बाली में हर सुबह चाय की प्याली में और घर घर की खुशहाली में प्रदूषण मुक्त हो आसमान दुनिया भर में अपने निशान आत्मनिर्भर हिंदुस्तान गेल इंडिया जिसकी पहचान
In innovative aqua, responsible green, reliable blue, energetic orange, our inspiration to change for a better tomorrow. Praj, innovate, integrate, deliver. Praj is a globally leading process solutions company with a bouquet of offerings in bioenergy, high-purity solutions, critical process equipment and skids, special biochemical projects, and industrial wastewater treatment. Innovation and sustainability has always been the core philosophy of Praj, and for the last 30 years, Praj Matrix, the R&D center, has been integral to this philosophy. It is the growth engine that drives the core businesses of Praj, providing many breakthrough solutions in the field of industrial biotechnology. Be it conventional first-gen ethanol, advanced biorefineries, renewable chemicals, or health and wellness, Praj Matrix has successfully developed a variety of processes and technologies that have been instrumental to the success of Praj. This has propelled it to the stature of an internationally renowned organization in the field of bio-based technologies. Recognizing the importance of innovation, the R&D Center commenced activities within the first few years of the inception of Praj. Over the years, it has transformed from a mere support center for development and innovation to a unique R&D facility in private sector. The biggest leap took place in 2008. Moving to an independent premises spread over 5 acres, Praj Matrix expanded into the field of fundamental research. This has enabled Praj to join an elite club of select organizations worldwide operating in this challenging arena.
It has not been an easy journey. It is our passion and conviction which saw to it that we sustain this developmental work. Thanks to our dedicated, hardworking scientists supporting our efforts.
In spite of all the challenges, it has been an exciting 3 decades, nonetheless with many significant milestones along the way. With biofuels gaining momentum, Matrix relocated to an exclusive state-of-the-art facility at the dawn of the new millennium. Of these numerous achievements, the biggest accomplishment is undoubtedly the successful commissioning of the second